in the middle of a quiet clearing, two men stood with a shovel and a flag in their hands. The flag bore a simple black and white pattern. One of the men was named Kim Suho. At their feet, small, peculiar creatures repeated short phrases as if reacting to the scene unfolding. The other man, Lloyd Frontera, swung his shovel with precision, embedding it firmly into the ground. From the point of impact, a vast blue digital grid expanded across the lawn, stretching all the way to the foot of distant mountains. This grid marked the transformation of the terrain into a digital model of a sprawling metropolis. It was a groundbreaking moment, and those present watched the spectacle in awe. Lloyd, evidently proud, turned to his assistant Javier, speaking excitedly. His loud laughter startled Javier, who began to suspect that Lloyd had lost his mind. Years earlier, Lloyd had been an ordinary civil engineer. One evening, as the city fell into dusk, he lay slumped over his table when a strange message appeared before him. It congratulated him for being chosen by the Absolute and granted him the right to make a wish. The message claimed he had become one of the heroes in the novel Night of Blood and Iron, a story he had just finished reading the night before. Though he was not intoxicated, the situation felt surreal. He questioned whether he had been transported to another world, a scenario common in web novels. Lloyd awoke lying on the cold ground in a rural area. A chill passed through him, and his face twisted in confusion as he noticed a strange sensation in his mouth. Another message informed him that sleeping outdoors had altered his physical condition. Irritated, he began to piece things together. He had somehow taken the place of a character within the novel, a man from a small village known for sleeping on the roadside. Soon, a man in a suit approached and called him master. Lloyd took note of the stranger's light hair, the sword on his belt, and the moonlight reflecting off him. He realized the man was Javier Azaran, the protagonist of Night of Blood and Iron. At this early point in the novel, Javier was merely a knight assigned to the Baron, Arcos Frontera, who was also the father of a wayward son named Lloyd Frontera. Lloyd began to suspect that he had become the very troublemaker character, Lloyd Frontera, in the novel. The man standing before him looked exactly like the book's illustrations. When Javier introduced himself, Lloyd did not hide his irritation. Although Javier confirmed his name, he denied the prankster label. His calm demeanor only made Lloyd more upset. Later that evening, they reached a large mansion in the middle of the forest. Javier lit a fire and questioned why Lloyd had been lying on the road. Apparently, he had been drinking since midday, smashed all the inn's dishes, and then passed out in the street. Concerned for his well-being, the Baron had sent Javier to retrieve him. Wrapped in a blanket, Lloyd sat on the bed and lamented the absence of heating. Javier suggested he rest and promised to inform the Baron of his condition in the morning. As the servant left, Lloyd asked a strange question about the amount of light in the house. Puzzled, Javier walked away, leaving Lloyd to his thoughts. Lloyd tilted his head and considered his circumstances. He had read the final chapter of the novel in his small room and knew the fate awaiting the family. In the story's opening, the Baron and his wife were robbed, lost everything, and took their own lives. Their son followed a similar path of despair, turning to alcohol. Lloyd resented how tragic their lives were, despite being aristocrats. He questioned whether the Absolute or some other force had intentionally placed him in this situation. The next morning, sunlight streamed through the windows of the Frontera estate. In the hallway, Marbella Frontera, Lloyd's mother, spoke with Javier, anxious about the previous day's incident. When questioned, Lloyd claimed he had been reading a novel that night. His mother asked her husband to apologize to the innkeeper, but Lloyd volunteered to take responsibility himself. Both Marbella and Javier were surprised by his maturity. As noon approached, Javier and Lloyd walked through the streets. They passed a man struggling to load hay into a cart. Upon noticing them, the man quickly hid. Confused, Lloyd observed others in the town reacting the same way. A father dragged his son away from the window and shut it tight. A message appeared informing Lloyd that the villagers despised him. He realized this independently, though the message confirmed it. He asked Javier why he still followed him. Javier replied that he was assigned to monitor Lloyd, not for his protection, but to ensure the safety of the residents. The real Lloyd Frontera, it seemed, had earned a terrible reputation. As they continued walking, Lloyd began thinking seriously about his future. He needed to repair his image, not only to survive, but also to deal with the family's debts and responsibilities that now rested on his shoulders. To him, a life of quiet prosperity seemed possible. Lloyd, watching the messenger, hoped to uncover some hidden advantage and examined the functions available to him. A message soon appeared, outlining his traits: human scum and rowdy drunkenness. He apparently had a talent for irritating others and turning into a fool when drunk. This annoyed him deeply, and he waved his arms in frustration as he walked ahead. Javier called out to him, questioning where he was going, reminding him that the inn was nearby and he had intended to apologize. Lloyd replied vaguely, claiming he was only thinking. Javier stared into his eyes with a serious expression and Lloyd seemed confused. With a sigh, Javier urged him to enter the inn. Lloyd opened the door cautiously and peered inside. Javier noticed something odd about him, as though he were a different person. The tavern interior was a mess. Broken furniture littered the floor, and a cracked wall supported a bull's skull. Lloyd sat down and told the owner he had come to apologize for his behavior. The innkeeper remained tense, his voice trembling, unsure how to react to such unexpected respect from someone like Lloyd. He grew even more unsettled when Lloyd suddenly changed his tone and spoke more crudely, an odd approach for an apology. Even so, the innkeeper insisted it was unnecessary. White clouds drifted across the sky as Lloyd walked along the road. Despite the apology, the innkeeper's expression had not improved. Javier agreed, pointing out that the damage to dishes and furniture had cost the man real money. Lloyd grew irritated. He was already in debt and unable to repair his reputation unless he found a way to compensate. Javier added that the cold winter had affected the health of the innkeeper's mother, which made Lloyd's earlier mess even more burdensome. Lloyd recalled how cold it had been in the tavern. One fireplace was not enough to heat such a large space. Elderly people would struggle to survive in these conditions unless a floor heating system existed. Suddenly, he stopped walking. His face tightened in concentration. A mental image of a light bulb flickered in his mind, sparking with energy until it began releasing bright discharges. Green particles appeared, forming block-like structures in the air. In that moment, he realized this world lacked underfloor heating systems. To Lloyd Frontera, it might have seemed like fantasy. However, Kim Soo-ho, the civil engineer who now occupied Lloyd's body, knew it was possible. He had worked day and night on construction sites and even tried building a house during his military service. This, he decided, would be his way to pay off the Baron's debts. Filled with purpose, he turned and told Javier they were heading back to the inn to take their first order. A new message confirmed the start of his real journey. It included RP points, short for relationship points, which were currently at 0. Lloyd interpreted these as a form of experience and learned that improving his relations with key characters would increase them. Suddenly, he noticed a blue indicator above Javier's head. It displayed an interest level of -30. Hoping to improve it, Lloyd offered a compliment, but Javier's interest dropped by another point. Frustrated, Lloyd chose to postpone the effort. Later, they arrived at a tavern. Lloyd drafted a contract, naming the innkeeper as the client and himself as the contractor. He noted that construction costs would be deducted from his damages. When he offered the pen, the innkeeper hesitated, clearly doubtful. Disliking this lack of trust, Lloyd changed tactics. Speaking in his usual brash manner, he claimed they would be seeing each other often and should trust one another. Surprisingly, the innkeeper signed. Lloyd was satisfied. This first contract marked the beginning of his plan. Outside, beneath a sky filled with soft clouds, he told Javier there was no need for precision. His plan did not need to be perfect. Javier responded, calling the contract an act of coercion. Lloyd gave him a suspicious look, thinking Javier lacked logical thinking and was trapped in cognitive distortions. Javier described it as relying on past experiences and data. Lloyd disagreed. After all, such things were just remnants of the past. Javier could not understand what had changed. Lloyd seemed clearer and more purposeful than before. He spoke of making people smile, of bringing joy to the innkeeper and his mother. Then, he began digging. Each shovel of earth, each tamped surface, was driven by this belief. Javier silently observed as Lloyd retrieved lumber from the estate and constructed a wooden foundation using a traditional Asian method. He then applied river clay, and the hall was finished. Exhausted, Lloyd lay on the ground, scolding his own weakness. Javier was stunned by the speed of progress. Despite a week passing, the project had advanced rapidly. He began to wonder if Lloyd Frontera truly intended to honor the agreement. Lloyd stood up, hunched from pain, yet grateful. There was still work to do. Completely worn out, Lloyd picked up his axe to cut more wood. However, he felt resistance, as if something held his hands. Javier had taken hold of the axe. Lloyd stared at him, puzzled. The moment he let go, he understood. Javier was ready to help. Lloyd requested a specific size of boards, gesturing with his palms to show the approximate dimensions. Javier, without hesitation, tossed a few logs into the air. With precise swings, he chopped them mid-air into perfect boards. The clean cuts landed neatly on the ground. Lloyd stood nearby, stunned by the display. He admired Javier's skill, recognizing him as a true sword master who needed no modern tools. Placing a hand on Javier's shoulder, Lloyd smiled and told him he could help with the digging once he finished. Javier was taken aback. He had just completed a difficult task and now faced another, with no word of thanks. He had momentarily forgotten that this was typical of Lloyd's character. Initially, Javier believed Lloyd helped out of interest or selfish motive, certain that he would eventually cheat someone. Regardless, he was eager to see the results of their efforts, which meant they had to continue working side by side. Javier, though uncertain, agreed silently. Despite Lloyd's recent change in behavior, trust still needed to be earned. Together, they dug diligently. Sweat ran down Javier's forehead while Lloyd, though exhausted, kept pace. Dirt flew as they worked in unison. Eventually, Lloyd raised his shovel, embedded it in the ground, and stood beside Javier, both gazing at the completed house. Lloyd declared the construction finished. Javier, pointing to the symbol on the roof, asked about the hieroglyph. Lloyd explained it was his brand's logo. To test his work, he prepared for a demonstration. From a nearby forest, he brought wood and lit a fire through a special vent in the house's foundation. Warm smoke drifted up the chimney. Inside, the innkeeper and his elderly mother sat on the floor, basking in the gentle heat. The old woman, long plagued by aching joints, smiled in comfort. The innkeeper could not believe the warmth was real. Lloyd was satisfied. In this world, where such technology was unknown, floor heating seemed like magic. Javier watched the scene, surprised that Lloyd had predicted such happiness. Within a single morning, Lloyd had transformed his work ethic and delivered on his promise. It seemed implausible, yet the warm smiles were undeniable. Lloyd then received a message. Javier's interest in him had increased by 2 points. His relationship with Javier earned him 36 RP. He felt encouraged, believing Javier's opinion was beginning to shift. Despite being in debt, Lloyd had fulfilled his first order. The model home now served as an advertisement. Within days, townsfolk lined up outside to experience the heated room. They left impressed, some saying they nearly melted from the comfort. Lloyd sat at a table offering 2 construction models, a single room or a full renovation, both at discounted prices. Some peasants hesitated, distrustful. Lloyd reminded them that trust was necessary. To one doubter, he reinforced the value of the offer. At that moment, a man approached. It was his father, Arcos Frontera. The interest level displayed above him was -20. Lloyd had not expected to see his father there. Later, they shared lunch at the manor's dining hall. Lloyd worried that his father might forbid further construction. However, Arcos surprised him by asking for an explanation. Lloyd told him about the heating system and the contracts he had begun with the townspeople. Arcos stressed that the villagers were precious and that deception would not be tolerated. Lloyd reassured him, though few believed him. Arcos suspected Lloyd's sudden initiative was linked to their family's financial troubles. He stated he would resolve it himself. Hearing this, Lloyd recalled hearing similar words years ago, his father telling him not to worry and to focus on studies. Back then, he had believed him, though it turned out to be a lie. Now, he regretted never offering support in return. He promised to do his best. While walking in the manor, Lloyd calculated the number of orders and deposits he had received. In the corridor, he encountered 2 unfamiliar men, Meatloaf and Shiloh, both moneylenders. They ignored him and entered his father's room. Inside, they complained about a 5-day delay in payments and threatened consequences. Shiloh even suggested selling household items. Lloyd, watching from the doorway, prepared to act. His RP stood at 36. The messenger informed him that points could be used to unlock talents. As the system activated, a glowing circle appeared beneath him. It revealed his knowledge in mechanics, hydrology, structural design, and more. He chose to upgrade basic surveying and basic design. Green light flared in his eyes. He could now measure land without instruments and create project drafts with ease. He wished for heavy equipment. The messenger responded by offering a random summon in exchange for 50 RP. Though skeptical and lacking the full amount, Lloyd understood the value. If the summon functioned like machinery, it would change everything. Inside the study, the moneylenders insulted Arcos, even suggesting the sale of his family. Arcos was furious. Lloyd entered, requesting their invitation letter. They were confused. He cited an article from the kingdom's basic law that prohibited such visits without one, framing their intrusion as a legal offense. Outraged, the men claimed the law did not exist. Lloyd invited Javier to verify it and he entered, hand on sword. Lloyd commanded him to cut the invaders' hands. The men panicked. Arcos, trying to de-escalate, suggested they confirm the law. Javier sheathed his sword, leaving the moneylenders stunned. They left in fear, threatening retaliation. Lloyd handed a sack of coins to his father, enough to cover this month's interest. Arcos assumed he had collected money from the villagers, but Javier assured him that the contract terms would be honored. Strangely, the Baron saw that Javier trusted Lloyd. As they left the room, Javier asked how Lloyd knew such laws. Lloyd replied vaguely, claiming he heard it somewhere. In truth, he remembered it from the novel. In the book, after the Baron's death, Javier had quoted the same law and slain the lenders. The court acquitted him fully. Knowing the story gave Lloyd a significant advantage. Soon after, Lloyd received another message. Arcos Frontera's interest had risen by 6 points, awarding Lloyd 60 RP. His total now reached 61, enough for the summon. Chapter 4. That night, beneath a full moon, Lloyd stood on the training ground. The messenger initiated the random summon. A flash of green light appeared, forming into gears and mechanical shapes. They expanded, spun, and shifted until a bright orb burst into light. From that light, a small hamster-like creature emerged. It landed at Lloyd's feet, eyes gleaming. Lloyd was unimpressed, calling it a dud. The hamster's eyes filled with tears. As Lloyd walked away, it protested with squeaks and produced a crumpled instruction sheet. The document revealed that its name is Podong and it's an adorable hamster capable of transformation with colored seeds. A red seed would grow it large for 12 hours. A blue one would shrink it again. Curious, Lloyd fed it a red seed. Instantly, Podong grew, launching Lloyd several meters with a strong shove. When it stopped, it towered 15 meters high. A message followed, announcing its skills. Level 1 digging, Level 2 dirt packing, and Level 1 cheek pocket. Podong dug with incredible speed, reinforced terrain, and spat out a massive boulder. Lloyd watched, stunned and satisfied. This creature was the solution to his construction problem. To avoid suspicion, he decided to disguise it with a book of summons and pose as a summoning master. As fluffy white clouds drifted overhead, Lloyd stood at a beachside worksite. A team of workers gathered, half asleep and unmotivated. He reminded them of the importance of safety, laughing at their lackluster responses. These were the 30 soldiers of the Frontera barony, paid, but idle. He urged them to work together to rebuild the estate. He recalled how, during his military service, he spent more time digging and weeding than training. Pointing to a mound of earth, he claimed it as an example of progress, though it had only taken half an hour. Their goal was to build a boiler house for the estate. The laborers grumbled at the workload. Lloyd expected their reluctance. Just then, a new figure approached. It was Newman, a senior knight of the barony. Lloyd wanted to clarify the royal orders that had reached the estate and confirm what was expected of him. 3 knights served under the barony: Newman, Bayern, and Javier Azeron, the protagonist of the novel. Only Bayern and Javier remained loyal until the estate's collapse. Newman, however, was the first to betray the Baron by leaking critical information to the invaders. Lloyd found it troubling that such a man still held the position of senior knight. Newman approached the site, questioning what Lloyd was making the army do. He was appalled that a noble's son would assign manual labor to soldiers, claiming that, as a senior knight, he could not tolerate such disgrace. Lloyd dismissed his outrage. He explained that he was working to pay off debts and had already secured the Baron's approval. Despite the explanation, Newman remained skeptical, recalling Lloyd's troubled past and accusing him of using the army for personal benefit. Lloyd closed his eyes briefly, then opened them with a smile, acknowledging that Newman was right. He admitted his physical weakness, stating that if this were an online game, he wouldn't last a minute. Without warning, Lloyd picked up a shovel and swung it at Newman. Although the action was harmless, a burst of dirt flew into the knight's face. Newman barely managed to shield himself, visibly enraged. Mud covered his boots as Lloyd maintained his calm expression. The knight, furious, labeled him a disgrace trying to ruin his reputation. Lloyd suspected that Newman was already riled up and close to throwing off his title to fight him on the spot. In response, Lloyd twirled the shovel in his hands and adopted a combat stance. He welcomed the idea of a duel, leaving a shocking look on Newman's face. Chapter 5. Newman warned him he would regret it, and the date was set. Later that evening, Javier asked his master if he was confident in winning. Lloyd, seated on his bed, plainly said no. After all, His opponent was known as the Master of the Manhwa and held the title of Junior Sword Expert, while Lloyd himself had no real skills. Javier struggled to keep his hand away from his sword, still unable to believe what he had seen earlier: Lloyd flinging dirt at a knight and demanding a duel. He had assumed Lloyd would return to his usual mischief, but instead, Lloyd had taken responsibility, requested a favor from the Baron, and even removed Newman from management, temporarily appointing Bayern in his place. Still uncertain, Javier found it hard to believe that Lloyd lacked confidence. Lloyd disrupted his thoughts by requesting sword lessons. Javier immediately declined. His duty was to protect Lloyd, not to arm him with dangerous skills. He compared Lloyd to a scum, claiming that teaching a human trash to wield a sword would only make him more dangerous to others. Lloyd, disappointed, proposed a trade. If Javier taught him swordsmanship, he would help treat his insomnia. Javier was startled. Lloyd explained that he had read about it in the novel. Javier, a high-level sword expert soon to become a master, suffered from the sword master syndrome, a condition caused by hypersensitive nerves. In the countryside, no one, including Javier, knew of this diagnosis. Reluctantly, Javier agreed to the arrangement. He believed Lloyd would fail anyway. After trying various treatments, from behavioral therapy to aromatherapy, nothing had worked. That night, as Lloyd recited technical passages from a manual on iron and concrete structures, Javier, seated in a chair, fell asleep holding a pillow. It was the first time in ages he had dozed off unintentionally. Lloyd had succeeded. Now it was time to learn swordsmanship. The next day brought clear skies and warm weather. Javier ordered Lloyd to run 50 laps around the training ground. Stunned, Lloyd nonetheless obeyed. He ran without complaint. Javier observed carefully and noted the improvement. When Lloyd reached the finish line, panting, he asked to be taught something more advanced. Then he began the second lap, determined to continue. By the third lap, Lloyd found it easier than the second. If he had whined, Javier likely would have turned his back. Instead, Lloyd kept running. A message appeared: his passive skill, annoying brat, had increased to level 4. Though extremely tired, he pushed forward, reminding himself this was nothing compared to his past life in Korea. Back then, he lived in a cramped room, worked construction by day, and loaded cargo at night. Every day was a struggle to survive. His only comfort was the hope that things would improve. He often whispered to himself, encouraging endurance. That hope had faded over time, but the pain from those days still far outweighed his current fatigue. Moved by his persistence, Javier finally agreed to teach him swordsmanship. A message appeared. Javier's opinion of him had improved by 1 point, though it still stood at -28. Additionally, Lloyd received 18 RP for strengthening his bond with a main character, bringing his total to 29. As night fell and moonlight filled the Frontera estate, Newman met with Baron Arcos. He vented his frustration regarding Lloyd's actions. Arcos, however, believed his son had changed, though he might have misinterpreted the reasons. As the future heir, Lloyd had to stand on his own. Therefore, Arcos asked Newman to go easy on him during the duel and to avoid serious injury. Newman accepted the Baron's request, though he doubted whether he would be able to restrain himself when the time came. During the duel, Newman intended to eliminate Lloyd once and for all. He had already devised a sinister plan. If Baron Arcos tried to interfere, Newman would arrange the deaths of both the Baron and his wife, disguising it as a double suicide. Afterward, he would leave the city in search of a better life. Thanks to Lloyd's recent actions, this plan was progressing faster than expected. A month had passed since Newman's last conversation with the Baron. A dueling arena had been prepared on the estate, the same grounds where Lloyd had trained. Opponents were in position, and at the judges' table sat Lloyd's parents, along with Javier and Bayern, ready to witness the event. Newman raised his sword, asking Lloyd if he was prepared. Lloyd, holding a shovel, flipped it casually and rested it on his shoulder, announcing his readiness with confidence. Chapter 6. The spectators were stunned to see Lloyd face a knight of Newman's stature using such an unconventional weapon. Newman's eyes reflected deep rage and contempt. Javier explained that the shovel had been crafted from durable metal by a blacksmith. Despite appearances, he believed Lloyd was serious. For the past month, Lloyd had been consistent with morning training, assisting village engineers, and refining his sword skills until exhaustion. This level of commitment was not born from jest. Arcos declared the official start of the duel. Newman assumed a defensive stance, his sword pointed directly at Lloyd. Lloyd, holding his shovel with a faint smile, appeared calm. Javier quickly noticed the awkward stance, expecting a swift defeat. Newman launched the first strike, assuming mockery. However, Lloyd dodged with perfect timing, leaving onlookers in disbelief. Newman attacked again, yet, Lloyd deflected it using a technique unfamiliar to most present. It was a refined form of modern close combat, reminiscent of Korean military tactics, a bayonet-style maneuver followed by a sweeping counter. Lloyd treated the shovel not as a tool but as an extension of himself, using it to both strike and block. Attempting another approach, Lloyd placed his feet on the shovel and used it as a platform to jump, further confusing his opponent. Javier, initially skeptical, began to consider that Lloyd's intentions were genuine. Newman pressed on, unable to comprehend Lloyd's newfound strength. Lloyd had combined three distinct tactics: the shovel as his primary weapon, basic swordsmanship techniques learned from Javier, and a special synchronized skill, shoveling, level 1. By merging his body and mind with the shovel, he significantly increased their coordination. During the match, Javier's opinion of Lloyd improved by 1 point. His parents, moved by their son's display of seriousness, awarded him 2 and 3 points respectively. Altogether, Lloyd accumulated 97 RP. The messenger recommended using 40 RP to acquire a new digging skill. Confident in his progress, Lloyd accepted without hesitation. Faced with unexpected resistance, Newman realized he had to escalate. A blue magical aura enveloped him, drawing suspicion from Javier. Lloyd immediately recognized the signs. Newman was channeling energy into his mana heart. This technique, which took years to develop, allowed warriors to access enormous magical reserves. Newman, now fully powered, launched a devastating strike. Javier doubted Lloyd could survive it. The crowd held its breath. As the blade neared its target, Lloyd braced himself. His parents screamed in panic, but Lloyd, alongside his shovel, withstood the blow. Newman, stunned, could not understand how his opponent resisted. This was the final technique Lloyd had prepared. By channeling energy through his weapon, he had activated the Azeron Core technique, a signature ability belonging to Javier in the original novel. Through a synchronized connection between his shovel and body, Lloyd had absorbed all the mana from Newman's attack. Taking advantage of his stunned opponent, Lloyd retaliated. A swing of the shovel knocked a tooth from Newman's mouth. A second strike sent another flying. Lloyd then landed a forceful blow with the handle, lifting the weapon above his head to humiliate the knight further. Newman, overwhelmed and afraid, collapsed to the ground. The crowd sat in stunned silence. Arcos and Javier watched with growing admiration. No one could believe the young master had defeated such a formidable knight. Arcos stepped forward to declare Lloyd the victor. Newman, lying defeated, could not comprehend how a supposed scoundrel had bested him. Lloyd approached to make his victory known, lifting his shovel one final time. As the knight cowered, Lloyd's father demanded an explanation, reminding him the duel was over. Chapter 7. Guards rushed in, pulling Lloyd away. Byron assumed Lloyd had lost control, and even Javier began to worry. Lloyd eventually calmed himself and requested release, standing beside the knight with a composed expression. A moment later, he broke free and delivered several strikes to Newman's back. Despite appearances, Javier noticed something odd. Lloyd struck with precision that avoided serious harm. His face remained calm, almost as if he had anticipated this entire sequence. 15 days before the duel, Lloyd had asked Javier to teach him the Azeron mind technique. Javier was startled. The technique, capable of absorbing mana from external sources and converting it into personal energy, was one he had kept hidden and unfinished. He was shocked that Lloyd even knew of it. Lloyd insisted he had learned of it during their conversation about Javier's insomnia. The servant, though baffled, eventually agreed to see if the technique could be completed. Lloyd theorized that the mana heart rejected foreign energy unless it was processed separately, likening it to an auxiliary engine working alongside the main one. Javier, though unfamiliar with engines, was convinced by Lloyd's logic. Through this insight, Lloyd helped finalize the Azeron mind technique. His number of mana contours increased from 1 to 3, with the potential for even more through continued training. As a result, Javier's opinion of Lloyd rose by 5 points. The experience was humbling for Javier. Lloyd had not only helped him complete an advanced technique but had also mastered the part he needed most: the ability to absorb external mana. Javier had anticipated Lloyd's victory over Newman, believing the young master possessed the necessary ability. However, the outcome was more decisive than expected. As Lloyd stood triumphantly, his father rose and called out, urging him to stop and not tarnish the knight's reputation. Caught off guard, Lloyd hesitated, puzzled by the concern for a traitor's honor. In response, he asked his father to inspect what was beneath the tablecloth in front of him. Lifting the cloth, Arcos discovered a hidden pile of envelopes. Curiosity turned to disbelief as he read the contents. These were confidential letters, all written by Newman, detailing critical information about the Baron's estate. They revealed preferences, vulnerabilities, and even instructions on forging property documents. Every letter betrayed the household. Lloyd explained that the letters had been retrieved the previous night by a peddler he had sent out. Although Newman had hidden them within the estate's walls, Javier was destined to find them later in the novel anyway. Arcos, shaken, realized the truth. Though Newman had a reputation for being a decent man, there was a vast difference between being a good person and being a capable leader. Lloyd proposed a suitable punishment, either humiliating the knight by placing an enraged rat on his head and banishing him from the manor, or stripping him of his title and demoting him to a common soldier. The crowd objected to such cruelty, and Arcos ultimately agreed it was too harsh. Instead, Newman would be given one final chance to reform. Bayern supported this compromise, believing it served as a strong warning for others. Everyone accepted the Baron's ruling. Lloyd turned to Newman, asking if he had any objections. Newman offered thanks for the mercy shown. Lloyd, however, was unconvinced by the knight's gratitude. He believed that leniency often empowered the wrong people. In his view, those who received forgiveness rarely changed. Instead, they exploited it. Newman, filled with bitterness, predicted that the Baron would regret his decision. He vowed revenge on both the father and his son. Lloyd noticed the malicious smile and warned that it would be the knight's last. Newman, confused, did not understand the threat. In the next moment, Lloyd pulled out his small hamster, Podong, and handed the creature a red seed. With a calm expression, he tossed the rodent high into the air. While airborne, Podong cracked the seed open and ate it. As the seed took effect, Podong began growing rapidly. Within seconds, the once tiny animal had become a giant beast. The crowd, including Lloyd's parents, Javier, and Bayern, watched in stunned silence. As the enormous creature descended, the townsfolk grew alarmed. Dust flew as Podong landed with a heavy thud directly on the spot where Newman had been seated. The impact cracked the ground and sent tremors through the arena. Lloyd gave a final command to the beast, deciding this would solve the problem of Newman once and for all. Chapter 8. With the sun shining brightly, the giant hamster began its next task, digging a long canal. It burrowed swiftly, carving a path through the city streets. Javier, confused, asked what Podong was doing. Lloyd explained that the creature was preparing to expand the road network. Inspired by ancient Rome and its famed Appian Way, Lloyd envisioned a similar transformation for their town. He intended the road to stretch from the Baron's residence to the eastern hills. Javier remained baffled by the sudden need for such a project. Lloyd assured him that the city would soon attract many visitors. When asked where he had learned such advanced concepts, including how to build unfamiliar systems or summon magical creatures, Lloyd kept mute, causing Javier to grow suspicious. He questioned whether Lloyd was truly who he claimed to be. The servant's concerns triggered a system alert. Javier's opinion of Lloyd had begun to decline. Lloyd broke into a nervous sweat as Javier leaned in, waiting for a reasonable explanation. Even when Kim Suho had read about this character in the novel, he knew that if Javier ever discovered an imposter in the Baron's son's body, he would eliminate them without hesitation. Fortunately, Lloyd had a plan. He had trained privately, developing a skill called perseverance. Javier had assumed that his master spent his days drinking in secret. However, Lloyd countered that Javier was not with him every moment of the day and knew nothing about how he had spent his time. Even if he had once been careless, that version of himself no longer existed. Javier remained unconvinced, particularly about Lloyd's newfound magical capabilities. Many seasoned mages struggled to accomplish what he had done so effortlessly. To turn the conversation around, Lloyd asked how Javier had learned to wield mana so skillfully despite his youth. Perhaps someone had trained him as well. Javier did not see himself as a particularly gifted magician, though Lloyd insisted otherwise. This exchange gave the servant reason to reflect. Using his natural charm and persistence, Lloyd managed to end the conversation on his own terms and returned to his tasks in peace. Lloyd grew uneasy after the intense conversation with Javier. Without delay, he approached Bayern and asked him to oversee the ongoing work during his absence. The knight accepted the task, promising to manage everything in his stead. Javier insisted on accompanying Lloyd, as it was his responsibility to ensure the young master's safety. Lloyd offered no objection, and they soon set off, heading toward a small bordered town called Ludinia, to settle an old debt. On the outskirts of the town, they noticed a worn wooden sign labeled Inn. Inside, a loud thump echoed as a man slammed his fist on a table, furious over his financial ruin. He cursed those who had tricked him and vowed revenge. A man dressed in a black robe calmly approached him, noting that gambling was always risky. Upon realizing his employer could no longer pay, the cloaked man threatened to leave. However, the angry man quickly promised even more money if he stayed, despite knowing he had no real means to fulfill that promise. His only skill had been swindling people, yet now too many sought retributions. As soon as Lloyd heard this, he burst into the room, kicking the door open. The two men were stunned by the sudden entrance. Since they had never met Lloyd in person, he introduced himself, ensuring they knew who he was. Their faces turned pale with recognition and dread. Without hesitation, the large man in the black robe grabbed his partner and leapt out the window. They landed in the middle of the town square, the cloaked man still clutching his boss. Javier awaited them with sword in hand. He delivered a warning, instructing the man to hand over the criminal peacefully if he wished to avoid harm. Everything unfolded just as Lloyd had predicted. They would try to escape through the window. The man in the robe, clearly irritated, questioned Javier's skill with a sword. His eyes turned white as black and red magical energy gathered in his hands. According to the novel, Javier had once fought this same dark wizard after the Baron's death. It was a difficult duel involving gravity magic, which Lloyd remembered vividly. The dark mage launched magic bullets toward Javier, but the servant deflected them effortlessly. The dark energy disintegrated mid-air as Javier stood firmly, eyes locked on his opponent. When Javier fought the dark mage in the book, he was an average high-level sword expert, but now, Javier is equipped with triple circle mana heart. Hence slashing off the gravitational magic was a piece of cake. The cloaked man, realizing he was outmatched, dashed into the air, leaving his employer brokenhearted. Towards, the criminal, panicked and stretched his arm to stop the servant. Javier then confronted him directly, asking if he understood what happened to those who deceived honest people. Cornered and unable to flee, Tord stumbled into a pile of barrels. Javier was moments from crippling him permanently when Lloyd intervened, stepping between them. He explained that delivering him a maimed man to court would be the same as killing him. This act forced Javier to reflect on his own actions, and also wonder why Lloyd is suddenly pitying another person. Chapter 9. Later that night, under the quiet moonlight, Tord sat bound to a chair in a dimly lit room. Across from him, Lloyd sat calmly, his fingers interlaced. He tried to reassure the trembling criminal. When lives were at stake, people often became desperate, willing to do anything. Tords couldn't understand Lloyd's approach. Lloyd confessed that decapitating him would be excessive, which gave Tords hope. The young master instead proposed that Tords return the stolen money. Tords agreed, on the condition that he be forgiven. Lloyd agreed, stating that forgiveness was indeed part of their existence. However, he added one more requirement: Tords would need to sign a labor contract. Lloyd presented the terms. It was a standard agreement, offering a wage, but with 80% deducted to repay the debt. Tords was horrified, realizing it would take over 500 years to settle. Javier, observing silently, understood this was never about mercy. Lloyd had no intention of killing a man who still owed him money. His plan was to exploit him until the very end. Tords, overwhelmed, questioned why such a harsh deal was offered but saw no alternative. The contract was signed, reluctantly, amidst tears and quiet despair. The next morning, sunlight bathed the forest road as a carriage carrying 3 men made its way back to the estate. Javier informed Lloyd that they had recovered enough money to cover several months of interest. However, Lloyd had other plans. The funds would go directly into construction, and he insisted that the current workforce was insufficient. Despite posting job advertisements, none of the townspeople had responded. Lloyd assumed his reputation had scared them off. Upon returning to the estate, a new sign was posted offering 20 gold pieces to any willing laborer. To his surprise, a line of applicants soon formed outside his office. Lloyd hadn't expected such a response. Javier suspected the sudden enthusiasm stemmed from Lloyd's recent achievements, delivering affordable heating and bringing a known traitor to justice. Lloyd pledged to become someone trustworthy, and it seemed that people had begun to believe in him. One man, standing in line, expressed his heartfelt gratitude. His baby had been prone to illness during the cold months, but thanks to the new heating system, his family now had peace of mind. The man bowed deeply, thanking Lloyd, who found himself genuinely touched by the sincerity. The laborer added that relatives from a nearby estate were also interested in the heating system. For Lloyd, this was the beginning of expansion. Though he initially acted out of greed, something more meaningful was starting to take shape. He even considered raising prices, citing travel expenses, and his expression made Javier uneasy. Despite his concerns, Javier understood that materials were expensive and logistics were not cheap. Still, he couldn't shake the feeling that everything Lloyd did had a monetary motive. The road project through town was no exception. Later, the men arrived at the top of a hill overlooking the city. Lloyd used the moment to speak with Javier. He pointed out that the trees on this mountain would soon vanish due to the cost of building heating systems. Javier struggled to grasp why Lloyd continued with the project, knowing it would destroy the forest. In response, Lloyd revealed a new plan. Rather than relying on timber, they would begin mining coal from a nearby cave. He believed that once word of the heating system spread, demand would surge. He planned to sell at a premium but offer a small discount for local residents. Javier found the plan harsh and wondered if Lloyd truly valued profit above all else. He reminded him that the Baron remained unaware of these plans. If he ever found out, he would not stay silent. Lloyd, however, seemed resolute. The debt had to be repaid, and for now, this was the only path forward. Earlier attempts by the townspeople to restart coal mining had all ended in failure, largely due to unstable ground that caused repeated collapses. Despite knowing this history, Lloyd remained optimistic. He believed that with modern earthwork technologies, success was now within reach. He was familiar with the shield method, a technique involving a movable, prefabricated metal structure used to stabilize tunnels during excavation. Confident in this approach, Lloyd felt ready to take on the challenge. Javier, curious about what his master would accomplish this time, decided to accompany him again. Meanwhile, at the entrance of the old mining cave, which was nearly sealed by rocks, the tunnel stretched deep into the hollow, unused for many years. Inside the cave, strange creatures emerged from the darkness. Long black antennae twitched as their red eyes sparkled ominously. A swarm of giant ants, each with sharp jaws and glistening red eyes, was in the cave, waiting for their new prey. Chapter 10. Lloyd clapped his hands, focused his magic, and began forming symbols. A large beam of light shot into the sky, disappearing beyond the clouds. He imagined himself standing outside a luxurious mansion in one of Seoul's wealthiest neighborhoods, though in reality, he was simply at his desk, sketching a plan to create a magical underground escape route. The only skill available to him at the time was an intermediate-level design ability. He joked to himself about hiring 100 tireless workers for free, but he appreciated the magical drafting skill. Thanks to his previous confrontation with Newman, Lloyd had earned 639 RP and had impressed the Baron and others. He spent the points to upgrade his abilities and unlocked a new mid-level skill, intermediate planning and surveying, which allowed him to see 5 meters into solid ground. This helped him find a direction to dig, although the hard part remained, excavating the tunnel quickly. Podong, his giant hamster companion, had fallen ill during road construction and was too large for safe use in the cave, so Lloyd turned to the system to summon a random mystical creature. With enough points available, he initiated the summoning and soon witnessed a glowing portal open. From it emerged a tiny pink creature with a bell-tipped tail. Despite its cute appearance, Lloyd suspected it was more dangerous than it seemed. The creature confirmed that it could grow by consuming a red sunflower seed and demonstrated a few of its abilities. Weeks later, the now enlarged creature, named Bengal, tunneled through the earth while encased in a protective shield barrel. In addition to her size-changing ability, she had 2 useful skills: Level 1 Chomping Dirt and Level 1 Accelerated Dirt Digestion. Lloyd led the team, which now included Javier and Bengal, deeper into the tunnel. Javier, sweating heavily, wielded his sword as Bengal's excavation occasionally fired molten metal. Javier swiftly cut and shaped the metal into identical tubes that could be used as tunnel supports. The team pressed forward, despite the growing discomfort and decreasing oxygen levels. To prevent suffocation, a pipe was installed to channel fresh air. Javier suggested that everyone, including Lloyd, needed rest. Lloyd refused, determined to personally oversee the work like a proper supervisor, unlike the idle managers he'd seen in Korea. While scanning the rock ahead, Lloyd finally detected a coal seam. He announced the discovery and thanked Bengal, whose speed had made the work 10 times faster. Once the coal was fully uncovered, Lloyd instructed the team to prepare to disassemble the shield and expand the tunnel, warning everyone to be cautious in the unstable environment. Suddenly, knocking sounds echoed from behind. Lloyd scanned the area again and saw a hole forming behind the coal pile. It expanded rapidly until a massive mutant ant burst through, terrifying everyone. Lloyd was quickly cornered, but Javier reacted immediately. With a clean strike, he severed the ant's pincers. Lloyd regained his footing and joined the fight with a shovel, channeling his fear into raw strength. Together, they managed to defeat the monstrous ant. However, Lloyd remained puzzled by its sudden appearance. It was not something mentioned in the novel he had read. Their relief was short-lived. Red eyes appeared in the crevice, revealing a horde of ants approaching rapidly. Lloyd ordered a retreat. Javier fought valiantly, cutting down dozens, but the number of ants kept increasing. Lloyd couldn't determine how many remained, perhaps hundreds, even thousands. If they breached the surface, the entire city would be at risk. With oxygen running low, Javier struggled to keep fighting. Explosives were needed to collapse the tunnel and block the invasion, but the structure wasn't weak enough to fall on its own. Lloyd froze, unsure of what to do next. Javier, seeing his hesitation, slapped him to jolt him back into action. There was no time to hesitate. Lloyd focused hard, searching for any possible solution. Suddenly, an idea struck him. He grabbed a torch and informed Javier they would press forward, not retreat. Though it sounded reckless, Javier trusted him. Chapter 11. As they charged deeper into the tunnel, slashing through ants, a worker reached the estate to deliver urgent news to Baron Arcos. The Baron was stunned by the emergence of such creatures. The worker informed him that while most of the crew had safely evacuated, Lloyd and Javier remained trapped underground. Arcos quickly donned his armor and rushed toward the mine. Inside the tunnel, Javier continued his desperate battle against the ants. Exhausted, he questioned their strategy. Lloyd told him to stay focused. One fortunate detail was that the ants hadn't yet reached the surface. Despite the heat and lack of air, Javier persisted. Lloyd used his underground scanner again, this time searching not for coal, but methane. Coal seams often contained methane gas, and if he could locate it, he could create an explosion powerful enough to destroy the ants. He carefully inspected every part of the cave. Moments later, he spotted the distinct signs of methane pockets distributed throughout the rock. Now, he had a way to end the threat once and for all. Lloyd drove his shovel into the ground with urgency, calling on Javier to hold off the advancing creatures while he dug. Using all his rapid excavation skills, he pressed toward the methane layer buried beneath the cave floor. One of the ants crept up behind him, but Javier reacted swiftly, removing the threat without hesitation. Lloyd continued to dig relentlessly, while Javier fought back the wave of hostile insects. Suddenly, a deafening sound echoed through the cave, forcing both men to cover their ears and shield their eyes. Emerging from the depths stood a massive pink ant, 10 times larger than the others. Its towering form revealed that this was their queen. One of her jaws alone was taller than Javier. Lloyd hoped Javier could defeat her, though Javier understood the gap in their strength. Nevertheless, with no alternatives, he braced himself. The queen lunged and Javier summoned the strength of his heart of mana to defend himself, striking at the creature's weak points. Although his blows had an effect, they only served to enrage her further. As Javier continued the exhausting battle, Lloyd focused solely on digging. He refused to waste a single moment. Suddenly, a faint hissing noise rose from beneath him. Recognizing the sound, Lloyd grabbed his torch and ordered Javier to retreat. The two sprinted toward the narrow entrance they had used earlier. As they reached it, Lloyd glanced back and spotted the queen. With one swift motion, he hurled the torch at her. The flame struck her head, then dropped to the ground, igniting fear in the ants nearby. They scurried deeper into the cave. Enraged, the queen charged forward. In that moment, methane gas leaking through a crack met the torch's flame. The resulting explosion roared through the cave, catching the queen in its center. A few meters away, Javier shielded Lloyd with his body, protecting him from the force of the blast. The firestorm consumed the queen and the surrounding ants. A falling stone struck Javier, yet he continued to guard his unconscious master. Outside, workers stood near the mine with Bayern and Arcos. They all heard the distant thunder of the explosion. Arcos, overwhelmed with fear, attempted to rush inside, only to be stopped by Bayern, who warned him of the danger. Back in the cave, Lloyd awakened amidst a pile of stones and thick smoke. His ears ached from the blast. Upon seeing the lifeless head of the queen nearby, he realized his plan had worked. He turned to Javier, understanding the servant had protected him. Picking up the small creature Bangle, Lloyd apologized for the burns she suffered during the blast. Lifting his eyes, Lloyd saw the cave's exit was blocked by rubble. He felt his head spin and received a warning message about dangerously low oxygen levels. Using his scanner, he estimated that 5 meters of rock now separated them from fresh air. Though nearly depleted, he knew he had to dig for Javier and Bangle. Javier regained consciousness briefly, everything around him a blur. He heard Lloyd's voice urging him to stay awake, promising they would escape together. Moments later, Javier lost consciousness again. The magical messenger, observing Lloyd's determination not to abandon his comrade, expressed admiration. This raised Lloyd's rating by 6 points, bringing his total to 157. Breathing heavily, Lloyd drew the last gulps of oxygen into his lungs. He had little energy and almost no air. With nothing left to lose, he activated the messenger's knowledge search feature. Chapter 12. The system scanned his body in search for relevant knowledge. It located data on mana absorption, processing, and enhancement. By combining these, Lloyd could learn the Azeron core technique. He agreed without hesitation. The technique cost him 15 RP, and soon a small blue spark flickered within the darkness of his core. A single mana ring formed within him. Though he had no mana in his heart yet, he could feel the ring's presence and its effects. His internal capacity expanded by 120%. An ordinary person would have needed years of training to produce this result, but Lloyd had accumulated RP and could raise his skill level immediately. He decided to go all in and upgraded the Azeron core technique to level 6, increasing mana expansion to 125%. Although each upgrade cost 5 more points, Lloyd pressed on, determined to go as far as possible. Eventually, he reached the 10th level. His mana ring evolved into 2 first-level rings, doubling his energy capacity by 200%. To progress further, he now needed 100 RP, yet only 7 remained. Still, he had achieved a critical breakthrough in the heart of a collapsed tunnel, deep underground, with danger still looming. Lloyd asked the messenger for an update on his current state, now that the number of mana rings had increased. The messenger informed him that he now possessed 2 active skills: a 10-minute energizer, during which he would not feel fatigue, and latent power surge that could triple his mana for 20 seconds. However, each skill could only be used once per day. Accepting these limitations, Lloyd prepared for a rapid dig. He activated the Energizer skill, allowing him to push through exhaustion. With oxygen levels dangerously low, he began digging feverishly toward the exit. In his mind, he begged to see daylight, needing only a small gap. Using his scanner, he pressed further into the earth until, at last, he discovered a narrow crack, the path to freedom. Fueled by desperation, the soil seemed to fly from beneath his shovel. Nearby, Javier and the Bangle remained unconscious. Lloyd gritted his teeth and pushed on, determined to save them all. He had enough oxygen for only a few more breaths. With just 3 meters remaining, he collapsed to his knees. His tool slipped from his grasp as his skill faded, leaving him helpless and gasping. In a final effort, he activated the latent energy surge skill. Rising to his feet, he retrieved the shovel and resumed digging with renewed vigor. The skill would only last 20 seconds. With 30 centimeters to go, his breath failed him. He collapsed, just shy of salvation. Then, a familiar sound reached his ears. With the last of his strength, he looked up and saw Podong, breaking through the ground. The sight filled him with joy. The rush of fresh air revived his senses. Encouraged, he rose again, telling himself that a peaceful life still awaited him. Meanwhile, Arcos, Bayern, and townspeople moved through the tunnels, searching for the missing men. Despite the dangers of the night, they pressed on. Suddenly, they saw a silhouette in the distance, a man carrying another on his back. It was Lloyd, bringing Javier and the Bangle to safety. His use of emergency skills and the Azeron core technique had pushed him beyond human limits. Lloyd had now unlocked a new 3rd-level skill, Power Saving Mode, which allowed the core technique to function even in severe exhaustion. His father, seeing him, ran forward and embraced his son as Lloyd collapsed into his arms. By dawn, the city buzzed with rumors about what had happened. 2 men stood in the street discussing Lloyd's transformation. One shared how his nephew had seen Lloyd prioritize the workers' safety over his own. The young master had clearly changed in the eyes of the townspeople. At the estate, Lloyd lay in bed under Javier's watchful care. When he awoke, Javier was relieved. Lloyd received a message noting the community's admiration and learned that his RP total had increased to 507. The recognition and reward filled him with pride. Chapter 13. 2 weeks later, work resumed in the mines. Lloyd and Javier returned, meeting workers who greeted them with respect. Lloyd felt humbled by their praise. 2 weeks had passed since the ant incident, and operations had returned to normal. Still, Lloyd prioritized safety, especially concerning any lingering ant presence. Javier questioned Lloyd's actions, wondering why he constantly put himself at risk rather than delegating. Lloyd responded firmly, stating that leadership meant taking responsibility, not hiding behind others. Though Javier was initially confused, he respected his master even more. The messenger notified Lloyd that Javier's sympathy had risen, though he decided not to act on it. The men reached a stone wall. Javier suggested moving on, but Lloyd sensed something beyond it. Digging through, they discovered a dense area where a green humanoid creature hung suspended in webs. Around it was various animals, also trapped. Javier identified the creature as an orc. Lloyd realized it was still alive, likely paralyzed by the ants. They brought the orc to the estate, where he introduced himself as Arish, son of the Steel Sand tribe's leader. Grateful for his rescue, Arish promised to repay Lloyd. Lloyd jokingly questioned the orc's habit of ending sentences with a kick-like sound, though Arish remained puzzled. Upon recovery, Arish revealed that he had failed a tribal rite by not returning with the head of a giant ant. Lloyd, knowing he had the queen's head mounted in his room, devised a plan to restore Arish's honor. He claimed to have witnessed Arish defeat the ant, even embellishing the tale with dialogue between the queen and her slayer. Javier questioned Lloyd's fabrications but realized his intent was to lift the orc's spirits. Lloyd proposed the idea of having 120 orcs work in the mines. Arish initially declined, explaining that orcs followed only warriors, and Lloyd did not qualify. Lloyd pretended to accept this, but then reminded Arish of the mounted ant head. Lloyd deceived Arish into thinking they both defeated the ant queen. Arish, completely fooled by Lloyd's efforts, finally agreed to help. A week later, Lloyd, Javier, and Arish arrived at the Steel Sand village. The structures, built from wood and bone, bore tribal symbols. Their journey seemed complete, but Chief Akush regretfully denied the request for laborers. Lloyd, shocked, asked for an explanation. Akush explained that orcs needed daily meat consumption to maintain their strength. Without it, they would weaken, threatening the tribe's future. Lloyd asked if they hunted daily, and the chief confirmed it. Javier found it amusing, but Lloyd saw a compromise. Lloyd suggested preserving meat to reduce the frequency of hunts. Akush, wanting to repay Lloyd, agreed that this could be a solution, but they didn't have any method of doing that. Lloyd, overly optimistic, suggested that he had a way they could. Chapter 14. Earlier, during their arrival, Arish and his father had reunited emotionally, drawing the attention of both people and orcs. Arish then presented the queen ant's head to his father. Akush, proud of his son, announced a celebration in his honor. Lloyd watched, reflecting that if he could secure 120 such warriors, their productivity would skyrocket. With the tribe's cooperation now a possibility, Lloyd's vision for the mines moved one step closer to reality. Later, Lloyd had the opportunity to observe the orcs during training. They used golden items and jewelry as part of their routine, an unusual sight that deeply impressed him. Massive golden columns were lifted like ordinary dumbbells. Lloyd struggled to understand where these treasures came from, as they seemed to appear out of thin air. These objects were worth 10 times more than conventional sports gear. Inspired by the potential, Lloyd signed a construction contract with the orc leader. In exchange for labor and treasure, they would build a stone-cold storage facility to preserve meat. Javier, however, raised a concern. They lacked the tools necessary to work with stone. Curious about the storage facility, Javier asked his master for clarification. Lloyd reminded him that royal wizards typically used ice magic to keep food fresh. A cold store served the same purpose but required no magic. Javier, astonished by the explanation, wondered how Lloyd had acquired such knowledge. Lloyd simply gestured toward a granite rock, explaining they needed granite for the structure due to its durability. Javier suspected that acquiring the granite would be a challenge. Lloyd agreed, though he believed they had an alternative to explosives. He pointed to Javier, hinting that the servant could provide the necessary force. Javier realized the implication. This moment mirrored a significant event in the novel, which told the story of Namaran, a city trapped within a magical barrier. Thousands were imprisoned inside, and Javier, nearly a sword master at the time, used his propulsion technique to break through. By channeling energy from 3 mana rings while protecting the 4th, Javier created a massive explosion, transferring the force into his sword. This unique ability became central to the Knight of Blood and Iron's legacy. When Lloyd suggested using it again, Javier questioned how he had known about the technique. Lloyd claimed it was a sudden idea, though his evasive gaze betrayed him. Despite his doubts, Javier agreed to try. Lloyd encouraged him, promising to support him if the technique worked. Approaching the granite rock, Javier performed the strike. A bright flash erupted from the impact. Dust swirled, and from it, Javier emerged with torn clothes. Though irritated, he acknowledged that the plan had succeeded. Lloyd felt relieved. The messenger notified him that Javier's sympathy had increased by 3 points, bringing the total to -11. Additionally, Lloyd received 54 RP, pushing his total to 561. Javier expressed concern that such a valuable skill was being used for construction instead of protection. Lloyd interpreted this as gratitude, although it was not intended as such. With the granite split and shaped, construction accelerated. The granite blocks were transported by Podong. The orcs, driven by their passion for training, voluntarily handled the physical labor, treating it as part of their regimen. Lloyd estimated the project would finish 5 times faster than expected. Next, they required ice and insulation. Lloyd asked Javier how long it had been since workers had been dispatched for the insulation. It had been 3 weeks. Concerned, Lloyd suspected something had gone wrong. He intended to investigate, but Javier volunteered to go alone. Lloyd, however, reminded him of his responsibility and insisted on going together. They journeyed across a barren, rocky landscape. Suddenly, Lloyd spotted a glove in the sand, one he recognized from his worker's gear. As he examined it, Javier pointed out a nearby crevice where the mana flow felt distorted. Lloyd, recalling a similar description from the Knight of Blood and Iron novel, grew alarmed. He urged Javier to leave quickly, convinced their workers were in danger. Chapter 15. Eventually, they reached the foot of a gorge. Lloyd noticed piles of straw at the cave entrance and collected a handful. He explained to Javier that they had arrived at Lupelin's dungeon, a place mentioned early in the novel as the lair of a dark wizard named Lupelin. Furious at the thought that the wizard had harmed his men, Lloyd followed Javier into the cave. However, when Javier stepped on a particular spot, it triggered a magical reaction and a small explosion occurred. Lloyd managed to pull him back just in time. Astonished by the trap, Javier acknowledged the presence of magic traps. Lloyd criticized him, noting that a true knight should anticipate such dangers. In the novel, Javier had once fallen into the same trap. This time, he would not repeat that mistake. Lloyd suggested using Javier's ability to detect mana concentrations, which could help identify trap locations. Javier focused and guided them safely through. While walking, he pondered how Lloyd seemed to anticipate events. Despite sensing no extraordinary energy from him, Javier began to suspect there was more to his master. Those thoughts were interrupted by a figure in a black robe holding a book. The man sensed their presence and turned toward them, pleased that his trap had worked. He closed the book, confident in his preparations. Behind him, on the stone floor, Lloyd's workers sat tied and terrified. Selecting one, the wizard dragged him into another room, determined to continue his experiment. Inside the room, the laborer lay within a red magic circle etched on the floor. The dark magician had everything he required. The circle itself, the unwavering resolve of a priest, and, most crucially, a young life. With a swift motion, he raised his scythe toward the helpless worker, whose cries echoed through the chamber. Just before the blade could fall, a voice interrupted the moment. The magician turned in surprise to find Lloyd and Javier standing defiantly at the entrance, commanding him to halt. Frustrated by their intrusion and unable to comprehend how they bypassed his traps, the magician resorted to sealing off the hall. He conjured a block gate with magic to block their path and released a thick white smoke intended to lull the intruders into unconsciousness. Lloyd, anticipating danger, inhaled the last of the clean air and held his breath. Although unaffected, Javier was not so fortunate. The magician's spell attempted to incapacitate both men, but Lloyd countered its effects by activating his energizer skill, which allowed him to resist fatigue for 10 minutes, more than enough time for the task at hand. Beneath the barrier, Lloyd began digging a tunnel. Javier observed his master with mild amusement, likening his determined effort to that of a mole. Lloyd gestured for Javier to join him. As he did, Javier used his mana blast technique. Focusing the energy of his mana rings, he struck the ground with his sword, generating a powerful explosion. The blast tore open the ceremonial floor, creating a hole through which Lloyd emerged, hand gripping the edge, his expression filled with fury. Nerved, the magician summoned his most powerful creation, a towering two-headed giant clad in steel epidermis. Although this creature had never been successfully tested, it now stood as his last defense. The monster lunged at them, its colossal arm swinging forward. Lloyd warned Javier that its legs were its weak point, though Javier had already rushed into battle. Once more, Javier employed his propulsion technique, channeling his energy into a tornado-like strike. With one decisive blow, he cleaved the monster in half from head to toe. The magician stood frozen in disbelief, stunned by the overwhelming display of power. Lloyd, equally surprised, marveled at Javier's use of explosive force to augment his sword strike, a technique not mentioned in any narrative he had encountered. Chapter 16. The defeated creature lay still while Lloyd and Javier confronted the trembling magician. Lloyd demanded compensation for the disruption caused by the disappearance of his workers, holding the magician accountable. Hoping to survive, the magician prostrated himself and offered valuable items in exchange for mercy. Lloyd accepted the offer and made his way to the storeroom where the missing workers were held. Javier confirmed they were weak but alive, news that brought some relief to Lloyd. Curious, Lloyd questioned the magician about his purpose. The magician, overwhelmed with emotion, revealed that his actions stemmed from a desperate attempt to resurrect his deceased wife and son. He once served as a magician in a baron's estate, leading a joyful life with his family. However, the baron sought to take his wife, forcing the magician to flee. Ultimately, his master tracked them and he lost everything. Javier interrupted, rejecting the justification. He reminded the magician that salvation achieved through the suffering of others was hollow. Lloyd supported Javier's stance, emphasizing the lives lost due to the magician's experiments. The magician wept, and though Lloyd acknowledged his pain, he warned him sternly. Lloyd planned to return with reinforcements and confiscate all his magical possessions. Any further harm from the magician would be met without mercy. Though the magician thanked them, Lloyd knew better. In the original narrative, the magician would later betray their mercy, conducting experiments on himself and becoming a formidable threat. As they turned to leave, the magician's demeanor shifted. A sinister glint returned to his eyes as he prepared to unleash dark magic. However, Lloyd, already aware of the man's intentions, met his gaze with unwavering resolve and declared he had never forgiven him. Startled, the magician questioned how Lloyd knew, but it was too late. Javier stepped forward and, with one clean stroke of his sword, beheaded the magician, ending the threat for good. In the past, young Kim Soo-ho endured repeated abuse while working at a construction site. One man in particular constantly humiliated him, issuing demeaning orders and verbal insults. Kim tried to remain polite and restrained, believing the man might eventually change. However, the final blow came when the man insulted Kim's mother, mocking her worth. Consumed by rage, Kim lashed out. His fists connected with the abuser's face repeatedly until other workers intervened. Surprisingly, life returned to a semblance of peace. The abusive man continued working at the site, now avoiding Kim and no longer harassing him. Kim realized that sometimes one must act to stop injustice. Lloyd, reflecting on the earlier events, considered the failures of justice in society. He thought about serial offenders who escaped consequences by claiming intoxication or invoking human rights. These thoughts lingered as he and his men made their way back through the rocky valley under a warm sun. Chapter 17. During the return, one of the workers showed signs of exhaustion. Lloyd, noticing the man sweating and struggling, offered to carry his backpack. When the man refused, Lloyd explained that his collapse would double the burden for others. He then took all the backpacks, tying them into one massive bundle and slinging it over his back. Although surprised, the workers were touched by his gesture. Javier questioned the owner's intentions but acknowledged that for the workers, Lloyd was a leader they could trust. Later, they reached the village of the powerful sand orcs and completed the construction of the stone cold storage. Arish inspected the facility but expressed concerns. The interior was only slightly cooler than the outside, and he feared the meat would spoil, weakening their tribe. Lloyd assured him that ice would soon be added, calming the orcs' doubts. Though Arish remained skeptical, Lloyd's confidence eventually persuaded him. As Arish began to question whether Lloyd had deceived him, the messenger observed that the orc was not as naive as Lloyd might have believed. Despite this, Lloyd never underestimated him. The exchange concluded with a quiet understanding between the two, setting the foundation for future cooperation. Lloyd quickly dismissed the messenger's concerns, stating that the level of sympathy or client loyalty was far more important to him. At that moment, Arish recalled how Lloyd had saved him and regretted his earlier doubts. With renewed cheer, the orc headed for the exit, assuring the men they could count on his help whenever needed. Lloyd thanked him and asked Arish to wait until the work was fully completed. As Lloyd stood smiling, Javier asked where they would acquire the ice. Lloyd froze briefly, sweat forming on his brow, as he too had no answer. Javier could not believe that his master had committed to a plan without having resolved such a critical issue. He questioned why Lloyd would sign a contract without a specific strategy in place. Lloyd turned to him, asking if he knew the first signs of failure in business. Javier looked confused. Lloyd explained that failure often begins with an unwillingness to try. Without attempting anything, success becomes impossible. According to him, true innovators remain open to new ideas and solutions. Clenching his fist, Lloyd emphasized his entrepreneurial spirit, standing confidently in the warehouse. Javier remained skeptical, convinced that the venture was more likely to collapse. That night, beneath a full moon, Lloyd sat alone on a rock, deep in thought. He concluded that constructing a giant ice cube was essential. To achieve this, he would rely on Podong and Bengal to fetch water from the lake. He also considered the existence of ice magic, theorizing it might involve altering mana flow. Believing this to be possible through daily mana absorption training, Lloyd explored how manipulating different types of natural mana could change results. Suddenly, a new idea struck him. While attempting to extract heat from the water using Azran core technique, he gathered cold energy around his hands. Though it proved more difficult than expected, Javier observed quietly as Lloyd continued experimenting. He remembered Lloyd's earlier advice about adapting to challenges. While he still viewed his master's approach as reckless, Javier began to accept that Lloyd was genuinely trying to succeed. Kneeling by a water-filled tray, Lloyd concentrated intensely. The messenger informed him that, by applying Azran core technique, Lloyd had developed a new skill, elevating it to level 2 using double rings. Days later, Arish and his father returned to inspect the vault. They were astonished by the frigid temperature. Steam escaped their mouths, and in the center stood a massive cube of ice on wooden pallets. Roth assured them that final insulation installation would complete the project. Arish was delighted by the available storage space and the prospect of reducing daily hunts. The orcs decided to celebrate. Chapter 18. In the village center, Akush, the tribe's leader, thanked Lloyd sincerely for the shelter. Lloyd modestly responded that he was merely fulfilling the contract. Akush disagreed, saying orcs act from gratitude, not obligation. From that moment, he declared an unbreakable alliance between their tribes. The orcs demonstrated unity and loyalty, vowing to support Lloyd as family. The messenger reported to Lloyd that he could now use the tribe's RP, receiving 100 bonus points for discovering the Steel Sand tribe. His total reached 611 RP. Though mildly stunned, Lloyd felt joy in forging such a powerful alliance. As they returned home, 120 muscular orc laborers marched alongside them. The citizens were stunned by the unexpected arrival. Lloyd decided to issue an official statement to calm the public, aware that orcs often carried negative reputations. Even his parents were alarmed at the sight. Despite knowing his son's journey, the Baron stood frozen upon seeing the green giants. Yet Lloyd was pleasantly surprised to receive bonus points once news of his heroism spread. With 300 more points for societal contributions, his total RP rose to 911. Grateful, he asked the messenger to stop the praise. The Baron considered selling the magical items to acquire weights for the orcs' exercise. Meanwhile, Javier found Lloyd inspecting a magic ball from the magician's belongings. When asked if anything valuable was found, Lloyd was focused on identifying usable items first. Suddenly, he discovered something unusual in the magician's book. He hurriedly left for the mine, instructing Javier to clean the room. Upon reaching the coal mine, Lloyd called out to Tords, a worker bound by a 520-year service contract. Lloyd informed him that such terms were absurd and now irrelevant. Opening the magic book, Lloyd explained a method for resurrecting the dead. Tords was confused until Lloyd clarified that even the dead could fulfill their contracts. Lloyd laughed, placing a hand on his shoulder and urging him to smile too. Despite his disappointment, Tords forced a smile. Lloyd, undeterred, continued down the tunnel. The messenger noted that even the Lord of Darkness admired Lloyd's efforts and considered recruiting him. Lloyd, however, remained focused and moved forward. Later, at the Frontera mansion, Lloyd entered his father's study but found it empty. A cleaner informed him that the Baron was entertaining guests in the drawing room. Curious, Lloyd asked who they were and was told it was the loan shark Shiloh and a meatloaf. Enraged, Lloyd stormed into the guest room where the moneylenders sat across from his father, offering to cancel most of the debt if the Baron transferred ownership of the mine. As the Baron hesitated, Lloyd entered, addressing the guests diplomatically. They warned him against making threats, to which Lloyd responded with a counteroffer, suggesting installments with reduced interest. The lenders rejected his proposal. At that moment, a large green foot stepped into the room. Arish furiously demanded to know who had insulted his brother. The terrified lenders clung to one another in fear. Lloyd assured Arish that he was fine, though the orc sensed his anger. Lloyd then asked the lenders again if they liked his offer, implying consequences if they did not. Fearing for their lives, the lenders fled the room. Lloyd, understanding the debt was still unresolved, instructed his father to be content with what they had for now. The Baron agreed and thanked his son. Lloyd noted that coal production was increasing rapidly and handed his father the mine contract, urging him not to lose it. However, he warned that food costs were rising as orcs consumed far more than humans. His father looked concerned, realizing the scale of the problem they now faced. Chapter 19. As Lloyd had anticipated, the orcs proved to be exceptional miners. Their immense strength and muscular frames allowed them to swing their picks with incredible force, breaking through stone with ease. Their eyes burned with intensity, driven by a deep-seated passion for physical labor. Suddenly, Lloyd noticed one orc advancing deeper into the tunnel without any reinforcement structure in place, carving his path with remarkable speed. A worker clarified that this orc had been digging continuously for 24 hours. Upon hearing this, Lloyd immediately instructed several workers to remove him from the site and ensure he did not return until the following morning. The orc resisted, protesting that he did not wish to rest. He feared his muscles would weaken without constant work. Despite this, the workers followed Lloyd's orders and escorted him out. The orcs' productivity exceeded expectations by a factor of 10. Their endurance and strength were astonishing. When Lloyd offered to pay them for their efforts, Arish explained that orcs did not require money. On one hand, this relieved Lloyd, on the other, it left him with the responsibility of providing sufficient food for them. This presented a significant logistical challenge. He speculated that taxes might need to be increased to fund the necessary provisions. Explaining this to his father, Lloyd pointed out that the orcs' efficiency would offset the increased costs. However, his father remained cautious, doubting whether the city's citizens could sustain such a burden. Arcos warned against imposing high taxes, suggesting it would amount to robbing the people. Nevertheless, since productivity would rise, losses could only occur if tax contributions declined. Lloyd proposed a solution to raise funds more equitably. He suggested converting the unused Merit's wetlands in the north into farmland. By granting these lands to citizens, they could cultivate crops, generate income, and pay taxes accordingly. This initiative, he argued, would not only ease the tax burden but also stimulate the local economy. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting an orange glow across the sky, Lloyd confidently walked through the marshes of the Merit's wetlands in protective footwear. Javier followed closely behind. He expressed skepticism, pointing out that the land had been abandoned for centuries and doubted its suitability for farming. Lloyd acknowledged the difficulty but insisted on trying. He began by modeling the terrain using water and earth to simulate drainage systems. Despite repeated failures, Lloyd remained persistent. For 21 days, he worked tirelessly at the training ground, shaping miniature channels to drain rainwater effectively. When Javier suggested stopping him due to exhaustion, Arcos intervened. Although he had little hope his son would ever conform to societal norms, Arcos recognized his commitment to improving the city and chose not to interfere. Lloyd's dedication eventually yielded results. As evening fog settled over the trees, he sat before a completed model that demonstrated the best solution for rainwater removal. With a sense of triumph, he raised his fist under the moonlight. His plan would allow proper drainage, increase farmland, and ultimately justify a rise in taxes. He imagined a future of prosperity, where the city's wealth would flow like a stream. Moments later, he collapsed onto the ground in relief. Despite his fatigue, he considered the effort worthwhile. A message from the messenger informed him that his efforts had enhanced his design skill. The information described how this skill derived from personal modeling and data management. A digital grid formed in his vision, mapping the landscape. He tested this system by attempting to alter the terrain, only to realize the structural integrity would fail. Frustrated, he questioned why the messenger had not informed him sooner. The messenger replied that the skill had manifested through wisdom and desire. Lloyd reflected on this, recalling his original goals of graduating, obtaining a job, and securing financial stability. The messenger clarified that while those were goals, true desire transcended time and space. Choosing to set aside the philosophical discussion, Lloyd called upon his magical assistants, Podong and Bangle. The following morning, as the sun rose over the marsh, he began implementing his plan. His first task was to remove all the water. Realizing his assistants could not manage alone, he resolved to summon more magical creatures. Each new creature required RP points, with increasing costs for each summoning. He calculated that he could afford 4 new creatures. He initiated the summoning process. From the magical portal, a yellow head emerged and quickly bounced toward him, striking his nose before rolling away. The odd creature introduced itself as Hamming. Lloyd was surprised by its form and name. Podong and Bangle welcomed the newcomer with joy. They spun around together, calling out their names. Lloyd then asked Hamming for its instructions, which the creature promptly spat out. Reading the details, he learned that Hamming would not grow from food like sunflower seeds. This raised concerns about its usefulness. Nevertheless, the small creature smiled sincerely at him. Considering the growing workload, Lloyd expressed disappointment, only to be met with protests from his assistants. Chapter 20. The magical creatures rallied to defend Hamming. Faced with their collective disapproval, Lloyd reconsidered. He asked whether Hamming could absorb water from clothing. The messenger confirmed that Hamming possessed a level 1 water absorption skill. Lloyd inquired further, and the creature indicated that its stomach could hold 4 times its visible size in water. Encouraged, Hamming demonstrated its ability. It approached a nearby pond and began absorbing water through its wide mouth. As the process continued, the creature began to grow rapidly. Soon, it dwarfed its master, having absorbed nearly all the water from the marsh. Lloyd and his companions watched in awe as Hamming stood tall, having accomplished in moments what would have taken days. Only small puddles remained where once the swamp had sprawled. Lloyd, overwhelmed by the sight, stared in disbelief. The mission that had once seemed impossible was now within reach. Podong and Bangle looked up at him, filled with pride, while Hamming stood triumphantly, a testament to the power of determination and teamwork. Lloyd apologized to them and asked the messenger if the selection of creatures was truly random. The messenger explained that when he appeared in the world, his skills had manifested one by one. Given that his fate was considered unfortunate, this may have brought unnecessary complications. Thus, it was likely he had developed the ability to draw based on luck. However, this assumption might not have applied to Lloyd, and the suggestion felt somewhat impolite. Hamming then asked for more water. Lloyd permitted it, knowing that construction was set to begin the next day. As night deepened, the swamp's water level steadily decreased. Construction commenced with a vertical drainage system. This method involved drilling a well to gather water, which would then be diverted to a spillway. Upon arriving at the site, the workers were astonished to see the owner's new companion. Hamming's first task was to drain the swamp water into the river and then return to his smaller size. The workers followed by clearing the land and removing plant remnants. Javier employed his technique to trigger a controlled explosion within the ground. Holes were then dug, bamboo poles inserted, and sand pegs set in place. Podong and Bangle compressed the earth on both sides. Once the water was collected inside the bamboo poles, Hamming delivered a powerful water punch. Subsequently, a more durable shelter was erected using Lloyd's modeling skills. 10 days passed, marking the completion of the first construction phase. Although more work awaited, a celebration was promised by Lloyd, motivating the workers to give their best. The soldiers, uplifted by the promise, continued diligently. Meanwhile, Javier observed silently as the once abandoned land transformed into viable farmland. Holding a shovel, Javier questioned why he had joined the construction, having lost track of his original task. His thoughts were disrupted when Lloyd handed him seeds, instructing him to plant them. Initially hesitant, Javier complied upon learning the seeds would help protect the site from pests. As he watered the seeds, he pondered over his repeated interruptions and plotted to avoid them in the future. Suddenly, the Baron approached with his wife. He mentioned that news of the farms had spread through the town, hailed as miraculous. Laborers were pleased with the expansion, and they regarded Lloyd with newfound respect. The messenger confirmed the town's admiration, awarding Lloyd 450 RP and bringing his total to 1,281 points. Pleased, Lloyd walked on, shovel resting on his shoulder. Evening fell as insects hovered over the farm. The first sprouts emerged, and Javier, observing with interest, kept the watering can ready. Lloyd approached and informed him that the final step involved installing a water wheel to manage excess rainwater. For that, they needed a specialist. Their discussion was interrupted by a sudden roar. An army of armored horsemen approached. Among them was Viscount Lacona, whose estate lay to the north of the swamp. One rider stopped and demanded to know who was in charge. Despite Javier's irritation, Lloyd calmly identified himself. The man sternly claimed that the land belonged to the Viscount and ordered them to leave immediately. Chapter 21. Historically, the northern marshlands had been under Lacona's rule, while the southern parts belonged to the fronteras. The Viscount's motive to assert control likely stemmed from the recent fertility of the lands. Lloyd questioned their entry without permission. The visitor responded that the king had granted the land to the Viscount. Lloyd insisted on handling the conversation between equals, which both surprised and unsettled the official. Workers paused their labor, observing the confrontation. Lloyd formally introduced himself as the eldest son of the Frontera family. The Viscount rebuked him, demanding the presence of the Baron. Javier labeled the behavior as rude, though Lloyd remained unfazed. He responded dismissively, claiming only to hear the buzzing of a compost fly. The Viscount, puzzled, scanned the air. His servant then whispered that the young man had just insulted him. Lloyd cited Article 321 of Royal Law, which granted the right to cultivate marshland. He explained that ownership transferred to those who invested labor and resources into unused land over the last century. He noted they had already put in time, money, and effort, established plans for residential buildings, and were committed to long-term agricultural development. To emphasize the point, he pulled a bulb from the soil, presenting it as their first harvest. These arguments enraged the Viscount. Javier recalled the day Lloyd had given him the seed bag, explaining its purpose. Lloyd congratulated everyone on witnessing the first harvest and joked that he would not charge them for the show, as they were not greedy. The Viscount, fuming with anger and disbelief, accepted the first onion as a symbolic offering from Lloyd. He then sternly demanded the intruders vacate his land. Begrudgingly, the Viscount complied, and the horsemen retreated, leaving only a cloud of dust in their wake. Javier asked how Lloyd had anticipated their visit. Lloyd explained that such opportunists were always drawn to exploit others' hard work. The workers erupted in cheer, proud that their young master had protected their land. As the men rejoiced, Lloyd quietly asked if he was paying them to cheer him and instructed them to return to work. Heavy rains soon fell on the farmland. The artificially created canal effectively drained the water. Lloyd sat silently in the rain, reflecting. With summer ending and autumn beginning, the soil was repeatedly tested. Though he had simulated the process 100 times, Lloyd knew he could not yet relax. He remained focused on ensuring the land's fertility. Javier held an umbrella over his master's head, shielding him from the fading drizzle. As the rain cleared, sunlight pierced through the clouds, casting a gentle glow on the dew-covered leaves. The drainage canal, which had once brimmed with rainwater, now stood nearly dry. Javier folded his umbrella and quietly observed the farmland beside Lloyd. The messenger then informed Lloyd that he had gained advanced knowledge in monumental construction. His work had left a significant impact on the civil engineering practices across the continent of Laurasia. In recognition, he received several valuable skills: increased measurement levels, underground scanning, land value estimation, and modeling abilities. Rising from the wet grass, Lloyd also learned that his reputation had grown in the eyes of the Baron, Baroness, Javier, Bayern, and the townspeople. His accumulated reputation points now totaled 1,355. With the sun fully revealed in the sky, Lloyd declared that it was time to proceed to the next phase. Meanwhile, in the domain of Viscount Lacona, a servant brought troubling news. The reclaimed land had granted Lloyd and his people a 3-year exemption from taxes and solidified their claim. The Viscount was stunned. The once useless Merit's wetlands had become a valuable asset. Refusing to relinquish what he believed to be his territory, he instructed his servant to convene an urgent meeting. A few days later, sunlight streamed through the windows of the Frontera estate. Lloyd woke up with a sharp headache, likely from recent exhaustion. Nevertheless, he quickly rose to tackle his responsibilities. Calling out to Javier, he was surprised to find his servant equally worn down, also suffering from a headache. Chapter 22. The cause remained unclear until they ventured into the city. There, they discovered that others, Baron Emily's cleaner, the farmer Alip and his family, and even the farm boy Michael, shared similar symptoms. Additionally, animals had been avoiding the local water since the previous day. Piecing the information together, Lloyd suspected the water supply was the issue. Drawing on knowledge from the Knight of Blood and Iron's book, he recalled that unexpected events outside the book's scope could now occur. Knowing the Viscount might retaliate, Lloyd began investigating him. He learned that the Lacona region's main income source was a secret dyeing process, used even on fruit. This realization led him to the likely culprit. Meanwhile, the Viscount's servant visited the Baron at the Frontera estate. He offered to cease the water contamination in exchange for half the reclaimed land. Outraged by the extortion attempt, the Baron refused and threatened legal action. The servant retorted that a verdict would take 2 years, during which the town could suffer due to mounting legal costs and water shortages. Despite the pressure, the Baron stood firm. At that moment, Lloyd entered to discuss countermeasures. Upon opening the door, he accidentally struck the Viscount's servant. Tensions escalated when Lloyd insulted the Viscount, provoking the servant's knight into a duel. Lloyd quickly overpowered his opponent, ignoring pleas for mercy. Although the duel's outcome mirrored a previous confrontation with Newman, Lloyd continued until the knight lay defeated. The Baron, pleased by his son's strength, watched with pride, while Javier noted this was the happiest he had seen his master. Later that evening, the beaten servant returned to the Viscount's manor. Initially furious, the Viscount soon saw an opportunity. He decided to use the incident to file charges, aiming to tie up the Frontera family in a lengthy legal battle. However, Lloyd anticipated this move. Determined to protect the workers' efforts, he vowed not to let their progress be stolen. The townspeople rallied behind him. To address the water crisis, Lloyd proposed creating a temporary reservoir. Hamming, now with level 3 skills, could assist. However, the long-term solution involved constructing a canal from Capua Lake in the eastern mountains. Though the project would be difficult, it promised immense returns in the future. Months passed, and the Viscount's frustration deepened. He was unable to stop Lloyd's advances and watched his influence slip away. At his lowest point, his servant announced Lloyd's arrival. Although reluctant, the Viscount listened. Lloyd entered confidently with Javier and mocked his weakened state. Then, he made an unexpected offer. He could resolve the Viscount's failing dye workshop issue. Confused, the Viscount questioned what Lloyd meant. The young noble smirked and reminded him of the recent events. Lloyd held the solution to a problem the Viscount didn't even know he had. Chapter 23. For a brief moment, the Viscount flushed with the realization that, just as he had suspected, it was Lloyd who had destroyed his workshop. Lloyd explained that their team had been forced to take extensive measures to address the water contamination issue. Initially, they had not known the source of the pollution. Once it became clear that the Viscount's activities had tainted their water, they had no option but to redirect water from the Capua mountain lake. This required them to dig through vast stretches of land from the Capua River to their estate and process the terrain accordingly. The Viscount, already irate, demanded to know how this related to the loss of his workshop. Lloyd continued his explanation, revealing that during construction they encountered a massive valley obstructing their progress. The team had to build a Roman-style aqueduct and, in the process, conducted blasting operations to extract limestone. Unfortunately, the limestone settled in the valley in an unintended manner. As a result, a large amount of it was carried away by water flowing in the direction of the Viscount's facility. The limestone in the water had reacted with the dyeing process, ruining the fabrics and changing their color to an unnatural hue. The Viscount, now thoroughly outraged, threatened legal action. Lloyd, however, remained calm, knowing a court ruling would take years. By then, the workshop would be forgotten. The Viscount was stunned by the younger man's composure and cunning. As the Viscount continued to boast about his powerful connections and the consequences Lloyd would face, Lloyd silently turned and left the estate without offering any further response. Outside, Javier, walking beside his master, questioned the purpose of the visit. He worried they had only provoked the Viscount further. Lloyd assured him that time would reveal who would truly suffer the consequences. Exactly 1 month later, Count Lacona arrived at the Frontera estate. He knelt before Lloyd, pleading for help to salvage his now bankrupt workshop. The Viscount's influential friends had failed him. His last option was to ask the very person he once threatened for salvation. Lloyd offered no sympathy. Instead, he demanded the Viscount sign a contract with fixed payment terms to restore the workshop. The Viscount hesitated, shocked by the high price placed on water. Lloyd reminded him that it was the Viscount himself who had taught him how to value water. After signing the contract, the Baron reviewed it and was astonished at the monthly revenue it promised. Not only would it cover his debts, but it would also leave a comfortable surplus. Though Lloyd expressed polite appreciation for the Viscount's cooperation, Javier began to see how far his master would go to make an opponent suffer. The contract lacked a time limit, meaning the Viscount would be bound by it indefinitely. This act, while justified, made Lloyd appear ruthless. Their attention soon shifted to other matters. The Baron informed his son that Count Cremo had offered an excellent price for the treasures recovered from the Orc tribe. When Lloyd questioned the generous offer, his father explained that the buyer planned to forge a giant bronze statue to be placed in the ocean near the trading city of Cremo. Meanwhile, in Cremo City, Count Cremo gazed out the window toward the sea. He saw something strange. A massive red creature, covered in teeth, rose from the ocean's depths. It was the monstrous creature named Gigatitan. Chapter 24. Back at the estate, Javier informed the Baron that he and Lloyd would be leaving in 2 weeks for a business trip. Though Arcos appeared calm, Javier could sense his concern. The Baron confided that, had it not been for Lloyd, he would have surrendered to fear long ago. Before, he had been weak and unsure, unlike the determined leader Lloyd had become. Javier remembered how the Baron had once saved him from the streets and given him a wooden sword. That sword, however, was later broken by Lloyd during a scornful encounter. Despite his loyalty to the Baron, Javier had always struggled with his feelings toward Lloyd. The memory of that broken sword lingered, making it difficult to admire the man he now served. Still, when Lloyd thanked him for supporting his engineering projects, Javier remained silent. Though irritated, he found himself unable to completely dislike his master. Late that night, under the light of the moon, an intruder slipped into their room with a blade, intent on ending Lloyd's life. Just as the assassin lunged, Javier woke and intercepted the attack, shattering the intruder's sword in a swift move. Lloyd awoke to find his loyal servant holding the subdued attacker. The next day, Lloyd continued his work on the water pipeline. He asked the workers what was most important in any enterprise, and they answered that safety came first. Javier approached him and reported that the intruder was a dismissed servant of the Viscount. It was likely he had been fired over the rising cost of water. Lloyd, unfazed, admitted he would have done the same in his position. Javier questioned how Lloyd could always anticipate such events but never prepare for them. Lloyd simply looked at him and said there was no need to prepare when Javier was always there. This simple expression of trust left a strong impression on the knight, who was rarely praised. Javier hesitated, then muttered a single word of admiration. Lloyd, in a rare moment of warmth, patted him on the shoulder. The gesture made Javier hate himself a little more for feeling respect toward the man he once despised. The messenger announced that Javier had finally released a long-held grudge and that his loyalty had increased. Lloyd earned 320 reputation points for improving their relationship, raising his total to 1,675. With the water pipeline nearly complete, it was time to journey to Cremo and make a buttload of money. Chapter 25. Their march through the autumn forest was cold and difficult. Winter's grip tightened with every step. On the trail, Lloyd dozed behind Javier, who rode ahead on horseback. When Lloyd's head tilted, he woke abruptly, accusing Javier of hitting him. Javier denied the claim and clarified he had done nothing. Soon after, Lloyd asked Javier to teach him how to ride. The knight refused, stating that he was not a riding instructor. The messenger, however, twisted their words, interpreting Lloyd's request as admiration and dedication. Lloyd grew frustrated, believing the messenger was deliberately misrepresenting their conversation. Meanwhile, word had spread quickly. Rumors claimed that Lloyd had built the first working water system on the continent. His reputation as a builder soared, and he gained another 600 reputation points, bringing his total to 2,275. This recognition gave him hope for expansion and financial security in the future. When they finally reached Cremo, the city was buried in deep snow. The local lord welcomed them warmly. Lloyd introduced himself, and Count Cremo remarked that he had expected someone different. He then approached Javier, mistaking him for the noble. When the count began asking if Javier was engaged, Lloyd tried to correct him, but the messenger found the mistake amusing. Eventually, the Count realized the error and apologized. Lloyd blamed it all on his servant-like face. According to the novel, Javier became a wanted criminal after beheading Shiloh and Meatloaf and was eventually caught by Count Cremo. However, the Count recognized Javier's integrity and ended up providing him with a lot of help in many ways. Count Cremo, despite the confusion, expressed a desire to purchase the orc treasures for his sea statue project. This was because the trade in Cremo was declining. A few years back, a Gigatitan, while not directly hostile, had scared away ships, ruining trade. He hoped statues of mermaids, known to terrify sea monsters, would help. However, building a base for the statue would make the sea too shallow for ships. Lloyd proposed a better solution. He would sell the treasures at a fair price and use friction racks and drainage wells to install the statues without affecting sea routes. He believed success was possible with careful planning. While aboard a small boat, Lloyd leaned into the ocean, using his scanner to study the seabed. The soft, sedimentary ground seemed suitable. As he surfaced, gasping for breath, he caught Javier smiling. When asked why, the knight admitted he had never enjoyed watching someone struggle so much. Lloyd laughed and shook his head, realizing again just how unpredictable this world had become. The young Frontera was stunned by his servant's words. As Javier began rowing, he asked if Lloyd was truly satisfied with the terms of the contract. Lloyd, however, refused to change the subject. Javier, still puzzled, admitted that he could not understand how an earthen embankment could be built in the middle of the ocean unless some form of magic was involved. Lloyd agreed, revealing that he planned to use cement as the magical solution. The challenge, however, lay in how cement was prepared in this world. If it were Roman cement, the process would have been straightforward. When Javier offered a hand to help Lloyd out of the boat, he asked him to be less careful, hoping to tip him into the water. Before anything could happen, a girl appeared behind them hoping to see the young master of the Frontera family. She wore a fluffy dress and had long blonde hair. In her hand, she held an envelope. Lloyd was momentarily taken aback by her beauty. Chapter 26. She introduced herself as Christine, the daughter of Count Cremo, and said she had seen Lloyd in the courtyard the day before. Embarrassed, she clutched the letter and, with some hesitation, handed it over, not to Lloyd but to Javier. Like her father, she had mistaken Javier for the nobleman. Lloyd found the situation awkward, though he thought it made some sense. Javier quietly accepted the letter and tucked it into his coat, while Christine walked away with her servants, blushing at his acceptance. As Javier began to follow, Lloyd stopped him and asked if he truly thought what had just happened was normal. Javier was confused by the irritation in his master's voice. He saw no issue with receiving a love letter. Suddenly, he realized that Lloyd had probably never received one before. This realization surprised him and made Lloyd even more annoyed. Trying to console him, Javier offered his support, which only further angered his master. Later, while working on the blueprints, Lloyd muttered to himself that he did not envy Javier. He was soon to become rich. When Count Cremo approached, Lloyd initially responded curtly, lost in concentration. Realizing his mistake, he quickly apologized. The Count came with news. All the requested materials had been delivered, except for volcanic ash. Lloyd recognized the problem. Roman cement required volcanic ash, and without it, the structure's durability would suffer. The Count mentioned that the nearest source of volcanic ash was half a year's journey away, making the material nearly inaccessible. Lloyd decided to abandon the idea of Roman cement and instead focused on creating Portland cement. He only had a rough idea of how to mix it, lacking the specifics, but he was determined to try. Days passed, and the freezing winter deepened. Failed samples of crushed cement piled up on his desk. Sample number 129 had failed as well. Lloyd reassessed the ratios and added 4 more indicators in an effort to perfect the mixture. His small magical companions watched with sympathy. Eventually, they tried to pull him away for a walk, but he refused and scolded them. At that moment, he remembered the little puppy he had loved in his previous life. The memory of its death brought back deep sorrow. Overcome with emotion, he embraced his tiny helpers and told them they mattered more to him than any research. That night, under the moonlight, Lloyd walked by the shore with his magical friends. He called himself a terrible person, confessing that he had treated them like machines, simply issuing orders. Kneeling, he thanked them sincerely. The creatures smiled, and the messenger announced that their bond had grown into something resembling family. Lloyd was taken aback. They now saw him as one of their own. The messenger also informed him that a special upgrade was available for his summons. By spending 500 RP, he could unlock a new skill. Lloyd agreed, trusting that he would find a use for whatever ability came. Bengal was placed in the center of a glowing portal. A surge of magic enveloped the creature, throwing Lloyd and the others back. The upgrade succeeded, unlocking new skills: soil absorption, land cultivation, 3rd-level metal production, and a 1st-level volcanic blast ability. Chapter 27. The next morning, the weather turned bitterly cold in Cremo. Suddenly, an explosion echoed across the mountains. Townspeople looked toward the noise in alarm. Count Cremo was visibly shaken as he spotted thick smoke rising behind the mountain. It was the result of Bengal's new volcanic eruption skill. Lloyd and Javier observed the scene. The young master was thrilled that the plan had worked. Volcanic ash had been produced locally. Lloyd, overjoyed, asked Javier how he felt about their success. Javier did not hear him, as Lloyd had forgotten to warn him to cover his ears. Taking advantage of the moment, Lloyd commented on his servant's appearance. Javier responded, pointing out that his master looked no better. With the ash problem solved, they moved quickly. In construction, speed meant everything. A giant filter was created for the Bengal to process ash safely, and a 5-layer filtration system was attached. Crowds gathered to watch the spectacle. Lloyd covered his ears and activated the volcanic eruption skill again. The diaper-like filter inflated and successfully captured ash. Even Count Cremo was astounded and intended to report the innovation to the king. Once all the materials were gathered, they proceeded to the second phase, building a discharge well in the sea. Using a massive crane, the well was submerged, and water was pumped out with the help of Hamang's skill. The third phase involved driving posts into the seabed inside the well. Once Javier finished, he asked about the delivery of the next batch of racks. Lloyd replied that there would be a delay due to logistics. He then looked at Javier and smiled. When questioned about his expression, Lloyd admitted he was waiting for the usual lecture, that a knight shouldn't be doing such labor. The two men exchanged a long look. Javier silently turned and walked away, leaving his hammer on the ground. Lloyd called out, reminding him that without working, he wouldn't earn money. If he failed to repay his debts, the Baron would despair, and the Baroness would suffer as well. Though annoyed, Javier still picked up the hammer and resumed driving posts into the ocean floor. Once the task was complete, they constructed sturdy rod frames with steel protrusions at the ends. Finally, they poured the long-awaited cement from the ship into the mold. After the cement had set properly, the well was dismantled, revealing a solid cement structure. This new artificial seabed served as the foundation for the upcoming statue. Lloyd later reported to Count Cremo that the completed column extended 50 centimeters above the ocean's surface. If the statue were placed atop it, it would tower visibly above the sea. Cremo, although skeptical that such a column could bear the statue's weight, agreed. He promised generous compensation if the project proved successful. Lloyd, pleased with the Count's response, felt reassured. As night fell, the sea became mildly stormy. In the center of the waters, the statue stood tall on its newly completed base. Around it, ships decorated with garlands and lights created a dazzling display. The statue's body shimmered, adorned with golden jewels. On the deck of one of the ships, a grand feast was underway. Guests gathered, and Lloyd, feeling uncomfortable in a tight necktie, asked Javier how he could tolerate such clothing. Javier was surprised, recalling that his master had attended events like this before. Lloyd admitted it had been a long time. Their conversation was interrupted when Count Cremo requested everyone's attention. The guests turned to him as he announced Lloyd's instrumental role in the successful installation of the statue. However, the crowd mistakenly rushed toward Javier, eager to shake his hand and praise his efforts. Lloyd quickly realized what was happening. Though he insisted he was not jealous, he grew increasingly irritated by the attention Javier received. The look on Javier's face only deepened his frustration. Count Cremo approached Lloyd, chuckling at the misunderstanding. Placing a hand on Lloyd's shoulder, he clarified to the crowd that this man, not Javier, was responsible for the statue's installation. Shocked, the guests turned and expressed their amazement at having misjudged him as a mere servant. As the celebration continued under the glowing lights, the brightness attracted unexpected attention. From the dark waters, the monstrous Gigatitan emerged. It noticed the shining statue, mistaking it for a mermaid, its natural enemy. The glittering golden jewels reflected the ship's lights, heightening the creature's confusion and fear. After a long moment of hesitation, the Titan decided to approach the mermaid and kill it. Chapter 28. Lloyd moved easily among the guests, engaging them in light conversation, while Javier remained distant, sipping his drink quietly in the corner. A sudden unease crept into Javier's posture, tension settling over him like a fog. Lloyd, ever perceptive, noticed the shift and turned his attention toward his companion. Javier, his eyes fixed on the distance, sensed an enormous presence approaching the ship, something far larger than the vessel itself. The seriousness in his tone immediately conveyed the magnitude of the threat. Without delay, Lloyd approached the Count and relayed the alarming news. The Count, clearly taken aback, turned to his knight, a renowned sword master, hoping for confirmation. However, the knight detected nothing unusual. Even so, Javier remained firm, insisting that something incredibly dangerous was drawing closer. Before long, murmurs spread among the guests as their attention turned to a statue nearby. It became evident that whatever was approaching had chosen the statue as its target. Recognizing the urgency of the moment, the Count gave orders to raise the anchor in an attempt to move the ship away from danger. Despite this, Javier declared that the time for cautious maneuvers had already passed. With the clock ticking, Lloyd commanded an immediate response. He discarded a paddle and prepared to take action himself, but Javier was quicker. Diving into the water without hesitation, he unsheathed his explosive sword and struck the anchor chain. In a violent burst of force, the rope severed cleanly, and the ship was abruptly freed. As he surfaced, Javier caught sight of the enormous creature, the Gigatitan, bearing down on them with terrifying speed. Although efforts were made to clear the surrounding ships, the behemoth arrived too quickly. Its colossal form collided with tremendous force, striking the statue and launching it toward the city in a destructive arc. The violent impact triggered pandemonium. Ships overturned in the swell, and panicked passengers were flung into the sea. In the midst of the chaos, Lloyd summoned Hamming, a formidable creature at his command. Responding instantly, Hamming plunged into the churning waters and began to absorb vast quantities of seawater, simultaneously rescuing people who were on the verge of drowning. The scene was one of frantic energy. Screams, splashes, and cries for help mixed with the looming presence of the Gigatitan, now redirecting its path toward the city itself. Javier, breathless and soaked, resurfaced and urged immediate action. His voice carried urgency as he warned that the Titan was moving toward the heart of the city. A decisive response was necessary to prevent a greater catastrophe. Despite the dire warning, Lloyd hesitated. His expression hardened with the weight of responsibility, yet uncertainty lingered. Chapter 29. Javier stood still, watching Count Cremo do everything in his power to save the townspeople. Hamming assisted as much as it could. Despite Lloyd's repeated commands to leave, Javier was visibly disappointed. Lloyd reminded him that they were there solely for trade and profit. The local military could handle the situation. In that moment, Javier remembered the past, times when Lloyd had acted selflessly and with courage. Yet, no matter the memories, the man before him remained the same self-centered Lloyd Frontera. Javier's admiration for his master diminished. He realized he could not stand by and watch innocent people die. Without hesitation, he told his master that he was returning to the city. Lloyd shouted after Javier, warning him that leaving would mean certain death. However, Javier ignored him. Utilizing his explosive technique, he rode his sword like a surfboard and sped toward the city. By then, the Gigatitan had already begun its rampage, destroying everything in its path. The city of Cremo descended into chaos. The statue of the mermaid became the Titan's next target, and the troops, desperate to stop it, fired their cannons. Unfortunately, their attacks had no effect and only enraged the creature further. In retaliation, the Titan launched a wave of water at the watchtower, demolishing it instantly. As it prepared to crush a civilian, Javier arrived in time and launched his most powerful explosive attack. To his dismay, the strike failed to make even a scratch. The Titan, now aware of Javier's presence, attacked him with full force. It flung him across the air and followed up with another water strike. Javier couldn't dodge it. The blow left him severely wounded, and he believed the battle was over for him. Despite this, he took solace in the fact that his presence had distracted the Titan long enough for others to escape. On the other side of the city, Lloyd tried to rationalize his inaction. Although he regretted the destruction, he reminded himself he was a builder, not a warrior. Still, his conscience wouldn't allow him to abandon Javier and the people. Furthermore, he realized that if the city fell, his payment for the construction project would vanish. Motivated by both guilt and greed, he decided to act. Lloyd summoned Bengal and used its eruption technique to travel faster. He couldn't let a monster ruin his prospects. Upon arrival, he spotted Javier just as he launched another futile attack. Javier leapt again, but the Titan's shell deflected every strike and was about to hit him with a counter-strike. Luckily, Podong arrived just the time in a ball form, hitting the Gigatitan from behind. Afterward, Podong lands on Lloyd's head, who at this time was fuming at the Gigatitan for trying to prevent his construction payment. Chapter 30. Javier observed the Gigatitan closely, searching for an opportunity to strike. Sensing a brief opening, he launched an attack. However, the attempt proved ineffective, as the creature displayed no visible weakness. Despite the looming danger, an unexpected calm settled within him. This sense of ease seemed to arise from Lloyd's return, which renewed his confidence. He believed that Lloyd, with his intellect and composure, would soon uncover a solution to the overwhelming threat they faced. With renewed hope, Javier turned toward his master, ready for further instruction. A few minutes prior, Lloyd had been gathering himself, focusing his thoughts while analyzing the monstrous being before him. His sharp mind quickly detected the Titan's key defensive feature, a 1-meter-thick outer shell. This protective layer consisted of a sophisticated triple-layered honeycomb structure, a modern marvel of defensive biology resembling advanced armor. Despite its impressive resilience, Lloyd noticed a peculiar detail. The energy generated by Javier's previous attacks had not dissipated on contact. Instead, it had channeled through the horn atop the Gigatitan's head. This horn functioned as a natural conduit, redirecting the force away from vital areas. Using his internal simulation system, Lloyd began testing various theories and strategies. Eventually, his calculations confirmed a potential route to victory. Upon identifying a structural weakness, Lloyd instructed Javier to focus his efforts on severing the horn. Although uncertain of the plan's outcome, Javier did not hesitate. His faith in Lloyd's judgment remained firm. Advancing toward the creature with measured steps, he directed his attention to the Titan's head. Meanwhile, their companion Podong engaged in defense, intercepting the monster's wild strikes and providing Javier with a crucial window of opportunity. Lloyd, anticipating the difficulty of the task, warned Javier that the horn would resist conventional attacks. A simple brute force assault would not be enough to break through. Rather than channeling excessive power through his monocircle, Javier needed to depend on speed and precision. Swift, clean execution was the key. He listened carefully and adjusted his technique accordingly, trusting completely in the logic of Lloyd's plan. With a deep breath and perfect timing, Javier surged forward. His blade sliced through the air with lightning speed, striking the horn at just the right angle. The impact resonated with force, and to the amazement of those watching, the horn gave way. The Gigatitan lost its balance as a result and collapsed with a tremendous crash, its massive body striking the ground in defeat. The battle appeared to be nearly over. Recognizing the moment, Lloyd wasted no time. He immediately directed Javier to move in and target the Titan's underbelly, specifically the area between its legs. This vulnerable region, once exposed, could end the fight decisively. As Javier readied himself for the final strike, disaster struck. His grip faltered unexpectedly, and his sword slipped from his hands. Before he could recover, the full weight of the wounded Gigatitan shifted. In an instant, the beast toppled directly onto Javier. The moment was surreal. Lloyd, stunned by the sudden turn of events, stood frozen for a split second before panic set in. His voice rang out in desperation as he called for his trusted warrior, unable to see whether Javier had survived the devastating impact. The victorious moment had turned into a scene of horror, leaving everyone uncertain of what would happen next. Chapter 31. The Titan nearly crushed Javier, but Podong intervened at the last second, pulling Javier to safety. Grateful, Javier grabbed his sword again. Lloyd moved on to a backup plan, requesting Podong to change position while Javier lured the Titan toward the eastern coastline. Lloyd hopped on Podong and insisted it took him to the place he mentioned earlier. As they moved, he informed Javier that the Gigatitan now saw him as a threat and he should lure it into the woods in the east coast. Lloyd desperately hoped that Count Cremo and his team had done his part of his plan, because he believed he has bought them enough time. 15 minutes earlier, the Count was devastated and his loyal knight apologized for not sensing the Gigatitan on time. Cremo claimed that it wasn't his fault and it was his for believing the statue of a mermaid could scare off the Gigatitan. Then, Lloyd arrived, claiming they could use the monster's obsession with the statue against it. He claimed he would buy them sometime and explained his plan to Cremo. Meanwhile, Javier was keeping the Gigatitan busy. He prepared another monoblast, though he was already weakened from overuse. Collapsing to the ground, he lamented his own limitations, but he claimed he had to finish his mission. Not for himself, but for the people of Cremo. Javier ran into the woods and the Gigatitan followed him. As he looked up, he saw Lloyd riding in a wagon, and with him was the giant mermaid statue. The Gigatitan started to crash pout after sighting the mermaid, and Lloyd was loving its reaction. Lloyd told Javier that he would create an opening for him, so he could hit the monster with Monoblast. As the Gigatitan followed the statue, Javier leapt behind it and hit it with his Monoblast explosion. Unluckily, the blast only managed to crack a small hole in its outer shell. Javier had used the technique too much and he no longer had the strength to keep going. As he fell to the ground, his heart was left with regret about not being strong enough to protect everyone. However, Lloyd leapt behind him and fed him words of encouragement, urging Javier to leave the rest to him. Chapter 32. As Javier began to descend after his earlier effort, a small but well-timed kick from Podon altered his trajectory, saving him from a direct fall. Previously, Lloyd had confidently assured Javier that he would handle the creature. However, beneath that composed exterior, he remained uncertain and deeply anxious. He feared that if the Titan were lured away from the city without being neutralized, it might return later with even greater fury. Faced with limited options, Lloyd made a bold decision. He instructed Podong, who was already at the brink of exhaustion, to launch him toward the massive beast. Summoning its final reserve of energy, the loyal creature obeyed, using its remaining strength to propel Lloyd upward. The launch was forceful enough to send him soaring through the air, allowing him to reach the opening in the Titan's defenses. With swift reflexes, Lloyd grabbed hold of the Titan's outer shell and secured himself to its enormous body. Clinging tightly, he assessed his situation and considered his next move. The most effective strategy appeared to be unleashing a Monoblast, a high-level magical technique capable of delivering critical damage. Unfortunately, the technique required a triple heart circle, a level of magical development Lloyd had not yet achieved. Currently operating with only a double heart circle, he knew he would need outside assistance. Without hesitation, Lloyd called upon the messenger, a mysterious source of power capable of granting upgrades. He requested an immediate advancement to the triple circle tier. However, this transformation demanded an enormous amount of RP, resources he had not yet gathered in full. Determined to proceed, Lloyd poured every remaining RP point he had into upgrading his mana heart circle. Bit by bit, the power surged through him, carrying him to the final stage that his current RP could reach. Still a few points short, Lloyd found himself unable to complete the transformation. In that moment, something unexpected occurred. As Javier lay below, unconscious but alive, the deep admiration and growing respect he felt toward his master generated a wave of sympathy. That emotional resonance translated into the final RP Lloyd needed. Empowered by that final surge, he unlocked the triple rings, igniting a rare magical potential. Now fully charged, Lloyd began preparing the final Monoblast. Energy gathered around him with terrifying force, centered on the Titan's weak point. Just as he steadied himself to fire, a sudden impact disrupted his concentration. A stray rock struck him on the head, jolting his focus. This interference caused all three rings to activate at once. The result was an overwhelming surge of magical energy that erupted in a massive explosion. The blast hit the precise weak point with devastating force, and its brilliance lit up the sky. Even citizens on the far side of the city could see the explosion, their eyes widening at the spectacle. After the eruption settled, Javier regained consciousness. His small companions huddled around him, visibly relieved. Slowly rising to his feet, Javier noticed the Titan's immense body lying motionless nearby. Podong tugged at him urgently, guiding his attention toward another figure. Following its lead, Javier rushed across the battlefield and found his master lying unconscious, his body still faintly glowing from the power he had just unleashed. The silence that followed marked the end of a desperate battle, but also the beginning of a deeper bond forged in fire and loyalty. Chapter 33. He leaned over Lloyd's motionless body, checking for any signs of life. Although no heartbeat was detectable, faint traces of breathing remained. Not long afterward, a carrier pigeon arrived with a letter addressed to the Baron. It was sent by Count Cremo and contained urgent news. According to the message, Lloyd had fallen into a coma after performing a heroic act that saved the city. Deeply shaken by the revelation and overcome with emotion, the Baron wasted no time. Despite the unfavorable weather, he departed for Cremo immediately, taking the Baroness and Byron with him. Throughout the journey, the Baron remained lost in thought. He recalled moments from the past, instances when Lloyd would always address him respectfully as "my lord." These memories stirred conflicting emotions, prompting the Baron to question whether the young man might have been more than a retainer. The idea that Lloyd could be his own son, once dismissed, now refused to leave his mind. The difficult trek was soon disrupted by danger. A monstrous creature resembling a giant wolf blocked their path. Byron, ever loyal, dismounted without hesitation, fully aware of the threat he faced. Although the beast issued a warning, instructing him to flee, Byron stood his ground. Turning away would guarantee death, and he understood this well. He decided to engage the creature directly, serving as a distraction to allow the Baron and Baroness safe passage toward Cremo. With courage guiding him, Byron faced the monster alone. His strikes were bold, but the creature quickly gained the upper hand. In a swift exchange, it shattered his sword and forced him to the ground. Desperation took hold, and with his last ounce of strength, he stabbed the beast with a dagger. However, the attack barely pierced its hide, and the knight's efforts appeared to be in vain. At the brink of defeat, salvation came unexpectedly. The Baron and Baroness returned, their blades striking true as they plunged their swords into the creature's body. The intervention was just in time, saving Byron from what would have been certain death. Although grateful for their rescue, the knight felt the sting of failure. His pride was wounded, and shame crept into his thoughts. Nevertheless, the Baron placed a reassuring hand on Byron's shoulder. He reminded him gently that the role of a noble was not simply to fight, but to protect those in their care. This affirmation restored some of Byron's dignity, even as danger returned once more. Without warning, an entire pack of wolves emerged from the forest, their numbers far greater than before. The odds shifted again, and hope began to fade. However, in the midst of the mounting tension, Javier arrived. His entrance was swift and without hesitation. With exceptional precision and fluid motion, he cut down the advancing wolves one after another. His strength and speed left Byron in awe. The knight, who had once seen Javier as a mere apprentice, now stood speechless at how far he had come. Chapter 34. The couple asked about Lloyd's condition, but Javier was uncertain. After the battle with the Titan, he had assumed Lloyd was dead. Yet he found a pulse and observed that Lloyd's mana was still active. Back in Cremo, the people worked to repair the city. Word of Lloyd's bravery spread, and many residents waited outside the Count's mansion, hoping for news. Some shared stories of how he had saved them or their homes. One man, walking on crutches, declared that he owed his life to Lloyd. Others insisted that without him, the city would have burned. A few skeptics tried to blame Lloyd for the destruction, but the crowd quickly silenced them. Inside the mansion, the triple rings continued to spin above Lloyd's heart. The messenger explained that Lloyd's bravery had left a lasting impact on the town. As a result, he had earned a reward, though he had not yet claimed it. At last, the young Frontera opened his eyes. Sitting up slowly, he clutched his head in pain, remembering the devastating explosion. He asked the messenger whether he was still alive. The messenger replied that he was, since the dead could not dream. Though confused, Lloyd understood that something had changed. The messenger urged him to focus on more important matters, as his journey was far from over. At the moment Javier entered the room, his face reflected genuine shock. Lloyd, holding his head, remarked that Javier had arrived just in time. Rather than focusing on his condition, he wanted to know when they would be paid for their work. Javier was initially embarrassed by his master's reaction, but soon realized that Lloyd was feeling much better. Suddenly, cries from his parents echoed through the corridor. They rushed in and embraced their son with tears of joy, overwhelmed with relief that he was alive. It no longer mattered whether he was truly their son, what mattered was that he had survived. Soon after, news of the events in the city of Cremo reached the distant kingdom of Magenta. A letter to the monarch confirmed that the Titan had been defeated and no longer posed a threat. The queen, surprised by such reports involving an unfamiliar young man, ordered her servant to summon the Frontera estate's representative and his knight. Though many expected to meet the king himself, it was Queen Alicia of Magenta who presided on the throne. A messenger informed her that tales of Lloyd's bravery and sacrifice had already spread throughout the country. Chapter 35. Meanwhile, Lloyd sat quietly inside a carriage, reflecting on all that had happened. He had received a bonus of 1,500 RP due to his rising reputation in the community, which brought him great satisfaction. The messenger also introduced him to a new skill, the Mana Heart. This ability allowed him to store a large concentration of mana in his chest. Lloyd was not surprised by this discovery, even though he had been in a coma for over a month. With mana stored in his heart, tasks like wielding a shovel would now become much easier. When the messenger asked if that was all that concerned him, Lloyd noted how dismissive the attitude seemed toward workers like himself. The messenger quickly apologized, explaining that Lloyd's mana heart had not developed through training, but rather as a side effect of the explosion's shockwave. As a result, it possessed unique properties. Lloyd was curious about these features. One notable benefit was a skill called shock compensation, which allowed him to reduce the impact of explosions. He wondered aloud if he could now use his triple strike at will. Realizing this could speed up his mining efforts, he began thinking about the practical advantages. The messenger encouraged him to say something more profound, though Lloyd suspected he was being mocked again. Once more, the messenger apologized. He explained that the mana heart must be shielded from explosive impacts, as mana is volatile, akin to storing ammunition inside the body. A single spark could cause catastrophic damage. However, since Lloyd had not possessed a mana heart during the explosion, the shockwaves settled there to preserve his life, resulting in the heart's spontaneous formation. While his mana heart had been developing unnoticed, Lloyd had believed that manual labor was his true strength. His thoughts were then interrupted by Count Cremo, who entered the carriage and apologized for the delay. As the carriage moved forward, Lloyd leaned on the window and looked at the damaged houses and the broken roads. He asked the Count how much it would cost to rebuild everything. The Count replied that the repairs could surpass the town's monthly budget. Lloyd considered that, had the Gigatitan survived, the expenses might have consumed the city's entire annual funds. His comparison made the Count bristle. When Lloyd commented that his reward was modest in light of the city's overall costs, he added that no one could be blamed since nature itself had determined the events. Still, thanks to the efforts of selfless individuals, the outcome had been favorable. Lloyd recalled overhearing servants say that those who served the public good deserved fair compensation. He remarked that he was only curious about how much the town valued its people. Agitated, the Count offered to increase his pay by 1.5 times. Lloyd remained silent, lost in thought. When the Count impatiently asked if that amount was enough, Lloyd apologized, clarifying that he had not been asking for more. However, he now understood that, to the town, the lives of its people were only worth a modest raise. Stunned by Lloyd's conclusion, the Count fell silent. As the carriage sped along the stone road, the Count raised his offer to double the payment, then tripled it in desperation. Lloyd was pleased, though he concealed his satisfaction. The Count exhaled in relief. Lloyd extended his hand and said he appreciated the Count's resourceful distribution of funds. The Count awkwardly shook his hand, sensing it was more of a demand than a gesture of goodwill. Yet, strangely, he could not bring himself to dislike Lloyd. As they arrived in Cremo, townspeople gathered around the carriage, cheering for Lloyd. Though flattered, the attention soon overwhelmed him. The Count mentioned that magic spheres had been installed on the podium to amplify sound, allowing the people to hear Lloyd speak. Sitting in the carriage, Lloyd wondered what he would say. He had no interest in fame or fortune. When he stepped onto the stage, he was met by a crowd shouting his name. Hesitant at first, he eventually spoke into the sphere. He joked that it would be wonderful if he could collect money from each of them. Then, he asked if they were familiar with the heating system. Seeing their puzzled expressions, he realized no one had heard of it. He explained how elderly people suffered from joint pain in winter, and parents feared their children falling ill. He estimated that people spent 1 to 2 hours daily making fires. For someone over 50, that equated to nearly 15 years spent on heating alone. If the townspeople considered that significant, he urged them to remember what a heating system was. With it, their quality of life could improve tenfold. He encouraged them to contact him at the Frontera estate for more information, then stepped down without another word. The Count knew then that it was impossible to hate Lloyd. His financial insight and persistence were balanced by a practical and caring nature. Instead of harboring resentment, the Count considered recruiting him as a subordinate. Leaving someone like Lloyd in the wilderness would be a waste. Frontera estate could become a true gold mine under his guidance. Chapter 36. At the estate, Lloyd thought about Byron. Sir Byron is believed to be honest, hard-working, and sincere, but his combat skills were only average. In the hall, Byron handed Lloyd a list of land allocations and explained the steps they had taken in his absence. Labor shortages on farms were being addressed, while orcs had been assigned to work in the mines. Thanks to support from a neighboring estate, they had secured a major contract for heating system installations at a 30% discount. With a 10% profit margin on coal sales, the final net gain was projected to exceed 50%. Byron wanted to continue with waterproofing and repairs, but Lloyd stopped him, asking if he had managed all this alone. Byron replied he was simply fulfilling his duty. Just then, a worker arrived to announce that the final layer of the heating system had been installed and asked Byron to inspect it. Seeing Byron's administrative capability, Lloyd mused that if the man had been born in Korea, he might have become a high-ranking corporate executive. The floor insulation contracts seemed well managed under his leadership. Lloyd's parents concluded that their son was close to clearing his debts. While Lloyd and Javier oversaw the coal warehouse construction, a trumpet blast signaled the arrival of a guest. A foreboding presence followed. The royal messenger arrived, announcing that Lloyd and Javier had been summoned to the capital for an audience with Queen Alicia. Lloyd was not particularly pleased as he reflected on how he had been dragged into responsibilities simply because he was good at something. As Lloyd and Javier rode together in the Lloyd carriage, the young Frontera sat slumped like a lifeless figure. Javier attempted to lift his spirits with lighthearted remarks, joking about how a certain man he knew would have tried to extort the queen for as much gold as possible. Traits like that, he claimed, were well suited to someone like Lloyd, who had a reputation for being obsessed with money. Eventually, they arrived at the palace, where Queen Alicia awaited them. After a brief introduction, the queen addressed Javier, expressing interest in his abilities and suggesting he could be a worthy sparring partner. However, Javier modestly declined, stating that he was simply a nameless knight. In return, Alicia thanked them both for their recent heroics, particularly the ones in Cremo. She explained that recommendations from others meant little to her and that she preferred to evaluate people herself. Her attention soon turned to Lloyd, whose abilities she intended to test. Chapter 37. The Queen asked Lloyd which construction project he considered most advantageous for the city of Magenta. Having read the novel upon which this world was based, Lloyd knew the expected answer was to repair the palace. Despite this, he chose instead to propose building a new bridge over the Magenta River that flowed through the capital. When pressed for justification, Lloyd explained that while many would view palace repairs as urgent, especially given the history of the Dragon Tower's collapses, he saw such repairs as only temporary solutions. The palace's flawed design meant that structural problems would persist, making its restoration a less critical priority. In contrast, the current bridge had collapsed at least a dozen times due to the river's rising waters and unstable foundations. Lloyd asserted that he could build a suspension bridge strong enough never to collapse, ensuring a lasting improvement to the city's infrastructure. Though his boldness bordered on insolence, the queen found herself increasingly intrigued by his confidence and vision. As their discussion deepened, Lloyd went into detailed explanations about the principles of suspension bridge construction, demonstrating knowledge far beyond what many expected. Within the novel's timeline, the queen had been betrayed by a trusted confidant who eventually became a tyrant. Lloyd cleverly joked that if his bridge failed, she could have his head. The queen, amused by his audacity, agreed to the proposal, until Lloyd mentioned the necessity of a written contract, which clearly irritated her. Despite her annoyance, she granted him the construction contract. Leaving the meeting feeling victorious, Lloyd strode away with confidence. Meanwhile, Javier remained behind, still drawing the attention of numerous women throughout the capital with his charm and presence. Later, Lloyd decided to visit Julian Frontera, his younger brother, who was attending the Lloyd Academy. Their mother had asked him to check on Julian and provide some winter clothes and blankets to ensure his comfort during the cold season. According to the novel's original story, when the Baron lost everything, Julian had been expelled from the dormitories and ultimately killed by a thief while wandering the city streets at night. This grim fate, however, was something Lloyd intended to prevent since the Baron was no longer destined to go broke. Praising himself for saving lives and altering the course of fate, Lloyd set out to meet his little brother, though he had no idea what Julian looked like. Chapter 38. Upon his arrival, Lloyd observed Julian in the middle of a training session and was surprised by the boy's small stature. Given that Julian was the same age as Javier, he had expected someone taller and more imposing. This unexpected difference made Lloyd reassess his approach. Rather than adopting the demeanor of a reformed man, he decided it would be safer to act as he once had, to avoid arousing suspicion. Despite his efforts, Julian noticed several inconsistencies. The absence of the usual condescension and the unexpected fulfillment of a request from their late mother did not go unnoticed. The contrast between Lloyd's current behavior and his previous personality was subtle, yet significant enough to unsettle Julian, who struggled to understand the sudden change. As Lloyd debated leaving to preserve his cover, he remembered the promise made to their mother. She had asked him to share a meal with Julian. Honoring that request, he reluctantly asked his younger brother if he knew of any decent places to eat nearby. While he attempted to maintain his usual attitude, the attempt felt hollow. Julian, growing increasingly uncomfortable, found it difficult to reconcile this version of his brother with the harsh figure he had known before. During the meal, the atmosphere remained tense. Julian observed Lloyd's every move, attempting to make sense of his softened tone and lack of aggression. The uncomfortable silence between them was broken when a fellow student approached. Without warning, the student struck Julian, reprimanding him for forgetting something. This public humiliation quickly escalated, as the student began mocking the Frontera family name. His words revealed the true nature of the academy, a place where noble status overshadowed merit and honor. Lloyd watched closely, noting that Julian subtly discouraged him from intervening. His younger brother, though clearly hurt, had accepted the insult in silence. Nevertheless, Lloyd's attention sharpened when the student began to boast about his heritage. Upon learning that the boy was heir to the Lacona Dye Company, Lloyd's curiosity deepened. He asked about the boy's father and received confirmation that he was indeed the son of Viscount Lacona. The revelation triggered an immediate reaction. With no further warning, Lloyd grabbed the student and hurled him across the room. Gasps filled the hall as more students came forward to retaliate, only to be dispatched swiftly. One by one, they were knocked aside without effort. Each blow from Lloyd was precise and brutal, demonstrating a strength and confidence that none of them had expected. Eventually, Diego Lacona himself entered the scene. The young heir struck Lloyd in the face with a solid punch. The impact, however, failed to shake him. Instead of faltering, Lloyd responded with a wide, unsettling grin. His expression signaled the unleashing of a more ruthless side. What followed was a merciless counterattack, one that made it clear to everyone watching that the old Lloyd Frontera, while changed in many ways, had not lost his edge when it came to a fight. Chapter 39. Julian moved swiftly, grabbing Lloyd from behind in a desperate attempt to restrain him. His concern stemmed from the fear that Lloyd might take things too far. In response, Lloyd remarked that there was no longer any need to worry about future bullying, especially considering Diego would no longer pose a threat, possibly not even survive the aftermath of the confrontation. Just as the tension threatened to escalate further, the dean arrived, flanked by several academy guards. Maintaining an air of composure, Lloyd introduced himself without hesitation. He apologized for the disruption and explained that his actions were a response to Diego's long-standing history of abuse toward other students. He added that he strongly suspected the academy's staff had been aware of the situation for some time, yet had chosen to remain silent due to fear of retaliation from Diego's influential family. The implication was clear: those in charge had allowed injustice to continue in order to avoid conflict with nobility. In an effort to assert his authority, the dean questioned Lloyd's connection to the royal family. As a response, Lloyd retrieved a small badge from his clothing, a symbol denoting his status as a royal guest. The moment the insignia came into view, the dean's demeanor shifted. Aware of the power it represented, albeit temporarily, he knelt in recognition. Lloyd, fully aware that such status was fleeting, chose not to linger on the matter. He then proceeded to the administrative office with Julian in order to formally request a leave of absence. Once they were alone, Julian's emotions boiled over. He raised his voice, accusing Lloyd of ruining everything. In his eyes, the situation had spiraled beyond repair. He believed the bullying would now intensify and worried that being forced to miss school would further harm his future. Lloyd, on the other hand, responded with calm clarity. He pointed out that continuing to study in an environment poisoned by fear and injustice would serve no purpose. True growth, he implied, could not take place where one's dignity was consistently under threat. Later that day, after arriving at the royal guests' quarters, Julian encountered Javier. Their meeting came at a crucial moment. Javier, who had observed Lloyd's recent actions with growing interest, urged Julian to trust in his brother's broader strategy. Despite his doubts, Julian listened. He struggled to believe that Lloyd, once cruel and dismissive, had somehow masterminded the destruction of the Gigatitan and the dismantling of its associated projects at the palace. The notion felt too far removed from the brother he remembered. Unbeknownst to them, Lloyd had been standing quietly on the other side of the door, listening to every word. Julian soon voiced a question that had been troubling him deeply. He asked whether it was truly possible for someone to undergo such a profound transformation. Javier admitted that, at one time, he would have answered no. However, recent events had forced him to reconsider. The change in Lloyd had been so dramatic, so sudden, that it had led Javier to suspect something more extraordinary. This suspicion prompted him to begin investigating the possibility of a powerful mana-related phenomenon. Specifically, he wondered if another soul had taken over Lloyd's body through a rare and dangerous type of mana binding. The theory, though improbable, seemed to offer the only explanation for the complete shift in behavior that neither of them could ignore. Chapter 40. Lloyd found no evidence of any interference, which brought him a measure of relief. Following these events, Lloyd gained RP, and Julian's favorability rating toward him improved noticeably. Shortly thereafter, Lloyd entered Julian's room and invited him to join in a practice session. Demonstrating his ingenuity, Lloyd crafted a pizza out of stone and clay. Bengal consumed the makeshift food, converting it into metal wires. Later, Podong transformed those wires into sturdy cables. Lloyd handed a shovel to Julian, emphasizing that the task at hand was important. When Julian inquired about the reason behind this responsibility, Lloyd simply stated his trust in Julian's intelligence and sense of responsibility. Eager to advance their construction project, Lloyd visited a workshop to acquire technology necessary for building a suspension bridge. His goal was to enlist the help of Master Corgadus, a notoriously stubborn dwarf known for his craftsmanship. Aware that Corgadus would likely refuse cooperation unless something sparked his interest, Lloyd pressed him to examine the blueprints for the bridge. Initially, Corgadus dismissed the plans without enthusiasm. However, as Lloyd began to depart, the dwarf could no longer hide his curiosity. Interrupting Lloyd's exit, Corgadus warned that the structure could fail catastrophically if installed incorrectly. Lloyd reassured him that he fully understood the risks involved and emphasized that no one else was better suited to assist with the project. After carefully reviewing the detailed blueprints, Corgadus agreed to lend his expertise to the installation process. Work on the bridge began in earnest, with Lloyd collaborating closely with Javier to construct the suspension towers. Their progress symbolized both innovation and determination. Soon, however, their efforts were interrupted by the arrival of nobles and guards who accused Lloyd of fraud. The accusations carried enough weight to warrant summoning him before the Empress herself. Facing the Empress, Lloyd listened as the nobles argued against the need for a new bridge. They pointed to the existing structure, which had stood firm for over 30 years, insisting that a new project was unnecessary and a waste of resources. The opposition framed Lloyd's initiative as reckless, questioning his motives and the validity of his plans. Chapter 41. At the Queen's request, both sides were given the opportunity to present their cases. Victor, the head of the Builders Guild, took the floor first, asserting that the existing bridge was more than adequate and did not require replacement. Lloyd, lacking any knowledge of future events that might have influenced this stance, turned his attention to an official standing beside Victor. He questioned the man about potential payments or bribes that might have influenced the guild's claims. The official's reaction betrayed guilt, confirming Lloyd's suspicions. The situation reminded Lloyd of stories from Korea where businessmen bribed politicians to secure favors. This serious accusation against a royal official did not escape Queen Alicia's notice. She quickly recognized the gravity of the matter and responded decisively. Lloyd was ordered to be bound, and an executioner was placed nearby as a warning. The Queen declared that Lloyd had dishonored her, and she was determined to restore her reputation by rooting out corruption. As the atmosphere grew tense, the Queen demanded any final words from Lloyd. He took the opportunity to call for punishment not only for the guilty parties but also for their entire families. When the Queen asked if Victor and the official agreed, both men nodded in assent, revealing either their fear or resignation. Determined to uncover the full truth, the Queen then commanded the use of a confession spell. The confession spell exposed the depth of corruption within the guild and the official's office. Both men were subjected to punishment and publicly humiliated, their fall from grace serving as a stern warning to others. Lloyd, moved by a sense of justice and mercy, pleaded with the Queen to spare the families of the punished men. The Queen consented, showing leniency despite the severity of the offense. Following this resolution, the Queen issued a royal decree requiring all workers throughout the kingdom to assist with the construction of the new bridge. This order ensured that progress would be swift and efficient, reflecting the importance of the project for the realm's future. Construction advanced rapidly, the suspension towers were erected with precision, and sturdy cables were secured tightly between them. Julian and Javier stood together, surveying the completed bridge with a shared sense of satisfaction and accomplishment. Their hard work and collaboration had paid off, symbolizing a new era of innovation and determination. In recognition of his leadership and contributions, Lloyd received 150 Rp. The Queen honored him further by granting the prestigious title of Master Builder, elevating his status and acknowledging his expertise. The debts of the Frontera estate, long a source of worry, were now resolved, providing a much-needed relief. Despite the victory, Lloyd suspected that the Queen's demands would not end there. She requested his immediate return to the palace, signaling that her expectations for him remained high. Although the title and royal favor brought advantages, Lloyd harbored his own plans. His goal was to liberate himself from the Queen's influence and direct his efforts toward combating the corruption festering within Julian's academy. Chapter 42. At the palace, the Queen formally extended an offer of nobility to Lloyd. Instead of accepting, Lloyd requested that she withdraw the offer and instead focus on conducting a thorough purge of the Royal Academy. He exposed the deep-rooted corruption within the institution, revealing how it had deteriorated into a place of abuse rather than a center for learning and growth. To support his claims, Lloyd instructed Javier to present a detailed report based on their extensive 4-month investigation. This report included first-hand testimonies from graduates and teachers who had abandoned the academy due to its many flaws and injustices. The nobles present reacted with panic and hostility, accusing Lloyd of fabricating lies to undermine the academy's reputation. Their desperate denials only fueled the Empress's anger. In response, she summoned a group of powerful magicians to cast confession spells upon the accused. The spells confirmed the nobles' deceit, revealing their guilt beyond any doubt. This revelation led to the immediate arrest of those involved in perpetuating the academy's corruption. Lloyd and Javier observed the purge with a mixture of satisfaction and solemnity, witnessing justice finally being served. Assuming he had been forgotten amidst the upheaval, Lloyd attempted to slip away and return quietly to the Baron's estate. His plans were quickly thwarted when Sir Kyle intercepted him. The knight insisted that Lloyd attend the banquet scheduled for the following day, emphasizing that the Empress deeply appreciated Lloyd's efforts and held respect for his desire to live a peaceful life. Reluctantly, Lloyd agreed to participate. Later, Lloyd discussed the recent events with Julian, who offered reassurance that their bond of trust remained strong despite the turmoil. This confidence seemed to bolster Lloyd's spirit, and his RP balance increased significantly as a result of his recent accomplishments and growing influence. During the banquet, the Empress summoned Lloyd to a private audience. She shared a brief but meaningful moment with Javier before turning her attention back to Lloyd. She commanded him to carry out her final order, promising to prepare everything necessary should he decide to reconsider his previous refusals. Once she departed, Lloyd was left to enjoy the opulence of his newfound wealth and status. As he ate, memories surfaced regarding the insurance he had secured, which was set to expire in 3 years. This expiration was tied to a grim prophecy, an event triggered by the Queen's descent into darkness and corruption. The warning loomed in his mind as he tried to focus on the present. Suddenly, a voice caught his attention. Someone mentioned that the feast would continue until the moon set. This phrase was a coded message from the past, subtly referencing the Queen's poisoning. Strangely, the someone was Kyle, and Lloyd wondered if the top swordsmaster was indeed the close companion who betrayed Alicia in the novel. Chapter 43. The Queen rested quietly in her chamber, her thoughts heavy with the weight of recent challenges. She reflected on the possibility that she might have pushed her forces too hard, especially given the looming threat from Esfahan, their neighboring enemy. Reports had reached her that Samarhan, Esfahan's leader, was amassing a formidable army near the western borders. Although there were doubts about his ability to navigate the harsh wilderness that separated the territories, she remained uncertain about his true intentions and what plans he might be devising. Without warning, a sudden and severe headache struck her. Recognition dawned quickly: she had been poisoned. Attempting to leave her chamber for aid, she found Kyle standing at her door. At first, she believed he had come to assist her, but instead, he drew his sword with deadly intent. His purpose was clear: to ensure the Queen would rest in peace. Sensing the danger that threatened her life, Lloyd immediately instructed Javier to accompany him. Lloyd suspected that Javier might need to stall the swordmaster for precious minutes, buying time to save the Queen. Without hesitation, Javier grabbed a nearby candlestick to use as a makeshift weapon and agreed to the plan. The two raced toward the Queen's chamber, moving cautiously through the halls. Along the way, they encountered the grim sight of 3 fallen guards, victims of Kyle's sudden attack. Entering the chamber, they found the queen weakened but still resisting Kyle's assault. His eyes were vacant, reflecting a loss of control as he relentlessly pressed his attack. Despite her frailty, the queen managed to deflect his strikes, surprising Kyle with her unexpected resilience. Her strength, however, waned rapidly, and she soon collapsed to the floor. Just as Kyle prepared to deliver a final blow, Javier burst into the room and struck him forcefully with the candlestick. Kyle quickly regained his footing and defended himself against the improvised weapon. Focusing his mana into the candlestick, Javier managed to startle Kyle with a sudden burst of energy. The swordmaster hesitated and took a step back, clearly surprised by the unexpected strength. While Javier kept Kyle occupied, Lloyd hurried to the queen's side. Placing a hand on her stomach, Lloyd prepared to employ the Azeron core technique, a powerful method designed to absorb the queen's mana and neutralize the poison coursing through her veins. Time was critical, and every second counted. Suddenly, Kyle activated his aura sword, which began to glow with an intense pink light. Javier immediately recognized the significance of this display. Such power could only be summoned by a true master. As Kyle readied himself for a decisive strike, Javier reacted swiftly. He threw the candlestick at Kyle, then lunged forward to retrieve his pole weapon for a counterattack. Although Kyle deflected the pole, the force behind Javier's strike impressed him. The intensity of the young knight's assault revealed a determination that Kyle had underestimated. Despite his skill, Kyle's retaliation was fierce, sending Javier crashing hard onto the ground. Lloyd's voice rang out sharply, urging Javier not to give up. He reminded him that failure would mean death for all of them. The queen's life, their futures, and the fate of their kingdom hinged on Javier's resilience in the face of overwhelming odds. Chapter 44. Despite the pain, Javier rose. Lloyd urged him to endure, knowing their survival depended on him. As Kyle advanced again, Javier summoned all his power and delivered a devastating mana-infused punch. Kyle, caught off guard, was hurled into the palace corridor by the explosive force, igniting flames along the walls. Kyle fled in terror as Javier, empowered by rage, gave chase. He triggered more explosions to corner his opponent, who finally escaped, declaring Javier a monster. Exhausted and drenched in sweat, Lloyd remained by the queen, continuing to extract the mana and poison. Curious yet weak, the queen looked at him, wondering how he was absorbing her mana. He silently asked her not to speak, needing complete focus to finish the task. To the queen, Lloyd's tone came across as arrogant, although he merely requested her loyalty. Moments later, he coughed violently, and red discharge poured from his mouth. The queen was taken aback by the young Frontera's willingness to sacrifice himself for her. She had not expected such devotion. Meanwhile, Kyle found himself cornered. Flames from Javier's earlier explosion surged through the ceremonial hall. The doors were blasted open by the shockwave, and panic spread among the attendees. As smoke filled the room, Kyle remained still, anticipating his opponent's reappearance. Through the thick haze, a wounded Javier slowly emerged. Despite his injuries, he advanced toward Kyle, who realized that escaping would be futile. Instead, Kyle smiled faintly and summoned the armed guards, accusing Javier and his allies of attempting to harm the queen. At his command, several knights surrounded Javier with swords raised. Javier, unfazed, prepared to fight. He launched forward, flinging 3 guards aside with a single move. He continued dismantling their ranks with ease, which deeply unsettled Kyle. Never before had he encountered someone with such combat ability. Kyle feared that, if left unchecked, Javier could reach the level of a sword master and pose a serious threat to national stability. To prevent this, Kyle demanded the others step back, choosing to face Javier alone. As Kyle drew his aura sword, Javier flinched at its presence. With a devastating strike, Kyle hurled him down the corridor, shattering the flooring, columns, and walls. After delivering the blow, Kyle turned silently and began walking away. Javier lay broken and exhausted, his clothes torn and body covered in bruises and burns. At that same moment, Lloyd completed the extraction of poison mana from the queen. She gradually regained her strength and noticed the veins protruding across Lloyd's face and body. Suddenly, he began to vomit uncontrollably. Concerned, she warned him that if he continued, he would die. She advised him to concentrate the toxic mana into a single hand to minimize its impact. Lloyd agreed, recalling how she had once sacrificed her own arm in a similar situation. Believing that losing an arm would be a minor inconvenience compared to digging with a shovel, he focused the poisonous energy into one hand. He then picked up a table knife and prepared a magical strike. The released energy burst through the ceiling, rocketing skyward in a thunderous explosion. Chapter 45. The sound reached Kyle, who recognized it as an immense release of mana. He realized that the young fronter might not even understand the scale of what he had just done. Unexpectedly, Javier rose to his feet, gripping a broken sword. Despite the damage from Kyle's earlier strike, he stood firm. Through blood and sweat, Javier declared that he had sworn an oath he could not break. A memory of the past played. The night was quiet and starry as Lloyd and Javier sat before a fire, sharing their thoughts. Lloyd, puzzled, asked what Javier meant. The servant admitted that he had failed in his duties by recklessly confronting the Mega Titan and felt let down by his master's lack of support. He doubted his own worth as a knight. Lloyd, surprised by his confession, assured him that he was mistaken. Javier joked that he would probably still face a 6-month salary cut. Lloyd refused to concede, prompting Javier to suggest 3 months instead. Despite their disagreement, Javier pledged never to neglect his responsibilities again. Lloyd remained skeptical, especially since Javier still wielded a stick instead of a proper weapon. Nevertheless, Javier affirmed his commitment. He knew his master possessed the 3 rings of the Mana Heart and felt the need to keep up. To do so, he aimed to become a sword master by year's end. Lloyd dismissed his ambition as unrealistic, comparing it to an impossible weight loss plan. They fell into silence once more. Lloyd then picked up a stick and explained that every person has a limit to how much their Mana Heart can expand. He claimed that no amount of training over 100 years would allow further growth beyond that limit. While he drew on the ground, Javier erased the sketch with his foot. In that moment, Javier decided he would no longer rely on his master's power. He would carve his own path. In the present, the next encounter began and Kyle struck again. Javier was stabbed by Kyle's blade, but he didn't seem to flinch. This surprised Kyle, as his aura sword typically destroyed anything it touched. He questioned whether Javier had channeled all his mana into his body for protection. Although impressed, Kyle decided it was time to end the fight. As he charged, Javier screamed in pain and fear but stood his ground. Suddenly, he seized Kyle's sword-wielding hand. Kyle, stunned, believed him to be insane. Javier allowed the destructive aura from Kyle's sword to pass through his body and back into his Mana Heart. This redirected energy hurled him across the palace corridor, slamming him into a wall. Kyle approached, inspecting Javier's unmoving body. Unable to detect breath or mana, he assumed Javier had died. Satisfied, he turned his attention back to the queen. However, Javier rose again, wielding his broken sword. He declared that he finally understood what it meant to possess a sword master's mana. A green glow emanated from his weapon, revealing his newly formed aura sword. Kyle, astonished, had never witnessed such a thing. Javier gathered his strength and swung. The floor beneath him cracked from the pressure, sending a torrent of green mana toward Kyle. In response, Kyle launched his own mana in defense, but it was overpowered. In an instant, his arm was severed. Screaming in agony, he collapsed beside the deep fissure left by Javier's strike. Guards rushed in to aid him, but Javier warned that anyone approaching would be treated as an enemy. Chapter 46. A scream echoed from the queen's chamber. The queen knelt beside Lloyd, urging him to absorb her mana to heal. She could not afford to lose someone of his potential. Lloyd opened his eyes, having survived the poisoning. He discovered that his Mana Heart had developed new abilities: immunity to all poisons and the capacity to absorb environmental mana when exhausted. Pleased with his newfound strength, Lloyd smiled. The queen, confused by his reaction, struck him on the forehead in frustration. Embarrassed, he watched her struggle to explain her actions. She asked if he felt better. Despite his trembling legs, he tried to stand, determined to assist Javier. Drawing mana from the surroundings, he demonstrated his improved skill before the queen. Startled by the speed and power of his absorption, she initially panicked. However, she soon composed herself and offered her mana freely. Lloyd regained consciousness with his mana level elevated to that of a low-ranked sword expert. He also unlocked the Frenzy skill, entering Berserker mode for 60 seconds, which enhanced his strength, stamina, and reflexes by 200%. Noticing the queen's exhaustion, he carried her upon her request. They arrived to find Javier standing victorious, with Kyle defeated and missing an arm. The queen ordered the guards to lower their weapons and demanded a full investigation of everyone who had attended the banquet. As she departed, Lloyd asked Javier about his newfound swordmaster status, but Javier's casual response left him irritated. A messenger appeared and informed Lloyd that he had fulfilled a hidden condition, thereby unlocking the add-on system. This system granted an honorary title for each achievement earned, with every title providing its own bonus skill. Additionally, Lloyd received points which could be used to select fitting titles. The titles were based on each compliment he received from different regions. Each title's powers could be activated for 24 hours in the region where the compliment was given. He also unlocked a new box called CP. Lloyd tried to get the system to tell him how to increase it, but the messenger refused. However, it told him that CP can be used to defy the laws of physics and attain absolute power to summon the ending spoiler. Chapter 47. Following the completion of the investigation, Lloyd returned quietly to his quarters. Upon his arrival, Julian confronted him with questions regarding the identity of the person behind Sir Kyle's actions. Lloyd responded by confirming that the key conspirators had already been captured. However, he noted that the confession spell intended to extract information from them had failed due to the interference of a counteracting protection spell. This unexpected disruption carried troubling implications. It suggested that the timeline was beginning to accelerate, which in turn rendered Lloyd's knowledge of future events increasingly unstable and unreliable. Seeking further clarity, Julian shifted the topic to Javier. He was taken aback upon hearing that the queen had summoned the young knight in a separate audience. During that meeting, she had formally acknowledged Javier's recent advancement to the status of sword master and extended a prestigious offer, leadership of the royal guard as its new captain. Rather than accept the high honor, Javier chose instead to make a humble request. He asked permission to remain in the service of his baron, expressing an unwavering loyalty that he was unwilling to abandon. Recognizing the depth of his dedication, the queen ultimately respected his wishes and allowed him to return. Later that same day, Javier met privately with Julian. During their conversation, he reaffirmed his commitment as a knight of the Frontera family, further solidifying the bond among them. As night settled over the royal quarters, Lloyd turned his attention to reviewing the various titles he had accumulated through his actions and choices. Among them was one that granted him absolute loyalty from all subjects under the Frontera name. Another bestowed authority over orc tribes, while a third, connected to Queen Alicia, ensured that he held her complete trust, above all others in her court. As the full moon rose high in the sky, a surge of RP was awarded to him, the amount directly influenced by the combined effects of his unlocked titles. Motivated by a desire to understand the broader consequences of his decisions, Lloyd decided to access the ending spoiler reward offered by the system. He spent the required CP and was immediately drawn into a vivid vision of a possible future. In this harrowing scene, flames engulfed the once proud Frontera estate. Destruction stretched as far as the eye could see, homes reduced to ashes, trees charred and broken, and the ground littered with the remains of those who had once lived there. The air reeked of smoke and death. Monstrous creatures roamed freely, feeding on what was left of the fallen. In a desperate search for survivors, Lloyd wandered through the devastation, calling out into the emptiness. No response came. The silence pressed against him, oppressive and final. Panic began to rise within him. Turning to the system, he demanded an explanation for the horrific vision. Confusion quickly gave way to horror when he saw two distant figures, an older version of himself standing beside Javier. Together, they witnessed the final moments of the Baron and Baroness, both slain in the chaos. The future version of Lloyd collapsed to his knees, overcome with grief. Tears streamed down his face as he cursed himself for arriving too late to make a difference. Fueled by sorrow and rage, Lloyd cried out in fury, demanding that the system explain how events could lead to such a grim outcome. Chapter 48. Suddenly, a massive swarm of giant locusts appeared. Lloyd recognized them but wondered why they emerged. Precisely, so did Javier. Javier, filled with rage, used his aura sword to strike the swarm, slashing through the crimson sky. Despite his power, he could not stop the endless tide. The locusts grew larger and more numerous. Eventually, even with the strength of his aura, Javier perished alongside his master and the entire northern region. Lloyd awoke in terror, immediately questioning the messenger about the vision. The messenger gave no definitive answer, only asking him to consider what he might lose if he was wrong. Alarmed, Lloyd rushed to the palace. He remembered his future self's regretful words, if only he had arrived earlier, yet the exact definition of earlier was unclear. Knowing the cause of the locust disaster, he pleaded with Queen Alicia to mobilize troops and prepare for the looming threat. Alicia, surprised by the sudden request, asked him to clarify. Lloyd explained that Isfahan, the kingdom's enemy, had displaced monsters from the eastern desert. These beasts, forced westward, triggered a chain reaction of destruction. Lloyd feared that these events, originally expected in over 3 years and far to the north, were now unfolding prematurely near the Frontera estate. Although Alicia had received reports of movement from Isfahan, she pressed Lloyd to explain how he knew this with certainty. Caught off guard, he fabricated a story. He claimed a bloodline connection to the wasteland orcs and said they had sent a carrier pigeon with warnings. Regarding Kyle's assassination plot, he explained that he had overheard suspicious conversations and followed the culprits. As for the mana outbursts, he credited Javier, describing him as a childhood companion and a prodigy who had taught him hidden techniques. Lloyd claimed that under Javier's guidance, he had learned the secret art of self-defense. Alicia, though unconvinced by his story, chose not to challenge him. She remained aware that he was withholding the truth. Using his final trump card, a title that secured her absolute trust, Lloyd earned a significant reward. Alicia placed 500 white cavalry troops and 50 mages under his direct command, authorizing him to lead them. Lloyd expressed his gratitude, though she reminded him that such trust came at a cost. He promised that if they succeeded in halting the locust threat, he would publicly credit her foresight, restoring the royal family's reputation. Although Alicia called him the most suspicious person she had ever met, she appreciated their mutual understanding. Soon after, Lloyd and Javier departed on horses. During the ride, Javier asked about the sudden urgency. Despite the wind blurring his expression, Lloyd kept his reasons vague. Javier accepted the response, lightheartedly encouraging him to explain more later. As they neared the Frontera estate, Lloyd reflected on Javier's new strength. With his aura sword, Javier could easily defeat an army of humans. However, locusts were different. They cared nothing for death and attacked from every angle. Even 2 powerful men would be insufficient to stop them. Therefore, Lloyd instructed Podon to head to the designated location and wait for further commands. Together, he and Javier would protect the Frontera estate at all costs. By the time they arrived, it was already too late. The timeline mentioned in the spoiler had been even shorter than expected. As they reached the village, confused residents stared at them, unaware of the horror about to descend. Lloyd quickly approached a man, urged him indoors, and requested the largest pot lid he could find. Chapter 49. Inside the castle, Emily, a maid, froze in shock as a massive locust crashed through the window. Before it could reach her, Marbella struck it with a chair, saving her. More locusts broke through, forcing Marbella to pull Emily away. Looking out the window, Marbella saw a dark swarm looming over the village. Paralyzed by the terrifying sight, she remained motionless until Arcos stepped into the corridor behind her. Arcos led the group outside to meet Bayern and the other knights. As they reached the front door, Arcos had already left the castle and spotted them. Meanwhile, Bayern was retreating and shouting for his men to regroup inside the castle. Turning his head, he saw Michael struggling against a locust that had latched onto him. Though the castle was sealed, the people within still faced danger. Bayern hesitated briefly, unsure of what to do, until he recalled Arcos's words, "Always put the people before the lords." Drawing his sword with clenched teeth, he stepped in and slashed through the locusts surrounding Michael. He killed every insect in his path with brutal precision and told Michael to stay close. Elsewhere, Arcos struck one of the advancing swarms with his pickaxe, determined to uphold his promise to Lloyd. He urged his men to defend the townspeople. Bayern, Michael, and the orcs fought bravely, yet they were quickly overwhelmed. Bayern could do little more than watch as locusts bit into those he tried to protect. Chaos erupted as panicked mothers shielded their children and citizens fought with whatever weapons they could find. Despite injuries, Arcos continued swinging, while the orcs defended Arcos, Marbella, and Emily within the castle. Suddenly, a deep, resonant sound echoed across the village. The locusts suddenly stopped attacking. The sound repeated, causing the entire swarm to lift into the air. Lloyd, holding a large metal lid, screamed at them while Javier repeatedly struck the lid with his sword, generating a loud clang. The noise disoriented the insects and drew their attention away from the villagers. Lloyd and Javier took off, the swarm trailing behind them. Arcos and Marbella recognized Lloyd's voice echoing through the village. Just as predicted, the locusts followed in a straight line. Lloyd, pleased that his plan worked, instructed Javier to circle the estate. Villagers watched in disbelief as a massive swarm chased them. When Lloyd told Javier to strike the lid harder, the force nearly knocked him off his horse. Despite the frustration, he continued directing the plan. Javier questioned the logic but continued without hesitation. Lloyd revealed that locusts were attracted to loud noises, a fact he had read in the original novel. Upon hearing they were headed for Lacona, Javier asked if they intended to help them too, and Lloyd replied that he wouldn't lose his water bill to those bugs. At that moment, a messenger notification revealed Javier's approval rating had increased, awarding Lloyd additional RP. Chapter 50. While the locusts approached Lacona Castle, the Viscount inside tried to organize a defense. Suddenly, the castle doors burst open as Lloyd and Javier rode in, the lid ringing again. The Viscount grew furious at their intrusion, only to be met with Lloyd's cryptic warning about his unpaid water bill. Javier, still shaken, struck the bell again, causing a powerful sound to ripple through the halls. The pair rode away immediately, the locusts following close behind. Javier questioned Lloyd's motives and was stunned to hear that annoying the Viscount had been part of the plan. They rang the lid again, drawing the swarm further from populated areas. Lloyd called for everyone to clear the road as Javier begged him to conserve energy. Lloyd insisted that his efforts deserved recognition. Though baffled, Javier understood they had to keep moving. As they neared the Merit's marshes, Lloyd spotted another swarm approaching. He quickly warned Javier and told him to get behind the lid, but Javier chose to face it head-on. Charging forward, he channeled mana through his sword, cutting down wave after wave of locusts. Lloyd remained stationary, using the lid as a shield. As Javier split through the swarm, the insects regrouped, forming a larger mass. Realizing this was an opportunity, Lloyd decided they needed to move quickly. However, his horse began to tire in the open plain. Without warning, he tossed the lid back and leapt onto Javier's back, claiming he was now his horse. Annoyed but focused, Javier adapted quickly and kept running. Though irritated by the mockery, he carried Lloyd at top speed, putting some distance between themselves and the swarm. As the insects closed in, Lloyd called for Bengal and Hamming. Lloyd leapt from Javier's back toward a nearby ditch. On the opposite side, Hamming stood ready, water bulging in his mouth. When the group hit the ditch, Bengal launched from the river, releasing a fiery explosion that incinerated the front of the swarm. A thick trail of black smoke rose into the air, visible for miles. Lloyd commanded Bengal to keep attacking. Hamming, standing firm in the field, sprayed torrents of water strong enough to tear locusts apart. Disoriented, the remaining locusts fell like rain. By this time, Lloyd and Javier had emerged from the ditch and prepared for a final strike. Infusing their weapons with mana, one glowing red, the other green, they unleashed a blast that wiped out the remnants of the swarm. The explosion reached the swarm's rear, scattering locusts into the sky. Exhausted, Lloyd collapsed. Javier remained alert, concerned that some insects had survived. Pockets of locusts still disturbed the city. However, Lloyd assured him that the cleanup team was ready. Elsewhere, Podong emerged from the forest with 300 orc warriors, including their leader. Across the field, white cavalry and wizards arrived. Lloyd had arranged the cleanup crew in advance. He told Javier there was no need to worry anymore and turned his thoughts toward the larger threat, the domino monsters. Lloyd stood amid the aftermath as the white cavalry leader raised his horse and gave the order to eliminate the remaining locusts. The soldiers responded swiftly, drawing their weapons while the wizards behind them prepared their spells with practiced ease. Together, they launched a devastating attack, decimating dozens of the giant insects. Nearby, one of the orcs casually wielded a thick branch, striking down 2 locusts with a single blow. He tossed their twitching bodies into a nearby fire, drawing cheers from his companions. The roasted insects were devoured immediately as the orcs began singing in praise of their unexpectedly nutritious meal. Their celebration paused when a red-haired orc was approached by Emily. She extended a small flower toward him in gratitude for saving her life, then quickly ran off. The orc blushed, staring in silence at the fragile gift nestled in his hand. Not far from the revelry, Arcos and Marbella finally reached Lloyd and Javier. Despite his title, Arcos had felt powerless in the face of the threat. The moment they found Lloyd unharmed, they embraced him tightly, overwhelmed with relief. Lloyd, held in their arms, reflected silently on how he had nearly lost his life for the sake of securing his future pension. Thoughts of the spoiler from the notification panel surfaced briefly, yet he knew there were more urgent issues demanding his attention. A new title had been granted to him, Round 1 pick by Terminix. The reward, surprisingly useful, enabled him to repel insect-like monsters with ease. As the sun dipped behind the hills, Lloyd stood alone on the training field. A shovel rested in his grip when the white cavalry commander, Valerardi Blanc, approached from behind. Lloyd expressed gratitude for the cavalry's swift elimination of the locusts. Without their help, the task would have taken far too long. Valerardi remained stoic. He disliked how Lloyd had assumed command over the troops, yet he could not ignore the results. Lloyd's strategic insight had been undeniable, revealing a depth of calculation far beyond expectations. Still, Valerardi confessed openly that he did not like Lloyd, then demanded to know his intentions. Lloyd, recalling details from the novel, recognized Valerardi as a man of unshakable loyalty. In the original story, Valerardi had stood by his queen, even when she descended into tyranny. His loyalty had led him into direct conflict with Javier, who at the time had not yet mastered the sword. The battle between them had been brutal, but Javier had eventually emerged victorious. In his final moments, Valerardi had requested a single favor from Javier: to stop the queen. That memory confirmed to Lloyd that Valerardi was not just a knight, but a deeply principled man. Someone worth recruiting. A smile tugged at Lloyd's lips as a plan formed. He proposed a duel. If he won, the White Cavalry would join the estate's engineer corps. If he lost, Valerardi and his men would be free to return to their queen. Valerardi, clearly surprised, let out a sharp laugh. He accused Lloyd of having anticipated this outcome all along. When Lloyd mentioned that he held command over the cavalry by the queen's own orders, Valerardi's expression darkened. Fury flashed across the commander's face, but Lloyd continued. He admitted that receiving orders from him would be meaningless if not backed by respect. Respect, he argued, could only be earned in battle. Accepting the challenge, Valerardi drew his sword and asked if Lloyd had any weapons. In response, Lloyd raised his shovel. The two men faced each other as tension mounted. Valerardi, realizing the risk, chose not to draw his blade fully. He declared that this would not be a proper knight's duel. Instead, the rules would be simple: if he flinched, Lloyd would win. Lloyd nodded, gripping his shovel tightly, eyes glowing with fierce determination. Beneath the crimson sky, his stance radiated a quiet intensity that unsettled even the hardened commander. Suddenly, Lloyd unleashed all the mana he could muster, launching a devastating blast. Valerardi barely escaped the inferno as the explosion tore across the land, engulfing the mountaintop in fire and smoke. When he turned around, half the mountain summit was gone. Flames curled upward while ash rained from the sky. The sight sent a shiver down his spine. He glanced back at Lloyd, now collapsed and trembling on the ground, laughing quietly to himself. Lloyd knew the battle was over. The White Cavalry, now in awe of his power, would become the engineer corps of the Frontera barony. By morning, every cavalry member was digging alongside laborers. One soldier, frustrated by the hard work, threw his shovel down and stormed over to Valerardi, demanding to know why knights were being forced into manual labor. Valerardi gave no direct answer. Instead, he recalled Lloyd's words from the previous night. Sometimes, he had said, wielding a shovel could carry more honor than swinging a sword. Taking that to heart, Valerardi returned to digging and ordered the others to do the same. He wanted to understand what Lloyd had truly meant. At the cliff's edge, Lloyd and Javier observed the scene. Javier, curious, asked whether the plan would truly succeed. Lloyd remained confident. The orcs had taught him everything he needed to know, and their methods would prove invaluable. With a wide grin, he gestured for Javier to sit and watch. Below, dozens of laborers chipped away at the mountainside. Large rocks were being shaped slowly into the form of a massive creature. The carved figure loomed against the skyline, a testament to Lloyd's vision and the loyalty he had managed to inspire. Chapter 52. The next morning began with a calm stillness, though it did not last. A sudden tremor rolled through the barony, faint at first but quickly growing into a violent quake. Furniture toppled, families clung to one another as the rumbling intensified. Outside, hordes of four-legged beasts charged through the land, shaking the earth with each step. Fear swept through the town as structures groaned under the pressure. Yet the people held on to hope, trusting that Lloyd would find a way to protect them. At that moment, Lloyd stood atop a towering white cliff, holding a blue and white flag in his hand. From his vantage point, he saw it clearly, a massive dust cloud billowing from the depths of the forest, marking the advance of the herd. Not far from him, Valerardi and the White Cavalry observed the same scene. Although he had doubted Lloyd's words at first, Valerardi now realized the truth. The creatures charging toward them were indeed mastodons, just as Lloyd had claimed. Trees snapped beneath their weight as they bulldozed through the forest, and Valelardi finally understood the warning Lloyd had once tried to give during their earlier conversation. At the time, Lloyd had hinted that the falling dominoes were actually mastodons. When pressed for proof, he had evaded the question, offering no clear answer. Now, standing before the undeniable stampede, Valelardi no longer needed one. He secured his helmet, pushed his doubts aside, and focused on the plan. According to the strategy, he and his warriors would rush ahead of the herd, intercept the front, and begin surrounding the beasts as they slowed. He had estimated the cost: at least 20 men would die in the process. While preparing his men, Valelardi overheard a young warrior speaking quietly to another. The soldier intended to propose to his beloved once the battle ended. If he did not return, he would leave only his spear behind. It was a stark reminder of the sacrifices demanded by knighthood. Valelardi gave the order for his troops to move, but before he could proceed, Byron stepped in. Surprisingly, he wore no armor. Having grown accustomed to Lloyd's unusual strategies, Byron declared that his role was to decipher Lloyd's signals from atop the cliff. Just then, Lloyd began waving his flag. Byron immediately recognized the signal and ordered the cavalry to reposition toward the southeastern corner of the village. Valelardi hesitated. Their current placement was optimal for confronting the herd. Changing location at this stage could ruin everything. However, Lloyd continued waving insistently. His message was clear: if they disobeyed, he would report them to the queen herself. Although Valelardi still had doubts, he followed the order. The mastodons were drawing closer, and Lloyd raised both flags again. The herd thundered past the cliff as Lloyd smiled, knowing the first stage had gone according to plan. The roar of the beasts echoed through the forest as they stampeded directly toward the recently carved rock. At the front of the herd, the mastodons suddenly came to a halt. Towering before them was the image of a massive predator, a carved replica of Megalania, their ancient enemy. Confused and startled, the leading beasts stalled. Those behind collided into them, causing further disorder among the ranks. Lloyd had used the colossal carving to halt the advance. His prediction had proven accurate. Without pausing, he signaled again. Byron read the movement and ordered the cavalry to rush forward while raising as much noise and dust as possible. Spears clashed loudly, echoing through the forest. Valelardi, still unaware of the full strategy, complied. The mastodons, disturbed by the commotion, assumed another predator was nearby. One howled, the rest soon followed. Lloyd's plan had worked. The herd shifted direction and began retreating north. From the start, Lloyd had intended to drive the mastodons northward. Once the cavalry moved, Valelardi noticed the new path the herd had taken. His eyes widened as realization struck. The beasts were heading toward the enormous ditch Lloyd had insisted they dig days earlier. At the time, the purpose had been unclear. Now it all made sense. As the mastodons charged blindly, they plummeted into the ditch. Lloyd waved his white flag, signaling the final phase. Moments later, the massive creature Hamming appeared. With immense power, Hamming poured the water stored in its body into the trench, drowning the trapped beasts in a rising flood. Lloyd lowered his flags and tossed them aside. His posture exuded triumph. He declared the successful execution of a legendary Korean tactic, the Battle of Salsa. The sight left Byron and the entire cavalry in stunned silence. Once again, Lloyd had proven himself a master strategist. Chapter 53. The mastodon hordes continued to be swept away by the forceful current, drifting helplessly like leaves caught in a stream. A few managed to escape the flood, dragging their soaked bodies ashore. From the cliff above, Valelardi observed the scene in disbelief. Victory had come without the clash of swords or the sound of dying men. Before he could fully process what had happened, Lloyd settled beside him. According to Lloyd, the beasts would not return, believing that Megalania still lurked nearby. As an added result, they now had a newly formed canal. Valelardi asked whether Lloyd intended to turn the canal into a functioning waterway. Lloyd admitted that the idea had only just occurred to him. This sparked a memory in Valelardi, one that carried the weight of sorrow. He recalled a day on the battlefield, standing before the family of a fallen soldier. All he could offer was a dirt-covered spear and hollow words about bravery. The widow had broken down, her pain cutting deeper than any wound he had suffered in war. Over time, the cemetery was filled with more names. Despite the grief, he had ordered the surviving troops to continue training. When night came, rain fell over the graves. Valelardi had sat in silence, mourning the soldiers he could not protect. He realized then that glory and honor meant little in the face of death. Those who remained behind carried the pain, while the dead became symbols for speeches that no longer felt true. Now, the mood has changed. Soldiers cheered and joked, with one asking to be invited to a wedding. The sight felt foreign to Valellardi, yet it stirred something in him. Not far away, Lloyd and Javier discussed the possibility of more waves of attacks. Lloyd explained that while large-scale operations like the one used against the mastodons had been successful, they were far too costly to repeat frequently. He wanted to try a different approach. Javier assumed Lloyd had already devised a cost-effective alternative. Before Lloyd could explain further, Valellardi interrupted. He offered the full support of the cavalry for the next plan. Lloyd, surprised by the gesture, asked what had changed. Valellardi confessed that the recent battle had opened his eyes. He had spent years believing leadership came from orders and sacrifice, but Lloyd had shown him what a true victory looked like. In a single motion, Valellardi cast off his cloak, knelt before Lloyd, and pledged his loyalty. The rest of the cavalry followed his example without hesitation. Lloyd revealed that he had planned to ask Valellardi to stay. He knew the next stage could not succeed without him. With the team assembled, he turned his attention to his family. Together with Javier and Valellardi, he sat down with Arcos and Marbella. Lloyd brought up his controversial proposal to reshape Capua's land into a flowing river. His parents remained unconvinced, especially when Lloyd spoke of King Storma, a legendary creature said to sleep beneath Lake Capua. The beast, according to ancient records, could not be awakened by ordinary means. Lloyd, however, intended to do just that. After a tense silence, Arcos strongly opposed the idea. Marbella supported his objection. Valellardi, however, raised his hand in agreement with Lloyd, while Javier followed, knowing that no one could persuade Lloyd to abandon his plans once committed. Though hesitant, Javier remained loyal to his duty. Lloyd stood and gave the command. Everyone set off with shovels in hand. As they approached the lake, Javier asked whether Lloyd truly intended to lure King Storma into action. Lloyd explained that during his research, he had discovered how the creature had originally formed the lake by constructing a dam. If the dam were destroyed repeatedly, King Storma would surface to repair it, reacting instinctively to any threat to its habitat. This behavior could then be exploited to scare away other monsters invading from the eastern mountains. Javier was shocked. The idea of provoking a peaceful, sleeping creature seemed cruel. He asked what would happen if Lloyd's information turned out to be wrong and the monster attacked them. Lloyd, without hesitation, answered that it would then be Javier's duty as a knight to defeat it. In his imagination, he had already assigned Javier the role of guardian of the land. Javier, frustrated, kept his complaints to himself, silently accepting that he was being treated more like a tool than a person. Eventually, they reached the lake's edge. Lloyd paused, took a deep breath, and activated his surveying skills. The simulation mode blended seamlessly with the environment. He began shifting terrain markers, calculating where to weaken the dam without causing a flood and without waking the beast. Javier leaned toward Valellardi and warned him not to be alarmed. From a distance, Lloyd appeared to be waving at nothing, but each movement had purpose. Valellardi, rather than being disturbed, admired Lloyd's strange methods. He saw the brilliance behind the madness. As they waited, they exchanged thoughts and observed quietly. Below the surface, King Storma stirred. From the depths of the lake, the ancient beast watched their every move. If disturbed, there would be no second chances. Chapter 54. A few hours before executing his plan in the village, Lloyd heard loud laughter coming from the field. Curious, he turned toward the noise and spotted Byron playing with the baby mastodons. The sight was unsettling. A man like Byron, usually stoic and disciplined, now rolled around on the ground giggling with the young creatures. It unsettled Lloyd, who never imagined Byron capable of such childish joy. Soon enough, Byron noticed Lloyd's gaze and approached him. He offered to care for the baby mastodons abandoned during the recent monster attack. Although Lloyd had doubts about the idea, fearing the creatures would grow wild and dangerous, Byron insisted they were too adorable to pose any threat. Lloyd remained hesitant. He explained that raising them would not be easy. Still, Byron remained adamant, nearly begging to keep them. Against his better judgment, Lloyd gave in. Byron immediately dropped to the ground, overjoyed, and resumed playing with the mastodons. As Lloyd walked away, he couldn't shake the feeling that Byron might actually succeed in training them. If true, they could become valuable allies, especially with the orcs returning to their tribe in the wake of the domino monster's attacks. Wanting to secure that advantage, Lloyd ordered an officer to select 5 warriors and accompany the orcs back to their village. Valellardi soon arrived and informed Lloyd that the preparations for the next operation were complete. Lloyd stepped forward and addressed the cavalry, announcing that they would wake the monster. Only the cavalry could handle this task. He praised their strength and valor, triggering a wave of thunderous cheers. Then, he commanded them to kneel before their shovels. Without question, they obeyed, saluting the tools like sacred relics. With high spirits, they marched forward, chanting in rhythm about their shovels. Lloyd led the charge with unwavering resolve. Javier remained behind, watching in silence. A sense of pity stirred within him. The soldiers had fallen completely under Lloyd's influence, following every word without hesitation. Once Lloyd completed his simulation work, the soldiers set to work immediately. He modified the landscape to ensure that the lake's shore would not collapse and cause flooding. When everything was ready, he signaled Javier to climb to the marked position on the relief and start the final phase. Javier plunged his sword into the earth and released a surge of mana. The resulting explosion sent debris high into the sky. As the blast settled, the ground began to tremble. Trees toppled down the hillside. Dust rose in thick clouds, visible from great distances. The force of the blast collapsed the natural dam, just as Lloyd had predicted. He ordered the cavalry to retreat and seek cover. Moments later, the water's surface trembled. The lair that had once floated peacefully now shook violently. Lloyd had anticipated this. He knew King Storma had awakened. The lair erupted, splitting apart as an enormous form emerged from beneath. Despite all his calculations, Lloyd never expected the creature to be so massive. From the water, a pair of eyes locked onto the land. Javier instinctively took cover behind a tree. His senses sharpened. Valellardi stood frozen, staring at the monster rising before him. When the full body emerged, the soldiers gawked in disbelief. King Storma did not resemble a terrifying beast. Instead, it looked like an enormous beaver. Rather than fear, surprise spread through the ranks. The soldiers, Valellardi included, found the creature oddly endearing. Yet it screamed in a language none could understand. None, except Lloyd. King Storma, furious, surveyed the damage. Lloyd, crouched low, tried to avoid detection. The creature's voice resonated with emotion. It had been resting peacefully and now declared that it would not only repair the dam but also eliminate everyone responsible for disturbing its slumber. Lloyd's confidence wavered. Sweat beaded on his forehead as he realized the beast was more intelligent than expected. Valellardi approached cautiously, asking for instructions. Lloyd, still shaken, could not compose himself. In a burst of rage, King Storma scooped water with his massive hands and hurled it toward the shore. A tidal wave surged toward the cavalry. They attempted to flee, but the wave overwhelmed them. Most were swept away. Only Javier managed to leap clear of the water in time. Drawing his sword, Javier infused it with blazing orange mana and hurled it at the beast. King Storma swiftly deflected the attack. Javier shifted tactics. His blade glowed green as he prepared a powerful strike aimed directly at the monster's head. He raised the sword high, gathering momentum for the blow. Just as Javier prepared to strike, Lloyd called out, demanding he stop. Javier heard him and froze mid-motion. Lloyd, though shaken, had one final plan. If King Storma was indeed a summoned creature, then there was still a chance. Chapter 55. Javier remained suspended in the air as King Storma launched a direct attack. With quick reflexes, he redirected his explosion to strike King Storma instead. The blast only fueled the creature's rage. King Storma made an attempt to grab Javier, yet the agile warrior dodged effortlessly and retaliated. While Javier kept the creature occupied, Lloyd moved through the water toward his target. He felt a moment of relief, realizing Javier had bought him the time he needed. However, just as he got closer, King Storma sensed his presence and turned. Lloyd reacted instantly, diving underwater to stay hidden. He now understood that Storma was unusually perceptive and would not be easy to ambush. Javier attempted another powerful strike, yet King Storma deflected it with a sweep of his tail. Still undeterred, Javier quickly switched to aura mode and launched another attack. King Storma simply leapt aside to avoid it. Once Javier landed, he appeared more determined than ever. At the same time, Lloyd remained submerged, evaluating his next move. A simple attack would not be enough. He needed something that would make a real impact, though he had no clear idea what that might be. Determined to keep the beast's attention, Javier let out a shout that echoed across the battlefield. His voice reached both the cavalry and Lloyd underwater. King Storma turned again, now focused entirely on the noisy warrior. Javier's words, though nonsensical, were effective. He accidentally insulted Storma's identity by calling him a mother, then continued with strange taunts, referring to him as an octopus baby and a bully. He remained unaware of the insults he was shouting until he finally called Storma ugly. That final jab caused the beast to momentarily lower his guard. This lapse allowed Lloyd to climb onto King Storma's back. By the time the creature noticed, Lloyd was already standing on his head, well out of reach of Storma's short limbs. Seizing the moment, Lloyd launched himself into the air and tossed a blue sunflower seed directly into the creature's mouth. It was the same magical seed that had once caused Podong to shrink. As Lloyd flipped midair, he silently hoped the plan would succeed. The transformation was immediate. Storma's massive frame rapidly shrank until he was no larger than a regular animal. He emerged on the riverbank, stunned by the change and distracted by the towering tree nearby. Before he could react, Lloyd grabbed him with a firm grip, his face tight with frustration. Despite his size, Storma still struggled and managed to smack Lloyd in the face with his tail. The impact forced Lloyd to release him, and the now tiny creature made a run for it. Though the cavalry gave chase, they could not match Storma's new speed. Lloyd responded by ordering Podong, Bangle, and Hamming to intercept him. Podong moved ahead swiftly, managing to catch up. However, Storma turned and delivered a sharp blow to Podong's face, interrupting the skirmish in the challenge realm. The unexpected hit enraged Podong, who struck back with full force. This triggered a heated battle between the two. Hamming seized the opportunity and joined the fray, yet Storma remained elusive. He dodged Hamming's attack with ease, causing the latter to take a hit instead. Using the distraction, Storma tried to escape once more. Lloyd intercepted him just in time. Due to the sudden halt, Bangle fell off Lloyd's shoulder. She rose gracefully, catching Storma's full attention. After centuries of slumber, Storma stood mesmerized. His gaze fixed on Bangle with quiet awe, forgetting his desire to flee. Lloyd observed his reaction and realized something had changed. Storma, no longer hostile, remained frozen in place. Lloyd, initially puzzled, looked closely at Storma's expression and understood that the creature had been captivated. Taking advantage of the moment, Lloyd suggested a conversation. Storma accepted the offer, clearly defeated in spirit but doing his best to maintain a dignified posture in front of Bangle. He moved closer, no longer resisting. Lloyd could see the shift and smiled. His plan to capture King Storma had worked, though not entirely as expected. Chapter 56. Lloyd brought King Storma to his manor and directed him to roar loudly twice a day, once at dawn and once at dusk, from across the lake. When Storma questioned the benefit he would receive from this task, Lloyd scratched his head, admitting he had no reward to offer. However, he hinted that Storma's effort would bring joy to those around him, especially Jingle Bangle. Knowing Storma harbored feelings for her, Lloyd used that knowledge to his advantage. Bangle smiled in agreement, which instantly captivated Storma again. Without hesitation, the enchanted beaver accepted Lloyd's request. Pleased with the outcome, Lloyd considered how useful Storma could be, especially since Bangle had no romantic interest in him. He planned to take full advantage of the beaver's infatuation, even hoping that Storma would remain lonely indefinitely. Yet in that moment, Lloyd realized he had never experienced love himself. They were both alone. Motivated by this shared loneliness, Lloyd lifted Storma and embraced him. The beaver struggled briefly but was unable to break free due to the unexpected warmth of the hug. When Lloyd asked if he could call him Beaver, Storma gave a quiet nod of approval. Greg suddenly entered the room, claiming he had been on his way to accompany the orcs to their tribe. Along the journey, his group encountered a panicked orc requesting reinforcements. Their tribe had come under attack by Megalania. In the tribe of Sand and Steel, chaos reigned. The orcs fought desperately against the towering reptile. Akush led the charge, launching into the air with a sword in each hand. He brought both blades down on the Megalania's head, but the beast remained unharmed. It glared at him with hostility, signaling imminent danger. With a swift motion, the Megalania swung its massive tail and struck Akush. Though he attempted to block the blow with his swords, the sheer force sent him flying to the ground. As other orcs ran to his side, Akush ordered them to hold their positions and continue the assault. Back at the village, Lloyd instructed Greg to assemble the white cavalry at the gate. Greg pointed out that they would arrive too late to assist the tribe. Regardless, Lloyd assured him that he had a plan. Still holding Storma, Lloyd sprinted toward the village with Javier by his side. He saw this as an opportunity to halt the spread of monster attacks. Laughing with anticipation, he handed Storma a red sunflower seed, an item capable of triggering immense growth. The villagers watched in awe as Storma swelled to a towering size, casting a shadow that blocked out the sun. Lloyd encouraged the now giant beaver to do his best and impress Bengal. Javier remained confused by the sudden developments, unable to grasp Lloyd's true intentions. Fueled by excitement, the oversized Storma leapt with incredible force, covering forests and hills in a single bound. The white cavalry, now clinging to Storma's fur, held on for dear life as he barreled through the landscape toward the mountains. Meanwhile, the orcs continued their defense against the Megalania. Though they fought bravely, the enemy's strength overwhelmed them. Just as the monster advanced, Storma soared through the air and landed directly in front of the orc lines. The impact created a shockwave that lifted Akush from the ground. While Akush struggled to regain his bearings, Storma stood tall over the Megalania. In comparison to the beaver's current size, the reptilian beast appeared minuscule. Lloyd then climbed onto Storma's head and addressed the Megalania, warning it that moving westward would lead to its own demise. They would become prey themselves. Before the Megalania could react, Storma swiftly reached behind him and hurled the creature into the sky with remarkable ease. It crashed into the distant forest, vanishing from sight with a thunderous boom. The battle had ended. As the power of the sunflower seed wore off, Storma returned to his normal size. Turning around, he was surprised to find Bengal standing beside him. Embarrassed, he blushed deeply. Her words of encouragement made his face turn even redder. Shortly after, Valelardi approached Lloyd, asking what the white cavalry should do now that the situation appeared resolved. Lloyd responded that he had other plans in mind. Before he could explain further, Akush stepped forward and announced that their blood contract had ended. This left Lloyd puzzled. Taking a deep breath, Akush led the other orcs in pledging allegiance to both the tribe of Sand and Steel and the barony of Frontera. Lloyd expressed his gratitude for their loyalty and presented them with a new task, reviving their once great tribe. Although Akush accepted the offer, he remained uncertain about Lloyd's vague instructions. Nonetheless, the future of the tribe had taken a new course. Chapter 57. In the eastern desert, within the vast kingdom of Asfahan, a strategic fire was set in a reed field. The blaze disturbed the surrounding ecosystem and triggered a chain reaction among the monsters. Among the scattered groups was a tribe known for its intelligence. They had witnessed a startling sight, the moment Lloyd hurled the Megalania into the sky. Stories began to circulate, exaggerating what they had seen. Whispers spread across the land of a monstrous beast from the west, towering and unstoppable, capable of devouring everything in its path. Alongside this beast was a terrifying figure, rumored to be a demon from the depths of hell. These two legends were none other than Storma and Lloyd. Back in Asfahan, the Sultan sat within his opulent palace, receiving reports from his warriors. One of them informed him that an orc tribe had recently moved into the Megano forest. The Sultan asked about Magantano's reaction, learning there had been no interference. Just as the warrior was dismissed, he mentioned a second issue. The monsters previously scattered by the fire had returned, now attacking the kingdom's borders. Although the soldiers fought fiercely, the creatures appeared more frightened than aggressive, as if running from something far more dangerous. Troubled by this, the Sultan ordered a full mobilization of weapons and forces to repel the invaders. He questioned whether Magantano could be behind it but dismissed the thought, doubting they could withstand such monstrous assaults. The possibility of a demon rising from the west began to settle in his mind. Meanwhile, in Frontera, Lloyd faced a different matter. He handed a document to the loan sharks who had long harassed his family. The paper was a formal receipt declaring the full repayment of their debts, including accumulated interest. Alongside it was a check covering the entire amount. Stunned, the loan sharks hesitated, then quickly signed the receipt and fled without protest. Arcos, who had witnessed the exchange, approached Lloyd. Realizing what his son had done, he broke down. He expressed guilt for having placed such a burden on Lloyd, feeling undeserving as a parent. Lloyd, calm and unwavering, asked his father a single question: whether he loved him. Without hesitation, Arcos affirmed his love, and Lloyd responded that love alone was enough to make him his father. With the debt finally settled, Lloyd received a new title, one that granted him access to investments with favorable interest rates and numerous benefits. Later that day, as the sun reached its peak, Lloyd strolled silently through the corridor. Javier met him with an update. the orc tribe had successfully relocated to the East Mountain, escorted by the White Cavalry without any incident. However, Javier noticed something odd. Lloyd seemed unusually quiet. While walking away, Lloyd reflected on everything he had accomplished. The pressure that once consumed him was gone, yet an unexpected calmness weighed on him. Inside his room, he stood by the window, sunlight pouring in. He remembered the tears in his father's eyes and the pain in his voice. The memory drew out a sorrow he had buried for too long. It reminded him of his own father from his previous world and the hardships they endured. Overwhelmed, Lloyd gritted his teeth to suppress the urge to scream. Yet, the tears came. Outside, Javier could hear him crying through the door. Respecting his master's emotions, he chose not to interrupt, knowing Lloyd deserved that moment of release. Several days later, the atmosphere in town changed. Everywhere Lloyd went, the people greeted him with cheer and gratitude. Despite their joy, Lloyd felt embarrassed by the attention. He quickly snapped at them to return to work, causing a few awkward smiles. Javier, walking beside him, suggested that Lloyd had earned the right to boast if he wanted. The people's happiness was possible because of his efforts. Lloyd argued that if he acted proud, no one would want to hire him again. He tried to ignore the praise and walk past it. Just then, Byron came running toward him in a panic. Struggling to catch his breath, he informed Lloyd that a large crowd was approaching from the south. Expecting an armed force, Lloyd asked if they were soldiers. Byron shook his head. They were not fighters, they were refugees. Chapter 58. Lloyd stood frozen, absorbing the unexpected news. Refugees had arrived from the south, raising questions he had not anticipated. He believed that once the debt was cleared, their troubles would vanish. However, this new situation proved otherwise. As the crowd of refugees approached the town, Lloyd and Javier moved to intercept them alongside Byron. A man from the group stepped forward and inquired whether Lloyd was the lord of the town. Lloyd responded that the title belonged to his father. The man introduced himself as Nicholas and revealed that they were survivors from the barony of Chino. Lloyd noticed the group's battered state, wounds, torn clothes, and exhaustion written across their faces. Nicholas tried to recount how Lloyd's father had saved them, but Lloyd stopped him to ask a more pressing question. He wanted to know if the ones who attacked them were monsters. Nicholas confirmed it, and Zader, another soldier nearby, added that it was likely caused by the domino effect from the desert. Lloyd had already suspected something similar. All territories bordering the desert had been struck by monster attacks, except Frontera and Lacona. It was clear to him that taming King Storma had redirected the monsters elsewhere. Trapped between impassable seas in the north, foreign lands in the south, and an unreachable west, the only available refuge for survivors was Frontera or Lacona. As the refugees dropped to their knees, pleading for shelter, Javier wondered whether the estate could handle such an influx. Lloyd, however, grinned widely. To Javier's confusion, Lloyd viewed the situation as a golden opportunity. A larger population meant increased tax revenue. Javier expressed disbelief at Lloyd's obsession with finances, but Lloyd ignored him and instructed Byron to oversee the refugees' welfare. The refugees expressed heartfelt gratitude. Lloyd made his way to the manor to inform his father. Byron quietly told Javier not to be too critical of Lloyd. He believed Lloyd's actions spoke louder than his intentions, and with time, they would be understood. Javier had no response, as he sensed Byron was right. Inside the manor, Arcos listened in shock as he learned about the growing number of refugees. He voiced concern that the estate lacked the resources to feed them all. Nonetheless, he expressed a strong desire to welcome them. Lloyd interrupted, beaming, and claimed the estate had sufficient livestock. His statement confused everyone until he revealed that he had preserved all the dead horses. He led his parents to the barn where the preserved carcasses were stored. Arcos hesitated, concerned about feeding people insects and leftovers. Yet his doubts quickly faded when his wife tasted the food without hesitation and declared it similar to shrimp. The orcs had no issue eating it either. Delighted by the taste but determined to mask the odor, she requested to take charge of the kitchen. Lloyd smiled, happy to hand over the responsibility. Outside, soldiers and orcs worked tirelessly to erect tents on an open field. Once the shelters were completed, Lloyd ordered them to gather additional ingredients for cooking. Soon after, a soldier ran up to report a fresh wave of refugees. Lloyd, caught off guard by the speed of their arrival, commanded Podong to dig a heating trench for the new arrivals. With the aid of a steroid seed, Podong grew massive and dug with impressive speed. Meanwhile, Bear arrived and reported that the heating system crew, working alongside Bengal, had shown unwavering dedication. Knowing that refugees were arriving from every direction, they redoubled their efforts. In the kitchen, a maid expressed concern over the lingering smell. However, the Baroness had already taken care of it. She displayed an old legendary cookbook Lloyd had found in a dark wizard's cave, astonishing the kitchen staff. At the manor, Lloyd observed the growing sea of tents. The estate was running out of space. He scratched his head, searching for a solution to turn temporary shelters into permanent homes. Then a child's wail pierced the air. Lloyd spotted a toddler crying, pleading with his mother to return home. The reality weighed heavily on him. They had no home to return to. The scene stirred memories from Lloyd's former life. He remembered moving into a tiny apartment with his parents, a modest place on the city's outskirts. Despite its size, it felt like home because his family was there. Inspired by that memory, he promised himself to build a home for the boy and his mother. Rising to his feet, Lloyd's expression grew firm. Javier watched silently from behind, moved by his master's compassion. Lloyd turned and declared that they had a major project ahead. When Javier asked if the mansion had enough space to accommodate all the refugees, Lloyd replied confidently. There would be enough, because he intended to build an apartment complex. Chapter 59. Lloyd wanted to construct the complex because, in Korea, apartments were commonly built on limited land yet could accommodate numerous residents. This type of housing minimized construction costs through standardization and offered better insulation due to the block structure in all directions. As he gazed down at the flowing river, he activated his skill to assess the terrain. The results confirmed that the riverbank would be the ideal location to provide the refugees with a livable and sustainable environment. He immediately set to work modeling the layout of the buildings. The best approach, he concluded, was to construct apartment clusters around the river. His expression darkened into a familiar smirk, not from concern for the refugees, but from realizing how much tax revenue this project could generate. The thought of wealth made his grin widen. In his imagination, he was already swimming in a pool of money. Later at a planning meeting, Lloyd announced his vision to build a residential complex. Before construction began, Javier questioned the project's name, visibly annoyed by Lloyd's choice of honey apartments. Meanwhile, Byron stood dazed, claiming he had been working non-stop and feared Lloyd would eventually work him to death. Lloyd brushed off his complaint and proceeded with the presentation. He explained that Tulo referred to old-style buildings designed with multiple living spaces stacked on each floor, and common facilities such as kitchens, toilets, and wells placed centrally. The most critical feature, he emphasized, was the steel gate that would be installed to secure the residential area. With that addition, the complex would become an impenetrable fortress. Valelardi praised the idea with applause, leaving the others surprised by how far Lloyd had already thought through the design. Javier raised a concern about the estate's limited budget. Lloyd grew irritated and accused him of doubting his capabilities. However, when Arcos raised the same issue, Javier adjusted his tone and reassured him that they could manage both the construction and refugee support within the budget. Later that day, Lloyd and Javier rode on horseback across the estate. Lloyd kept teasing him for being too cautious, though Javier remained quiet. Sensing something was troubling him, Lloyd opened up about his fears. If anything went wrong, he alone would bear the responsibility. His only confidant was his knight, and sharing the pressure was his way of coping. Javier was caught off guard by the honesty. Lloyd, embarrassed by the moment, quickly reverted to his usual mischief, prompting Javier to imagine punching him for real. They soon reached Lacona. Inside the castle corridors, Lloyd spotted Diego approaching. The boy froze and screamed in fear. Lloyd found amusement in the reaction and joked about his dropout status. Since Diego had indeed left school, Lloyd offered to help him return, on the condition that his family settled things with the Frontera barony. Soon after, they met with the Viscount. The nobleman mocked Lloyd for wanting to raise the price of water, acting as though he had already won. He presented a contract as proof. Without hesitation, Lloyd asked him to step closer. From his coat, he drew a magnifying glass and pointed to a tiny clause in the contract, which granted him the right to adjust prices at any time. The Viscount's confidence shattered. His face twisted in disbelief, realizing that Lloyd had outmaneuvered him. Lloyd calmly reassured him that this could be mutually beneficial. If the Viscount accepted the new water rates, Lloyd would not report to the Queen that he had been refusing aid to incoming refugees. Stunned by the offer, the Viscount faltered. He had not expected blackmail disguised as diplomacy. Lloyd then added another proposition. If the Viscount complied, Lloyd would request the Queen to reinstate Diego at the Royal Academy. The Viscount, though still furious, recognized he had no better option. He asked how much more Lloyd wanted. Lloyd clarified that he was not trying to exploit him. He merely wanted greater cooperation and better treatment in future dealings. The ambiguity of his demand made the Viscount groan quietly, sensing there was no clear end to this negotiation. Javier observed from the side, silently pitying the Viscount. He had seen this behavior from Lloyd many times. Regardless of how underhanded his methods seemed, the results always benefited the people. As Lloyd waited for the Viscount's response, the room felt heavy, the air thick with silent resignation. Chapter 60. Lloyd stared calmly at the Viscount while the latter glared at him in frustration. The Viscount, trying to settle the matter quickly, offered a 20% increase. Lloyd remained expressionless, clearly unimpressed. Upon realizing this, the Viscount raised the offer to 30%, though Lloyd's face only grew more displeased. Confused, the Viscount glanced at Javier, who subtly pointed to a different figure. Hesitant but determined, the Viscount raised the offer to 50%. Still, Lloyd showed no sign of agreement. Puzzled and irritated, the Viscount watched as Javier shook his head and whispered a final suggestion, 5 times the original amount. The demand infuriated the Viscount. He shouted in protest, accusing Lloyd of outright robbery. Lloyd calmly suggested reducing the amount to 4 times instead, claiming it would be fair. Relieved, the Viscount agreed and signed the new contract with a forced smile. Upon returning to Frontera County, Lloyd leapt joyfully, celebrating the success of the negotiation. The Viscount also felt triumphant at first, until the realization hit, he had been manipulated into paying 4 times more for water. Disbelief clouded his earlier satisfaction. On the road, Javier expressed discomfort over his new role in Lloyd's schemes. Lloyd teased him, saying he had officially become a blackmailer by assisting. Javier responded with a vow to focus solely on his duties as a knight from that point on. Lloyd joked that he would stop singing Javier to sleep, but Javier brushed it off, confident that his swordsmanship training allowed him to control his emotions better now. However, night brought reality. Javier found himself sleepless without the lullaby. Restless, he eventually approached Lloyd and confessed his mistake. Lloyd, pleased, resumed reading the textbook on retaining walls aloud, and Javier quickly fell asleep. Afterward, Lloyd got up and returned to his desk, where he activated his building modeling skill. Unfortunately, his lack of engineering knowledge caused the virtual structure behind him to collapse repeatedly. Despite the setbacks, he smiled. His skill compelled him to persist, ensuring that eventual failure was impossible. The next morning, Lloyd ordered Byron to send a message to Count Kotu, requesting doctors, masons, and carpenters. He also instructed him to purchase grain and meat from the western region. The goal was to prepare for large-scale construction and feed the growing number of refugees. During the day, Lloyd labored with the workers, digging foundations and managing logistics. He insisted that all refugees be accepted, confident that his plan would succeed. At night, he continued building designs, adjusting layouts, and debating floor levels. During one long session, his nose began to bleed. He collapsed onto his work, but refused to stop. He would not scale down his vision. The following day, Byron returned with grim news. Their funds were insufficient to support the project. Lloyd hesitated but instructed him to consider scaling down the plan or relocating some of the refugees. He tried to maintain optimism, assuring Byron that everything would work out. However, as he stood to leave, dizziness overcame him. He collapsed to the ground with a loud thud, prompting panic among those nearby. By the time they reached him, Lloyd lay motionless. Far from Frontera, a dozen soldiers clad in purple gathered on the palace training field. Each aimed an arrow at the queen, who stood at the center with nothing but a sword in hand. The captain gave the order to release. Arrows filled the air, hurtling toward her. She stood firm, focusing her strength. A deep purple aura surrounded her blade as she slashed, reducing the arrows to splinters before they reached her. Shards rained down, stunning the trainees nearby. Despite her success, the queen appeared unsatisfied. Her progress with aura manifestation was still limited. The scene reminded her of a humiliating battle she had yet to forget. A messenger arrived moments later, requesting an audience. She wondered if it was another problem stirred up by Lloyd. The visitor knelt before her. It was Javier. He respectfully unfolded a letter and began reading Lloyd's vague message. The queen listened silently, already preparing for whatever absurd scheme he had devised this time. Chapter 61. Javier read aloud that Frontera had taken in refugees from 17 estates following the attack by the domino monsters. The queen listened closely to every word of praise Lloyd had written. She questioned whether he was being sincere or simply sarcastic. In her mind, she pictured Lloyd on his knees, weeping dramatically. When Javier mentioned that Lloyd lacked the funds to proceed, she raised an eyebrow at how direct he had been in the letter. Further into the message, Javier revealed that Lloyd was requesting a budget 3 times greater than what she might have considered. The queen was taken aback, thinking Lloyd had lost his mind. Javier calmly clarified that Lloyd had not gone mad. It felt as if Lloyd was speaking directly to her through the letter, his tone insistent and familiar. Irritated, she continued to imagine him making bold requests without shame. The letter continued, stating that Lloyd wanted to build proper homes for the refugees so they could live and work again. When she heard him explain that his current budget could not support the plan, she raised her hand, signaling Javier to stop. She had heard enough to understand his intent. She then explained that to grant such a significant amount of money, she would need to consult financial experts and gain approval from the elder, whose stubbornness was well known. Before she could fully process her thoughts, Javier produced another letter from his pocket. Curious, the queen listened as Javier read Lloyd's second message. In it, he explained his intention to turn the buildings into an invincible fortress, capable of defending against both the domino monsters and threats from the east. The queen was impressed by how far ahead he had planned. Lloyd emphasized that the project would leave the kingdom stronger, improving loyalty to her and expanding her influence. She began to believe that this proposal offered too many strategic advantages to ignore. As she reflected on this, Javier declared the word bingo, just as Lloyd had instructed him. The timing startled her, as though Lloyd had somehow read her mind. After a moment of consideration, she made her decision: she would fund the project. Javier then informed her that Lloyd also wanted Corgadus to come to Frontera. Back in the refugee camp at Fona, Greg called out to everyone, urging them not to relax just because Lloyd had fallen ill. Once an insignificant soldier, Greg had been present from the start. He had seen Lloyd punish a traitor and had been one of the soldiers abducted by the Dark Wizard. Since then, he had supported Lloyd's efforts every step of the way. Greg handed out more blankets to the families. As he exited one of the tents, he spotted Emily walking by. He scolded her for refusing to take a break and tried to take her blankets, but she resisted. Their brief argument ended in laughter as he chased her through the camp. Nearby, the orc who had helped Emily during the monster attack observed them in silence. The scene saddened him. His friends had often mocked him for liking Emily, and seeing her with Greg stirred those memories. Hurt, he tossed away the flowers he had brought and walked off. Emily, unaware, noticed him from behind. Meanwhile, Lloyd awoke abruptly from a dream. It turned out everything until that moment had been part of a vision. Byron sat beside him, visibly concerned. Lloyd's pale complexion caused even more worry. Thoughts of unpaid soldier salaries consumed him, worsening his condition. Despite Byron's attempt to reassure him that payment could be delayed, Lloyd refused the idea. He could not bear to postpone anyone's wages. In the hallway, Javier made his way toward Lloyd's room with news to report. Inside, Lloyd turned even paler at the thought of delaying payments. He recalled what it felt like not to be paid on time and claimed he would rather die than subject his people to the same. Speaking as though he were on his deathbed, he lost consciousness. Panicking, Byron shouted for doctors. When Javier entered the room, he announced that Lloyd had fainted. In response, Javier pulled out the official bank checks and told Lloyd that the kingdom's funds had arrived. At that moment, Lloyd sprang upright in bed, glowing with life. The illness vanished in an instant. Byron stood frozen in horror while Lloyd, grinning maniacally, jumped to his feet and ordered everyone to resume work immediately. Chapter 62. A few days passed, and Byron announced that construction was nearing completion. The team maintained high morale as progress remained steady. They successfully built a retaining wall around the perimeter of the massive complex. While waiting for additional support, Lloyd took the opportunity to demonstrate a full-scale model of the building using his unique skill. He tested its resilience against landslides and typhoons, confirming that every structure withstood all simulated disasters. Pleased with the results, Lloyd moved to the next test. He raised both hands and simulated a meteorite strike directly on the complex. The impact destroyed half a continent in the simulation, which made Lloyd burst into hysterical laughter. Javier, who had been observing silently, drew Lloyd's attention. Lloyd, as usual, misunderstood Javier's expression and a brief argument followed. Javier finally informed him that Corgadus and 30 other dwarven artisans had arrived in Frontera. Lloyd rushed to greet them. He needed their expertise to produce concrete for a sturdy apartment structure. Additionally, their help was essential to construct a cement mixer. Corgadus expressed his irritation that Lloyd had welcomed him with a warm meal, though Lloyd dismissed the complaint and insisted they begin immediately. As an alternative to formal pleasantries, Lloyd offered something more impressive, a unique blueprint unlike anything they had ever seen. Corgadus snatched the drawing without a word and began working right away. Lloyd and Javier joined the effort. Together, they unleashed a mana blast that destabilized the earth, allowing it to collapse and clear the ground. The dwarves had already finished building the cement mixer, and Podong eagerly ran in circles around the barrel to keep the concrete mix going at full speed. On the opposite side, Mix worked to collect and distribute the mixture. Meanwhile, the orcs used the opportunity to bend rebar for reinforcement, treating it as a form of muscle training. Lloyd gave Byron a demonstration of how to pour and set the cement blocks properly to ensure strength and durability. As the building grew taller, Lloyd employed Storma as a crane to hoist materials up the structure. The continued presence of the Bengal creature kept his spirits lifted. Several days passed in the same rhythm. Lloyd instructed Byron to maintain pace while observing the rapid progress. However, another challenge remained. He needed to construct a reliable heating system that would supply steam to radiators in every room. The system's limitation was clear: it could not distribute heat evenly across all floors. The top levels, in particular, would be left without heating. Lloyd stayed up each night, struggling to find a solution. Despite noting every idea and possible material, nothing worked. One late evening, while flipping through his notes, he spotted something significant. A memory returned, one from a novel he had read. In the story, Javier once fought a dragon. Despite his sword skills, he was not strong enough to win. The dragon's flames engulfed him entirely, yet he endured, standing defiantly in full armor. The dragon hesitated, shocked that Javier had survived. The secret lay in the armor, which had been crafted from the hardened sap of the Alencia tree, known as the best insulating material in the world. Excited, Lloyd smiled and marked the idea. The following day, he took Javier with him to find the Alencia tree. During the journey, Javier asked how far they would need to travel. Lloyd explained that the trees only grew in the evergreen forest, home to the elves. Javier objected immediately. The elves, as everyone knew, despised humans and refused any kind of negotiation. Lloyd, however, recalled another part of the novel. In that version, Javier eventually built rapport with the elves. Using that information, Lloyd made Javier feel responsible, pushing guilt onto him. Reluctantly, Javier agreed to accompany him, uncertain how Lloyd planned to gain access to the forest. Lloyd, however, had no intention of negotiating. Instead, he grinned with pride and revealed his real plan: he intended to steal from the elves. Upon hearing this, Javier was overwhelmed with frustration and, for a moment, considered quitting his role as Lloyd's servant. Chapter 63. A gentle chill hung in the air as Lloyd and Javier stepped into the evergreen forest. Winter flowers bloomed along their path, painting the landscape with unexpected color. Javier gripped his sword tightly while walking beside the blossoms, although his allergy soon got the better of him. He sneezed loudly, drawing Lloyd's irritation. Lloyd reminded him that elves were connected to the forest, meaning any disturbance would alert them instantly. Javier dismissed the warning, claiming his sneeze was graceful because of his good looks. The two began to bicker, with Javier mocking Lloyd's appearance. Unable to outmatch Javier in wit, Lloyd shifted the subject. In frustration, he swung at Javier, who casually blocked each punch with a single hand. Eventually, Lloyd paused and signaled him to stay quiet, explaining that their goal lay at the heart of the forest. Before they could advance, a row of elves appeared with bows drawn. Lloyd was surprised they had already been discovered. One of the elves accused them of being too noisy at the border. Javier quickly assessed the danger, but Lloyd viewed the situation differently. As arrows flew, Javier summoned his mana, effortlessly slicing through each projectile. Lloyd stayed safely behind him. The elves, recognizing Javier's sword mastery, ceased their barrage. Seizing the opportunity, Lloyd dashed into the forest, telling Javier to regroup at a tree later. Javier worried about Lloyd's chances, but Lloyd insisted he would be fine as long as Javier kept their attention. An elf commanded the others to focus only on Javier, calling Lloyd an unattractive distraction. This insult stung Lloyd, who ran off with a bruised ego. The elves gave chase, forcing Javier deeper into the woods. They moved with remarkable speed, their steps light against the forest floor. One elf used a tree's leaves to vault into the air, confirming Lloyd's earlier statement about their connection with nature. Javier recalled Lloyd's advice not to engage directly but to manipulate their love for plants instead. As the elf above him prepared to fire, Javier ducked behind 3 small trees. This angered the elf, who repositioned and released a series of arrows. Javier bent backward, dodging each one. The ambush continued, with arrows flying from multiple directions. He realized they were guiding his path and responded by igniting his sword with aura, bracing for a counterattack. Meanwhile, Lloyd reached the Alencia tree. He activated his Energizer skill to boost his stamina and pushed mana into his shovel. Digging rapidly, he soon uncovered the tree's roots. At the same time, Javier remained unaware that the elf captain had shifted focus and gone after Lloyd. Javier continued fleeing until he reached a wide lake with no plants to shield him. Cornered, he stood exposed as the elves surrounded him and began another volley. Thinking quickly, he unleashed a mana blast into the lake, creating a water barrier that neutralized the arrows. When the barrage ended, Javier emerged unscathed. The elves stared in confusion, wondering what kind of power he possessed. One elf reassured the group that they still had Melika. From the shadows, a towering elf stepped forward, her physique more muscular than the rest. She was known as Melika the Dragon Sniper. Calmly lowering her massive bow, she took aim at Javier. Recognizing the threat, Javier raised his sword in defense. Her arrow, fired with overwhelming force, ripped through the air and struck the lake. The sheer impact split the water surface apart. Although Javier lacked the strength to stop it entirely, he managed to catch the arrow just in time, holding firm as it pushed him backward with immense pressure. Chapter 64. Javier gripped his sword tightly as he was dragged across the surface of the lake. Raising 1 foot above the water, he planted it with precision and adopted a firm defensive stance. With all his strength, he pushed against the giant arrow, eventually redirecting its path. He was stunned by its power, especially since it had matched the force of his mana-infused sword. Killing an elf would only bring more trouble, and he hesitated, knowing the consequences. Soon, other elven archers joined the battle, and when Javier glanced up, a new volley of arrows rained down from above. A summoner among them continued to press the assault. Although part of his mind remained concerned about the elves chasing Lloyd, Javier faced a more immediate threat. Melika, the dragon sniper, had already aimed another arrow at him. Drawing his sword again, he sliced through each small arrow coming his way. As he defended, Melika fired another massive projectile. Channeling all his strength into his aura blade, Javier spun the sword to control the arrow's direction. His maneuver worked. He absorbed its force and redirected it. Using that arrow, he blocked the second shot. The two collided mid-air, creating a deafening explosion. Meanwhile, Lloyd had succeeded in cutting through the tree's root. He quickly extracted the sap he needed from the soil. However, the elven captain squad appeared, entering the tunnel he had dug. Their fury was evident as they raised their bows at him. Lloyd remained calm, explaining that many lives depended on the sap. The elves threatened his life, but Lloyd stared them down. Turning to the sacred plant nearby, he warned them that if they shot him, he would set fire to the mandragora that appeared to be calling for help. His threat caused immediate hesitation. The elves lowered their weapons, clearly unwilling to risk harming the plant. Lloyd told them to step back if they valued its safety. One of the elves shoved him and insulted his appearance. In response, Lloyd raised his lantern even closer to the mandragora. With a cold expression, he repeated his demand, forcing the elves further back. Tension built as the standoff escalated, until the captain stepped in to suggest negotiations. Lloyd ignored the offer. Opening his mouth, he leaned in as though preparing to devour the mandragora. The plant trembled in fear, clearly repulsed. Lloyd then ordered the elves to leave the tunnel. Once they had exited, he continued holding the mandragora tightly, anxiously waiting for Javier. Doubt crept in as he feared Javier might not return, which would mark the end for him. Unexpectedly, the elves began to weaken. Their leader's strength faded rapidly. Moira tried to motivate them, but her own hunger overwhelmed her, and she eventually collapsed. The others followed, drained and unable to move. Lloyd was puzzled. Their sudden weakness made no sense. He recalled how lifeless they had seemed when he first encountered them. It became clear that the forest lacked wildlife. The Megalania had relocated to the mountain's edge, leaving the area barren. Since elves do not eat plants, they had lost access to the meat they needed for survival. He began to understand how long they might have endured this hunger. At the same time, Javier remained locked in battle. Though still able to defend himself, he noticed that the elves were growing pale and fatigued. He questioned the cause of their weakness but also realized that it gave him a window to catch up with Lloyd. Lowering his stance, Javier summoned mana from deep within and sprinted straight toward the line of elves blocking his way. Melika remained undeterred. She knocked another arrow and let it fly. Javier refused to back down. With his eyes fixed on his goal, he charged forward. Arrows continued to fly at him, yet he pressed on, determined to reach Lloyd before it was too late. Chapter 65. Javier's escape from the siege began just as the elves in the trees tried to warn their comrades. Unfortunately, most of them were too exhausted from hunger to respond. This gave Javier the opening he needed. Although Melika continued to pursue him, firing a deadly arrow, Javier narrowly avoided the strike. The arrow exploded upon hitting the ground, and the force knocked him off balance. Melika took advantage of his momentary weakness and charged forward, blade in hand. Javier struggled to regain his footing, dodging her attacks with difficulty. His only focus remained on reaching Lloyd, knowing that his duty was to protect him at all costs. As Melika advanced again, her sword swung toward him. Javier leapt aside. More elves joined the assault. Leaves swirled in the air as he stepped across them with calculated precision. He jumped several feet upward, mimicking a technique only the elves had mastered through years of training. They stared in disbelief as Javier used it effortlessly. He landed on a thick branch, but arrows chased him immediately. He jumped again without hesitation. With each breath, he pushed forward. He could not allow anything to stop him from reaching Lloyd. Despite the rain of arrows trailing his every move, Javier pressed on. Melika, relentless as ever, prepared 2 arrows simultaneously. Just as she released them, Javier caught sight of Elensh's tree in the distance. He shouted out for Lloyd. Meanwhile, Lloyd sat calmly near a campfire, roasting meat beside the elves. The air was quiet except for the crackling of the flames and the distant call of his knight. Upon hearing his name, Lloyd turned to find Javier stumbling toward him, covered in mud, with torn clothes and labored breaths. He looked utterly defeated. In contrast, Lloyd appeared relaxed, eating peacefully beside those who had previously tried to kill him. Javier, disoriented by the surreal scene, could barely believe what he saw. Lloyd welcomed him and offered a place by the fire. Javier sat down, warily eyeing the elves surrounding him. Lloyd introduced him to Moira, the tribe's leader. Javier responded with a stiff nod. Moira then requested permission to bring another elf to join them. Lloyd allowed it without hesitation, and soon Melika emerged from behind a tree and sat beside Javier. He remained frozen, trapped between the very people who had been hunting him. Lloyd passed meat to the group, pointing out that even the elves still standing guard were hungry. Though they tried to maintain their composure, the aroma of roasted meat overwhelmed them. Melika gave a slight nod but said nothing. Her silence deepened when Lloyd mentioned that the elves' families must be starving. His words struck a nerve. Tears began to well in the eyes of several elves as they listened. Lloyd described how not only their warriors but also their children and elders were suffering. Moira had no response. Instead, she lowered her gaze and confessed that their young and elderly would be the first to die if nothing changed. Her words caused Melika and the others in the trees to break into tears. Lloyd then proposed a deal. Moira immediately rejected it, claiming she had not agreed to anything. However, Lloyd reminded her that the moment she chose not to resist him when he threatened to harm Mandragora, their negotiations had begun. He further explained that sharing a meal had solidified their truce. Moira sat in silence. Lloyd leaned forward and clarified that he wanted both sides to survive. She appeared confused. Lloyd explained that in return for her cooperation, he would supply them with meat and charcoal and construct a freezer so they could store food. Moira listened without interrupting. When she finally spoke, she asked what he wanted in exchange. Lloyd explained his side of the bargain. If she rejected the offer, the children in his barony would freeze to death. He needed sap from the Alencia tree every month but promised to teach them how to extract it without harming the tree. To ensure efficiency, he proposed dividing the elves into 2 teams, one for transporting supplies and the other to assist with construction. Before Moira could respond, another elf advised her not to trust Lloyd. Her face turned contemplative. She recalled her mother's words, which warned her only to trust people who could become true friends. Minutes passed while she remained silent. Lloyd grew increasingly anxious. Eventually, she refused his offer once again. She claimed she could only trust those she could genuinely call friends. Lloyd fell into self-reproach. He realized this negotiation would not be as straightforward as his previous dealings. Convincing the elves would require more than logic or generosity. It would require earning their trust, one step at a time. Chapter 66. Lloyd recalled the days when he was Suho Kim, an ordinary man studying at the Architecture Institute. People whispered behind his back, yet he remained focused on improving his skills and building a better life. One day, a classmate invited him to a Korean barbecue. Despite the demeaning tone and the smug look in the classmate's eyes, Suho accepted the offer. He knew the boy believed he was doing charity, but the taste of the food outweighed the humiliation. He ate gratefully, thinking that, at least, the boy was better than the rest. That meal sparked an unexpected friendship. Now in another world, Lloyd still doubted the value of friendships. As he unwrapped a piece of beef from his bag, a small smile formed on his lips. Moira, standing nearby, was stunned by the rich aroma. She had never seen beef like that before. When she tasted it, tears welled in her eyes from how delicious it was. The others shared the same reaction. Moira's heart softened immediately, and without hesitation, she accepted Lloyd's offer in exchange for a supply of beef. With the elves agreeing to his terms, Lloyd brought them back to the barony. Javier, however, remained annoyed. He had endured battles while Lloyd won their trust with food. The townspeople no longer found it strange that Lloyd welcomed other races into the barony. Moira, walking beside him, took in the fences and doors crafted from trees. Lloyd sensed her disapproval and explained that every tribe had its own values. By compromising, they could build something better together. Though she understood, she still struggled to accept it. Lloyd reminded her of the beef awaiting them, and she quietly gave in. The apartment construction continued. As Lloyd inspected the building, concerns arose about the approaching winter. He feared the water in the concrete would freeze, thaw, and then cause internal cracks that would eventually lead to collapse. Fortunately, the elves stepped in and worked swiftly. Motivated by the promise of beef, they labored efficiently. By winter, the apartments were complete. Lloyd decided to test an adiabatic material extracted from Lena. He instructed his men to apply it over the radiators. Once all the rooms were ready, he ordered the boiler in the basement to be turned on. Steam flowed through the pipes, and the rooms heated up perfectly. The test was a success. Lloyd left the building with Javier, pleased with the results. He called for the refugees to move into the new apartments. Javier tried to remind him of his priorities, but Lloyd dismissed his concerns and walked away. Frustrated, Javier turned to Bayern and ordered him to prioritize families with young children and elderly residents for resettlement. Lloyd mentioned that any remaining refugees could stay in the homes equipped with heated flooring. Javier was surprised to see that Lloyd had planned this far ahead. While Lloyd spoke of logistics, his mind was on future tax revenues. As they moved through the street, Lloyd asked Javier to accompany him to meet with Arcos. More tasks awaited them. Javier reflected on how much Lloyd had changed, as well as the profound effect he had on those around him. Soon, they saw the royal messenger approaching. Arcos and Marbella were already present, standing at attention. The messenger unrolled a scroll and read aloud a message from the queen. She praised Frontera's remarkable development and declared that the barony would now be elevated to the status of a county. Arcos and Marbella received the congratulations with pride, while Lloyd, standing behind them, smiled in quiet satisfaction. Chapter 67. Thanks to the joint efforts of Lloyd, Javier, and the others in battling monsters, defending shelters, and fortifying the eastern region, Frontera was officially declared independent and elevated to the status of a county. The Queen announced her support for the territory by agreeing to supply construction materials and finance the ongoing apartment project. Lloyd was overwhelmed with joy at the news. Without hesitation, he turned to Javier and asked him to accompany him to the village. As they left, Arcos watched them with pride. His eyes welled with emotion, knowing that Lloyd had been the driving force behind everything. That night, Lloyd, Bear, and the villagers gathered around a statue of the Queen. They had decorated it and were singing praises. This was Lloyd's idea. He believed that if a royal messenger witnessed their enthusiasm, he would report it back to the Queen, leaving her both confused and intrigued. Meanwhile, Viscount Lacona arrived in Frontera, having been summoned by Arcos. Upon meeting him, the Viscount knelt respectfully. Arcos tried to dispel the formality, but the Viscount remained bowed to hide his inner resentment. He had often mocked Arcos at noble gatherings and now burned with jealousy over Arcos's promotion. Despite this, Arcos requested his assistance in developing the eastern region. He only asked for as many engineers as the Viscount could spare, knowing full well that demanding too much would lead to resistance. When the Viscount finally looked up, he saw the same stern expression Lloyd had once used to force him to return an injury claim. That memory unsettled him. Their meeting ended with the Viscount looking pale. As he left, he was so shaken that he fell from his horse. Watching from the castle, Arcos felt a pang of guilt for intimidating him, but also a strange sense of satisfaction. A faint smile appeared on his face as he turned away. Back at the apartment site, Bika informed Lloyd that all refugees had successfully relocated from the shelter. A message followed, rewarding Lloyd with a new achievement and bonus RP for his success. Lloyd beamed with pride as he read the update. Around the same time, families were served a complete meal. Some people, however, expressed unease. They worried about relying on handouts and felt frustrated by their inability to support their own families. Their thoughts shifted when someone on the street called out to Lloyd. Refugees gathered, expressing their gratitude. Lloyd interacted with everyone, from children to the elderly, even posing for pictures with a smile. However, Javier grew suspicious. He had seen this behavior before. Something was coming. Soon, a table appeared in the field, stacked high with documents. Lloyd sat behind it and invited the people to repay their debts. Confusion spread as no one understood what he meant by contract labor. Without further explanation, Lloyd declared with a serious expression that nothing came free. Javier felt a headache brewing. He couldn't tell if Lloyd's actions were morally right or simply exploitative. A man approached Lloyd, the same one from before, and asked if he would receive employment by signing the contract. Lloyd confirmed, explaining that once the agreement was signed and the first payment accepted, no further offers would come from the county. Despite the warning, the man agreed. Lloyd reminded him that the work would be difficult. After all, Frontera was a capitalist region. A woman then stepped forward and asked if she could work too. Lloyd responded that anyone willing to work would be accepted, regardless of gender. The line quickly grew. Everyone wanted an opportunity to contribute. Lloyd announced that they would be tasked with creating terrace farmland, which would eventually provide food and even offer land ownership to those who participated. His plan was to transform East Mountain into productive farmland. Initially, he intended to use rebar for the construction. Unfortunately, Bengal, who had been instrumental in the apartment project, had fallen ill from overworking. Her condition angered Storma so much that, in a fit of rage, he struck Lloyd in the face. Chapter 68. Lloyd decided to summon another creature, accompanied by Podong and Hamming. The system messages encouraged him to press the button, reinforcing his belief that the program was always on his side. In every previous instance, the animals he received had met his immediate needs. With an abundant reserve of RP points, he hoped this time would be no different. His current objective was to find animals capable of helping him build a retaining wall for the terrace project. As he pressed the button, the system quickly began processing the request. While waiting, Lloyd kept praying for suitable animals. However, the program began to behave differently. Without warning, a blast of powerful fire surged toward him. He had no time to react or dodge it due to his shock. The unexpected attack left him stunned. For the first time, the system had seemingly turned against him. Although the system claimed neutrality, Lloyd recalled how often it had previously delivered exactly what he needed. He started to question whether it had been setting him up for failure all along. The system appeared to take pleasure in his confusion, almost mocking him. Lloyd realized that by giving him consistent wins, it had prepared him for a sharp downfall, a reminder that life was rarely easy. His frustration grew, especially when a new message instructed him to begin another round. He pressed the start button again, hoping for a better result. Instead of animals appearing, an explosion erupted. Lloyd hesitated, unsure of the next move. Rather than risk another blast, he descended to the ground with Podong and Hamming. Contrary to his expectations, no explosion occurred. Turning back, he saw a massive megalania-like serpent emerge. Instinctively, he fled with his companions. Racing through the estate, he barged into Javier's room to wake him. The monster had followed them closely. Javier, though groggy, sprang into action and defeated the creature with skill. Once the danger passed, Lloyd collapsed to the ground beside Podong and Hamming, all of them gasping for air. His anger flared once more as the message board lit up with another prompt. This time, it offered him the opportunity to select creature-specific skills. Lloyd was taken aback by the list. Most of the abilities were completely useless. However, tucked into the corner of the screen, he noticed a line mentioning spider silk weaving. He paused. This ability could serve as the perfect substitute for steel rebar, especially in constructing terraces. Without hesitation, Lloyd activated the next trigger button. He felt confident that he would summon a creature capable of producing webs. As night gave way to morning, the summoning program glowed intensely. Meanwhile, Javier awoke with the feeling that he had experienced a strange dream. Outside, the workers had already begun their daily tasks when something unusual caught their eyes. A large shadow blocked the sun. Looking up, they were stunned to see a giant bird soaring overhead, its feathers drifting down from the sky. On its back was Lloyd, standing confidently. Excited by his newest companion, he flew across the region for all to see. The workers erupted in applause. Lloyd, basking in their admiration, stretched to his full height. He believed he had struck gold with this new creature. The bird, named Gigoming, had cast off spider silk threads from Lloyd's backpack the night before. Lloyd had tried to cut the silk using mana, but its strength surprised him. Encouraged by the attention, he directed Gigoming to the ground to begin weaving a net for the terrace. However, as soon as Gigoming received the signal, it acted out. Instead of cooperating, the bird veered sharply and flew into the forest. The sudden shift in direction caused Lloyd to lose balance and fall into the snow. Frustrated, he shouted after Gigoming, who simply perched on a tree branch and leaned back lazily. From the beginning, Lloyd suspected that Gigoming had a lazy temperament. Now that suspicion has become reality. He wasn't just upset at the bird's behavior, he was also at a loss for how to motivate it. Chapter 69. The previous night, after summoning Gigoming, Lloyd asked the bird to demonstrate his web-weaving abilities. Instead of responding, Gigoming sighed and sat on the ground, showing no interest. Lloyd was taken aback by the creature's attitude. Meanwhile, Podong attempted to encourage Gigoming by explaining the value of hard work, his cheerful demeanor contrasting sharply with Gigoming's indifference. For a brief moment, it seemed Podong's words had some effect. Gigoming agreed to try, giving Lloyd a flicker of hope. However, he soon slumped back into laziness. Later that day, Podong once again emerged from under Lloyd's shirt to motivate him. Gigoming replied that there was no reason to work hard if Lloyd would take care of him regardless. Lloyd could hardly believe what he heard and felt frustration build within him. Podong scolded Gigoming for his attitude, only for the bird to silence him by throwing a chewed stick. It struck Podong squarely on the head while Lloyd stood by, stunned. Gigoming then asked for a red sunflower seed, which Lloyd handed over. Without warning, Gigoming flew off in fear, startled by a distant roar echoing from the forest. As he tried to flee, Podong, now larger in size, caught hold of one of his legs and held him tightly. Gigoming struggled, but Podong hauled him in and bit down, making Gigoming scream loud enough to shake the forest. Lloyd stood frozen, too shocked to react. Almost immediately, Podong spat the bird out onto the ground. Gigoming trembled, realizing the bite was a warning. Podong offered to repeat the punishment, which prompted Gigoming to scream that he would start working again. Both Lloyd and Podong burst into laughter, having successfully pushed Gigoming past the first hurdle of laziness. With that phase complete, Lloyd assigned his men to begin digging the ditch. He then instructed Storma to help divide the sand. From above, Gigoming flew across the site, spreading webs to form a structural net. Podong remained nearby to keep him focused. Lloyd, perched on Gigoming's back, issued commands to the white-clad troops from above. The soldiers responded swiftly, covering the spider silk with sand to create a foundation. Once this was completed, they layered stones and pebbles to fortify the Gabion wall. Lloyd watched the progress with satisfaction. The thought of completing the project by the next year filled him with excitement. Standing tall on Gigoming's back, he cheered for the future he envisioned, one where the wealthy lived without labor while loyal troops and skilled workers handled the groundwork. With the Bayern Group managing the paperwork, led by his father, he believed everything was falling into place. A few days later, the farmland deal reached finalization, adding 800 RP to Lloyd's balance. During this time, he found joy in a private chess game, playing both sides. Every time he defeated himself, he jumped up in delight. From the doorway, Javier observed silently, understanding that Lloyd disliked idleness even during moments of amusement. Once Lloyd reassured himself that operations were progressing well, a thought came to him. He recalled his father's advice, to always double-check, even when things seemed perfect. Determined to follow this wisdom, he informed Javier that he would stay up late to perform a final review. That night, he opened the closing spoiler window. His focus remained on ensuring that his future remained secure. Recognizing that nothing in life came freely, he pressed the confirmation button to see what would unfold next. Chapter 70. Lloyd stepped into a dark, empty room that was slowly becoming familiar. He assumed it was his own space, yet what he saw startled him. Javier stood before a wild magic circle, his body glowing with green light, channeling his power toward Lloyd, who lay dying in bed. Despite the magic, Lloyd's condition did not improve. Javier looked devastated and powerless. Though surprised by the scene, Lloyd remained calm, realizing he had already seen his death once before. The future version of himself, lying on the bed, instructed Javier to burn everything. Javier hesitated, unsure of what exactly needed to be destroyed. Eventually, he took Lloyd's hand. Before Lloyd could explain he was not the real Lloyd, Javier spoke, declaring that regardless of who he was, he would always be the hero who had saved the barony and countless lives. Future Lloyd said nothing more. His breathing slowed until it stopped completely. As he died, the magical creatures he had summoned faded away. The moment left Lloyd in shock, but he pushed the emotion aside and took time to reflect. Javier's appearance had not changed much, indicating that the timeline between the present and this future event was short. Lloyd noted the signs of exhaustion on his face and followed him to the town square. There, Lloyd was struck by a horrific sight. Dozens of bodies, both children and adults, lay in one place. Javier was the only survivor. At first, Lloyd assumed they had lost a battle, resulting in the mass deaths. He watched as Javier poured oil over the corpses and lit them on fire. Gradually, Lloyd understood that Javier had been ordered to burn the bodies so Lloyd could see the cause of death, disease, not war. Lloyd felt helpless. He had no medical training, no knowledge to fight illness. Then he heard Javier speaking to the flames, repeating Lloyd's last words. Among them was a cryptic phrase, "Remember Vienna." Lloyd, back in the present, struggled to understand it. At first, it made little sense. He considered it might be a message from his future self, planted intentionally, knowing he would eventually see it. As he walked in circles, deep in thought, realization dawned on him. The phrase recalled a memory from a winter flashback. It was a clever warning, not a metaphor. The next morning, Lloyd met with Byron and requested skilled masons from Cremo County. Byron expressed concern about the limited budget, doubting they could afford external workers. Lloyd promised to handle the expenses, even if it meant going into debt again. Despite the financial risk, Lloyd remained optimistic. His noble title continued to bring increasing returns, which made him confident. He explained to Byron that the new project was as large as an apartment development since it would span an entire neighborhood. Unlike previous construction efforts, this time he faced a new enemy, an epidemic. Although he lacked a medical background, Lloyd knew he could contribute in another way. As a civil engineer, he had the knowledge to build effective sewage systems that would help prevent the spread of disease. The vision of the future had clarified everything. Vienna had once suffered a major outbreak of cholera due to its poor sanitation. Waste was dumped directly into the Danube River, which usually washed it away. However, when the river froze, sewage overflowed, and disease spread rapidly. Lloyd realized Frontera faced a similar threat. All its waste flowed into the river. If snowfall occurred and the Prona River froze, the resulting blockage could lead to a catastrophe. Frontera could become the next Vienna. This revelation frustrated Lloyd. Just when he believed he had addressed all problems, an even greater one had emerged. Nevertheless, he refused to be discouraged. His dream remained unchanged. No matter the obstacles, he would push forward with his plan. Becoming a wealthy man who lived a life of ease was still his ultimate goal. Chapter 71. Lloyd lay in bed, his mind occupied with thoughts of how to settle his growing debts and ensure payments to those outside the estate. Across the settlement, the Red Orc grew irritated after noticing Greg flirting with a woman. Greg's exaggerated charm amused her, drawing laughter at his foolishness. Watching their interaction filled the orc with frustration. Shortly afterward, Greg received a call informing him that Bayern Munich was looking for him. Sensing an opportunity, the orc decided to confront him. Although enraged by Greg's betrayal of Emily, he initially remained silent, leaving Greg confused. When the orc finally voiced his anger, Greg dismissed Emily as an ordinary woman, which only intensified the orc's fury. In a burst of aggression, the orc tried to strike Greg. However, Greg acted first, landing a magical blow that left the orc stunned. Holding his bruised cheek, the orc struggled to believe Greg had developed such strength. Greg reminded him that with proper mastery, even the Frontera troops could wield great power. Their magic, though mainly used for construction, held much greater potential. The orc regained his footing, releasing his energy into the air. Greg prepared himself, unwilling to back down. Tension surged between them as they prepared to charge. Just as the clash seemed inevitable, Byron appeared beside Greg. Without delay, he reprimanded Greg for ignoring his summons. Greg apologized and followed him, casting one last glare at the orc, quietly vowing that their fight was far from over. They made their way to the castle stables. There, Greg questioned Byron about their mission to Cremo. Byron explained that Lloyd had devised a plan that could save their lives. Greg, still puzzled, struggled to grasp why Cremo was crucial to that strategy. At the same moment, Lloyd sat tense in his chair when a new message arrived. It revealed that the accumulation of his many titles had activated several beneficial effects. This surprised him. According to the message, all his past actions were now producing real benefits. Greg soon gathered the workers and brought them to Lloyd's residence. Lloyd, unsure how they could assist, received another alert indicating that the tidal effects had taken hold. Screams erupted outside, prompting him to look through the window. He was shocked to see all his workers gathered at the house, chanting his name and asking for tasks. Emotion swelled within Lloyd as he watched them. He stepped to the window and shouted for silence. The crowd obeyed immediately. He then declared that he never believed in receiving help without offering something in return. His words confused them. To clarify, Lloyd explained that he never intended to hire them without compensation. Instead, he planned for everyone to sign a new agreement. Cheers erupted once more. Lloyd turned away from the window and discreetly wiped the tears from his face. Elsewhere, a messenger bird carried a letter to Sultan Asfarhan. It contained a report from Western spies. The message spoke of a monstrous presence in a village that could tear the sky, drain the ocean, and shatter mountains. Another entity, a demon, had reportedly scared off all other monsters, including towering megalania. The report further detailed humans capable of killing orcs with a single strike and servants who moved with lightning speed. These revelations stunned the Sultan. According to the spies, the military potential of this region would skyrocket if soldiers, such as the Great White Cavalry, were currently engaged in hard labor. The Sultan could not understand what kind of land could produce such anomalies. Chapter 72. Diego shouted at the two men brawling in Lacona, forcing them to continue despite their exhaustion and injuries. He manipulated them by mentioning their families, leaving them no choice but to obey. Both exchanged punches without even making eye contact. While they fought, Diego sat comfortably, laughing with cruel delight. Suddenly, Lloyd began laughing as well. His sudden amusement unsettled Diego, who recoiled at the sight of Lloyd's approach. Hearing Diego's frightened cries, the fighters froze. Lloyd commented that what Diego was doing looked entertaining, so he wanted to try it. Diego immediately assumed Lloyd planned to fight him. However, Lloyd dismissed that idea and instead told Diego to fight Javier. This command left Diego stunned. Javier sighed but stated he would gladly comply if ordered, drawing his sword and infusing it with energy. Fear overtook Diego, and when Lloyd told him to draw his sword as well, Diego dropped to his knees and begged to be spared. Lloyd, acknowledging he may have gone too far, told Javier to put away his weapon. Then he offered Diego a new proposition: fight him instead. Diego had no time to react before Lloyd struck him directly. A flurry of punches followed, leaving Diego bruised and groaning. Once satisfied, Lloyd sat down to write a report about Diego's abuse of his guards for submission to the academy. When Diego pleaded with him not to send it, Lloyd reminded him that, as the son of a count, he outranked Diego. The letter was dispatched using Gagoming and Podong, his reliable messenger birds. Afterwards, Lloyd approached the soldiers Diego had turned against each other. He ordered them to stop sulking and instead work under Frontera's banner. Leaving the area with Javier at his side, Lloyd looked content, clearly pleased with the outcome. At that time, the Viscount awoke from a troubling dream, another one featuring Lloyd. Before he could fully recover, someone began knocking on his door. As the persistent voice continued, the Viscount, irritated, grabbed a whip and swung open the door. There he saw Lloyd's imposing face. Terrified, he collapsed on the spot. When he regained consciousness, Lloyd casually asked Javier if his face looked too frightening, to which Javier agreed. Lloyd then took the Viscount to the rooftop and explained that he needed the land behind the mountain stretching across Lacona. His intention was to demolish it and construct an underground facility. This shocked the Viscount, who prepared to refuse. However, Lloyd's sudden mood shift and firm tone unsettled him even further. Lloyd made it clear that permission was not necessary. For the sewer system, Lloyd chose granite for its durability and instructed his workers to build a direct path from the quarry to the estate. During construction, they encountered Leek's estate, which was promptly destroyed in line with Lloyd's orders not to detour. Eventually, the Lacona estate was also demolished. The Viscount could only watch in silent horror, though Lloyd had promised to build him a new residence as compensation. Melika looked after both the Viscount and Diego, who were confined to a temporary tent while waiting for their new home. When she offered help, they instinctively recoiled, still shaken by their experiences. Meanwhile, Lloyd supervised progress on his project. He instructed Byron to clear stones from the tunnel and told him not to worry about damaging the forest. Lloyd, being the storm, had the power to uproot entire groves. The orcs handled the felled trees, cutting and transporting them efficiently. Byron also earned praise for successfully taming mastodons, which now carried heavy loads with ease. As the elves continued their work on the apartment structures, Lloyd turned his attention to the growing concern of sewer sludge. The foul fumes made it impossible for regular laborers to remove it safely. Burning it appeared to be the only solution, yet no viable method presented itself. He was especially concerned about finding someone willing to enter the sewers daily to incinerate the waste. Just as despair began to set in, a new idea brought a smile to his face. The next day, Lloyd and Javier traveled to the dwarf's forge to obtain sap from Elensh's tree, intending to craft new armor. When Corgadus suggested they go dragon hunting, Lloyd cheerfully accepted. Without hesitation, he pointed to Javier as the one who would handle the task. Javier, caught off guard and unaware of any prior plan, remained silent. His confusion and frustration simmered as Lloyd carried on with his usual grin. Chapter 73. The next day, a dragon on the East Mountain struggled once again to cut his gems. Each attempt ended in failure, leaving him in tears. Despite his strength, he lacked the delicate touch to shape the stones into beautiful jewelry. His desire to marry remained unfulfilled because he could not craft anything to impress a potential mate. No female dragon would be drawn to someone who could only destroy what he tried to create. Even so, he refused to give up. He picked up another gem and tried to carve it with his claw. It shattered instantly. He considered stealing from humans or forcing dwarves to help him, but the Dragon King's law forbade such actions. Ever since the king married a human, all species were bound by a rule not to harm humans or coerce other races into crafting for them. The dragon cursed the king for making such a law and even wished for his death. At that moment, Lloyd appeared out of nowhere, claiming to understand the dragon's frustration. Lloyd explained that the old rules were flawed and revealed that he and Javier had entered the dragon's lair without triggering any traps. He mentioned that the traps had been turned off and that Javier had handled them. However, the dragon, Solidas, had no interest in reason. He launched a wave of fire toward them, blaming them for their misfortune. Both Lloyd and Javier remained safe, protected by enchanted armor. When Javier asked what to do next, Lloyd reminded him of their goal. They took cover behind a rock while the firestorm passed. Although Javier had no idea what Lloyd was planning, he trusted him completely. Lloyd responded by pushing him off the ledge, directly into the fight. Despite the ongoing flames, Javier remained unharmed, his armor holding firm. Solidas stopped his attack, stunned to see Javier alive and unscathed. Enraged, he tried to crush him, but Lloyd simply stood nearby, cheering Javier on. Choosing to ignore Lloyd, Javier focused and activated his mana, imbuing his sword with energy. Solidas raised his massive hand again, attempting to squash Javier like an insect. Javier quickly jumped back, narrowly avoiding the blow. Solidas grew increasingly agitated as Javier continued to evade his attacks with speed and precision. The duel allowed Javier to realize how much faster he had become, giving him confidence in his movements. Lloyd watched calmly, confident in the plan because he had read about it in the original book. In that version, Javier had defeated the dragon. Solidas kept trying to crush him, but Javier stayed one step ahead. Eventually, Javier retaliated by striking from above. Solidas used his tail to block, but Javier was nearly hit. Just then, a series of magic steps appeared, giving him a path to leap to safety. Using these platforms, Javier maneuvered effortlessly, astonishing Solidas with his agility. Lloyd admired his performance, noting how quickly he had improved after only a single training session with the elves. Solidas, overwhelmed, could no longer follow Javier's movements. When he looked up, he saw Javier hovering above, preparing to strike. The mana around Javier's core brightened, forming concentric rings that aligned in motion. Before the energy could explode, Javier funneled it into his weapon, generating a full-powered mana blast. Although the dragon's tough skin withstood most of the damage, a single shot to the chest caused Solidas to wail in pain. Javier landed and signaled that he was ready to continue fighting. However, Solidas had already surrendered, pleading for mercy. Lloyd fully grasped the situation. In his eyes, the battle resembled a human trying to get rid of an insect. The person sprayed it with repellent, hoping it would go away. Instead, the beetle started flying aggressively and poked back. The man panicked when he realized the insect could fight back. To Solidas, Javier had become that terrifying beetle. The dragon now trembled in fear, no longer seeing Javier as a simple intruder but as a serious threat. Chapter 74. Solidas tried to distract Javier by speaking calmly, hoping to create an opening. Javier hesitated briefly, listening. Seizing the chance, Solidas struck. His attack missed, hitting only the ground. Javier instantly reappeared behind him and released a blast of mana that slammed into Solidas. A sharp cry followed, yet Javier continued advancing from multiple directions, leaving Solidas unable to recover. Lloyd stood at a distance, observing the battle unfold. Each of Solidas's moves became increasingly predictable. The dragon no longer aimed to win, he wanted to escape. Black smoke began to fill the cave, cloaking the space in a thick haze. Using the cover, Solidas changed his form into smoke, much like the human who once failed to squash a bug. His next move was to leave the cavern unnoticed. Moments later, a man with bright red hair emerged from the smoke and quietly hid behind a rock behind Javier. He believed his transformation had succeeded. However, he had underestimated Javier's awareness. As he prepared to teleport away, his body was struck by an electric current. The trap he had set himself had activated, revealing his position and rendering him immobile. Lying on the ground, he realized his own foolishness for forgetting the teleportation barrier. As Solidas writhed, Lloyd stepped closer and introduced himself as the son of Count Frontera. Solidas attempted to deny his identity, insisting he was not a dragon. Lloyd only smirked at his poor attempt at deception. Javier slowly approached with his sword drawn. He swung hard, channeling mana through the blade and striking Solidas from behind. The pain caused Solidas to collapse, confirming he was the dragon. If he had truly been human, that blow would have ended his life. Lloyd intervened, stating that he had no intention of killing him but wanted to make a deal. Solidas, frustrated and in pain, began complaining again. Lloyd kept his tone calm, claiming Javier had acted on instinct. He offered a smile, knowing he had fooled him. In the original story, Lloyd remembered how Solidas had thrown tantrums when dealing with the elves. It reminded him of overly demanding customers who never stopped complaining, only yielding to someone stronger. Lloyd understood that Solidas, despite being proud, could not be controlled through fear alone. Lloyd turned to Javier and remarked that such a noble creature should not have been attacked. He claimed that his control over Javier was not perfect, and if he could not manage Javier, how could he possibly control Solidas? He praised both Javier and the dragon, though Javier remained confused. Unable to understand what he had done wrong, he became visibly annoyed by Lloyd's scolding. Suddenly, Lloyd ordered Javier to kneel and raise his hands. Javier, more irritated than before, hesitated. Yet Lloyd's insistence left him with no choice. Suppressing his frustration, he obeyed. Once Javier was silent, Lloyd invited Solidas to sit on a nearby rock. His warm smile subtly shifted into a calculating grin. Lloyd began discussing a proposal. He revealed that he knew Solidas wanted to marry and had been struggling to craft gems attractive to female dragons. This shocked Solidas, who had no idea how Lloyd possessed such knowledge. However, Lloyd ignored his questions and instead painted vivid images of a future filled with romance and companionship. Solidas, caught in the fantasy, started imagining it all clearly. Lloyd offered him a contract, claiming he could help him get married within 10 years. Solidas, captivated, signed immediately without reading the fine print. As soon as the ink dried, Lloyd snatched the document away. He then reminded Solidas that according to dragon law, any dragon who breaks a contract with a human would be annihilated by the Dragon King's breath. At that moment, Solidas realized he had made a serious mistake by agreeing to the deal. The binding contract could not be undone. Later, when they returned to Frontera, the local farmers were surprised. Instead of the terrifying dragon they had expected, Lloyd brought back a man with striking red hair. None of them realized he was actually a dragon in disguise. Lloyd, on the other hand, was ecstatic. he had managed to trick a real dragon into signing a legal agreement. His plan to use the dragon's power to continue burning waste in the sewer system had succeeded perfectly. Chapter 75. He enlisted Podong to handle the minor lines. Since Podong lacked the strength for the main excavation, Lloyd instructed Jingle Bangle to convince Storma to take charge of the deeper digging. Storma, possessing immense strength, quickly dug a massive trench with a single shovel. Lloyd brought Solitas, who kept releasing thick smoke into the air, to Corgadus. Solitas remained angry, assuming Lloyd had deceived him by arranging a meeting with a dwarf. To ease the tension, Lloyd explained that Corgadus was a master craftsman capable of creating jewelry by hand. In return for learning this skill, Solitas was expected to burn waste in the sewer system every day. The dragon found the task beneath him and considered it an insult. However, Lloyd reminded him that while the job might seem trivial for a dragon, the opportunity to learn a valuable craft could prove more profitable in the long run. He smiled faintly and hinted that Solitas would never get married if he allowed pride to ruin every potential deal. Solitas, still arrogant, referred to Corgadus as a dwarf, but the moment he approached, he quickly bowed and asked to be trained. Corgadus considered the unusual prospect of having a dragon as an apprentice. Solitas, aware of the significance, declared that even if dragons were the strongest beings in the world, Corgadus would still be the superior craftsman. When Solitas looked to Lloyd for support, Lloyd silently observed, impressed by how quickly the dragon adjusted. This suggested that the arrangement would not pose many problems. Despite Corgadus stating that he would be a difficult teacher, Solitas accepted the challenge. Unexpectedly, Corgadus shouted at him to retrieve his tools immediately. Surprised by the demand, Solitas hesitated, prompting a stern scolding. He quickly rushed off to comply, and Lloyd, pleased with the outcome, believed the agreement would benefit everyone. Solitas would gain the best possible teacher, while Corgadus would enjoy the rare experience of training a dragon. After receiving his gems, Solitas began his apprenticeship. Soon, Corgadus struck him on the arm for trying too hard and causing flaws in the gems. Observing the situation, Lloyd recalled the difficult contracts he had once signed despite knowing they were bad deals. People like him often lacked better options. Watching Solitas endure similar circumstances made him reflect on how such arrangements, while unpleasant, should still offer mutual benefit. Solitas spent hours breaking stones and discarding them carelessly. Lloyd, true to character, collected the rejected jewelry and considered it a personal bonus. Eventually, he received a box full of oddly shaped pieces and a note confirming he had made the right decision. Solitas, despite his strength, often lost fights to Javier. In the original story, he had suffered serious injuries and eventually died, something Lloyd had just discovered. Later, he received a message from Arcos expressing gratitude for helping pay off his debt, which allowed him to finally pursue his dreams. Arcos had even created miniature figures of Lloyd and his brother Julian, who had graduated at the top of his class. Lloyd felt proud of his accomplishments and requested payment. The notice board directed him to collect the money in person. However, he understood that his current skills limited the range he could estimate, which only covered 729,000 square meters, while his goal was to design for an entire county. Standing on a hill, he focused on expanding his range. Each increase evolved the system until it could cover over 3 million square meters. Pleased with the results, he unlocked a new feature labeled Construction Guidelines. Although skeptical of the message that followed, clearly written in the tone of a persistent salesman, he decided to proceed. Upon activating one of his projects, the design materialized behind him as a massive hologram. The message indicated that his workers could see the projection and use it during construction. Lloyd immediately recognized how invaluable this feature would be. That night, he met Javier in the field. Drawing a circle on the ground, he instructed him to dig within the marked area. Javier, puzzled, asked why but received no clear explanation. As he dug, the hologram displayed the depth. Lloyd then told him to dig outside the line. The green projection suddenly turned red, and a holographic image of Lloyd's angry face appeared, scolding him. Javier, already frustrated, found the display even more irritating. Despite his annoyance, he continued working. Lloyd, on the other hand, believed the realistic projection of his face would motivate others to stay on task. Unexpectedly, Javier asked whether Lloyd planned to lie again about where he got this skill, perhaps claiming it came from a dark wizard or some ancient tool. Knowing he could not keep up the deception forever, Lloyd asked which version sounded more believable. Javier replied that the second one sounded more plausible, suggesting Lloyd must be wearing a fake magic amulet. Without waiting for a reply, he turned away, saying he would believe that story instead. Lloyd then told Javier that while he could not reveal everything, he would answer what he could. Javier stated that what mattered most was Lloyd saving everyone in the neighborhood. Looking him in the eye, he repeated that was all that truly mattered. Lloyd, caught off guard by the sincerity, thanked Javier and promised to continue doing what he did best. Chapter 76. The following morning, Byron gathered all the workers and led them to the sewer construction site. He demanded they repeat his motto with conviction. The workers loudly declared that safety must come first, while Byron threatened severe consequences if anyone got injured. Lloyd watched the growing madness among the workers and questioned their behavior, though Javier said nothing, knowing Lloyd himself had become increasingly unhinged without realizing it. Lloyd had drawn up a county-wide sewer plan. His approach involved digging small sewer lines throughout the county and connecting them to one central pipe. For this task, he enlisted Podong to handle the minor lines. Since Podong lacked the strength for the main excavation, Lloyd instructed Jingle Bangle to convince Storma to take charge of the deeper digging. Storma, possessing immense strength, quickly dug a massive trench with a single shovel. During the operation, one worker accidentally dug outside the designated boundary. The moment he did, a projected image of Lloyd's angry face appeared, scolding him. The workers froze in disbelief. However, the incident unexpectedly inspired them. They erupted in applause, fueled by the odd motivation of seeing Lloyd's furious expression. Eventually, they began intentionally making errors just to trigger the projection again. Lloyd, noticing the deliberate mistakes, became furious and ordered them to return to proper work. The laborers, though intimidated, returned to their tasks. Again, he asked why everyone had been acting so strangely, but Javier could not offer a clear explanation. It was apparent that Lloyd's madness was starting to influence everyone around him. As spring progressed, the small sewer system operated without failure for 3 consecutive months. Lloyd's planning and clear directions had driven the project forward smoothly. With the seasonal transition, he instructed Byron to begin preparations for a sewage treatment plant in a nearby field. Byron hesitated, expressing concern over the presence of mastodons in the area. Lloyd assured him that as long as the creatures remained undisturbed, nothing would go wrong. Moreover, with Storma overseeing part of the work, they were adequately protected. Fortunately, there were currently no mastodons in the vicinity. Meanwhile, Lloyd indulged in one of his usual imaginary games, pretending to capture a criminal. Podong observed him silently while lying nearby. Interrupting the moment, Podong reported that something strange had been discovered during excavation. Upon inspection, Lloyd found the half-buried remains of a mastodon. Driven by curiosity, he moved closer to examine the corpse and was struck by a chilling realization: the creature had not died naturally. Someone had killed it. Storma arrived and informed Lloyd that he sensed a foul odor from the site. Lloyd ordered further digging, which revealed more mastodon corpses buried deliberately. Dozens lay beneath the soil, unnaturally preserved. Although Lloyd struggled to recall any mention of such an event in his reading, his thoughts turned to the Namaran chapter, where Javier had devised a mana blast technique. That memory triggered a more alarming recognition: the site was saturated with corpse explosion magic, a form of necromantic energy. Immediately, Lloyd ordered everyone to evacuate. As feared, the buried mastodons detonated in unison, causing massive bursts of dark magic. Workers sprinted away in panic, barely escaping the first wave of explosions. Lloyd remained behind, aware that the fire would catch up eventually. Determined to shield his team, he prepared to use his own magic to counter the blast. Before he could act, Storma leapt in front of him and blocked the wave of fire with his body. Lloyd feared the dragon had been injured. In another part of the estate, Solidas paused from carving wood, sensing the powerful necromantic surge. Recognizing the danger, he briefly considered joining the battle. However, seeing Javier heading toward the field reassured him, and he returned to his carving. At the excavation site, Storma collapsed from the force of the explosion. Lloyd rushed to his side, concerned for the dragon's safety. Before he could assess the situation further, a worker called out urgently. Something unexpected was happening. The mastodons, once lifeless and buried, began to stir. Their eyes glowed an ominous purple as they reanimated, rising with unnatural strength. Without delay, the undead mastodons turned toward Lloyd and charged. Chapter 77. Everyone rushed to Lloyd, who was cradling the unconscious Storma. He ordered an immediate retreat, sensing the overwhelming danger. Despite this, Valelardi stood before the White Cavalry and proclaimed that this would be their final stand. He urged them to fight for Frontera County. Before they could act, Lloyd interrupted and repeated his command to withdraw. This was not the time for heroics. He turned to Byron and asked about the little mastodons. Byron pointed toward the field where one remained. Without delay, Lloyd called for Podong. The small hamster darted into action, charging toward the undead mastodons without hesitation. Using its remarkable speed and agility, it fought them off with surprising force. Lloyd watched in shock, astonished by the creature's lightning-fast abilities. However, the numbers were overwhelming. Eventually, Podong grew exhausted and was overpowered. In desperation, Lloyd held the young mastodon hostage, pretending to harm it by licking its head. This act enraged the adult mastodons, who immediately turned their attention to him. Their protective instinct took over, and they rushed toward him. Lloyd seized the opportunity. He slung the baby onto his back and ran, using his knowledge from the novel to stay ahead. From what he had read, mastodons were not inherently violent. Their aggression only surfaced when their young were in danger. He remembered watching Byron train and play with the younger mastodons, noting how the adults constantly checked in to ensure their safety. Drawing from this, Lloyd relied on their instinct to protect the young to distract them long enough for escape. Podong soon rejoined him, battered but still conscious. Lloyd instructed him to guide them to the forest at the end of the valley. The soldiers, though shaken, realized once again that Lloyd had saved them. Their trust in him deepened, despite the chaos surrounding them. Elsewhere, Gigoming wandered through the forest, humming without concern. The cold crept in, and before long, Javier appeared. Without wasting words, Javier lifted Gigoming and asked if he could travel with him 10 kilometers north. Back at the valley, Podong struggled to keep going. The undead mastodons were closing in. They had nearly reached a dead end. Lloyd had no choice. He released a mana blast toward one of the beasts. The blast landed, causing the mastodon to explode. However, the others were unaffected and pressed forward. Podong froze in fear, unable to move as the herd loomed closer. Chapter 78. Lloyd panicked as the undead mastodons closed in from behind. He quickly activated his modeling skill, retreating to higher ground, convinced they could not follow him up the slope. Though confused by their sudden hesitation, he calmed himself and prepared to face them directly. Podong received a sharp order to stay close to the wall, away from danger. Lloyd reversed his shovel and attempted the triple manicore blast. He intentionally missed, allowing the weapon to fall. Dropping to his knees, he began channeling his supercharged skill, drawing in mana from the surrounding mastodons. As the energy surged through him, his surroundings faded. In his mind, he was back on the training ground with Javier, demonstrating the manicore attack. However, the immense effort left him collapsed on the ground again. He tried concentrating harder, believing he had successfully absorbed Javier's mana. However, a messenger appeared and clarified that his body was too small to withstand such potent energy. The strain overwhelmed him, and he coughed up red liquid before collapsing again. Javier, watching from nearby, grew concerned and asked if he was all right. The truth soon became clear. Lloyd had not absorbed Javier's mana. Instead, he had drawn exclusively from the undead mastodons. The messenger explained that he had exceeded his mana capacity, forcing his mana heart to expand rapidly. Although the strain damaged it, the heart began using the absorbed mana to heal and fortify itself through several cycles. This breakthrough elevated Lloyd's skill level. He had become a sword expert, despite still wielding only a shovel. As the power settled within him, the system announced a new ability, Heart of Mana. Holding the shovel tightly, Lloyd prepared to confront the undead once more. Fury burned in his eyes as he commanded the undead mastodons to kneel. To his astonishment, they obeyed instantly. Podong, witnessing the impossible, stood speechless. Lloyd tossed him a glowing blue seed, restoring him to his full size. The messenger reappeared and revealed the truth behind the transformation. Lloyd could now dominate and control any undead possessing less mana than himself. Without hesitation, Lloyd stepped atop the kneeling mastodons, using their backs as a path. He marched forward with calm authority, moving toward safety. His expression remained firm. He had risen above fear and claimed dominance like a true leader. Chapter 79. The messenger informed Lloyd that his new skill would only activate when he looked directly at the undead. As he turned to glance back, he noticed many of the mastodons regaining consciousness. They began to shift and prepare for battle. At that moment, the system displayed a countdown, indicating how much time remained before his control over them ended. Realizing the urgency, Lloyd turned and ran, clutching the small mastodon close. The timer continued to tick down, and before long, he found himself surrounded by the reawakened undead. Just as they were about to strike, Javier arrived with a Gagoming gun and immediately pulled out his aura sword. He ordered the homing to advance, although the creature initially refused to move. Once it heard the piercing activation sound, it had no choice but to obey. Javier unleashed a powerful attack, striking the valley wall to bury the undead beneath falling debris. In his haste, he forgot Lloyd, who had been hanging from a ledge during the entire collapse. Despite the miscalculation, the attack was successful. The explosion that followed was immense, leaving Lloyd shocked by the destruction. They regrouped on a nearby hill, where Lloyd expressed his gratitude. Javier, however, scolded him for constantly risking his life. He reminded Lloyd that the people of the estate depended on him and that his life held value beyond his own goals. Lloyd asked what would happen if he chose not to save everyone, clearly unwilling to accept the idea of leaving anyone behind. Javier clarified that he had not meant to discourage Lloyd's efforts. Lloyd simply responded that he had no choice. Failing to act would place everyone in danger. Javier then acknowledged that Lloyd was no longer alone. Many allies now stood by him. When asked if he would continue to put himself in danger, Lloyd gave a confident nod. Javier smiled briefly, reassured, and promised to stand by his side from now on. The system notified both of them of a significant development. Javier's affection toward Lloyd had increased for the first time. As a result, Lloyd received 270 RP points. Javier's internal evaluation of Lloyd had shifted. He no longer saw Lloyd as someone to be protected, but rather as someone worthy of respect. The messenger informed Lloyd that Javier had vowed to die for him if necessary. Lloyd, hearing this, smiled, claiming he already knew what Javier was thinking. With the battle momentarily behind them, Lloyd turned his thoughts toward the root of the chaos. He suspected the undead mastodon attack had been orchestrated through black magic. His mind went back to the novel he had read. He asked Javier to search for clues and swore to bring the necromancer responsible to justice. Chapter 80. All the workers resumed their tasks with increased effort, searching for clues. Lloyd informed Javier that construction had to remain on hold. Digging recklessly without understanding the situation could prove dangerous. While they assessed the risks, a soldier approached and reported that the Earl of Cremo had arrived at the Frontera Manor. Inside the estate, Count Cremo waited with an unexpected proposal. He had come not to inspect the site or offer assistance, but to propose a marriage alliance. Despite Lloyd's polite refusal, Cremo insisted that his intentions were serious. He believed Lloyd's fame had reached such heights that finding a more suitable son-in-law would be difficult. The Count also remarked that many nobles were surely eager to tie their families to Lloyd's success, which is why he acted quickly. Lloyd remained skeptical. He pointed out that no such proposals had reached him, aside from Count Frontera's introduction. Cremo then revealed a collection of letters, filled with offers of marriage from noble families. Lloyd, shocked, had not expected such attention. However, the Count dismissed most of them as shallow attempts at political gain. He urged Lloyd to marry now, emphasizing that being 27 and unmarried would raise suspicion among the nobles. Javier stood nearby, struggling to keep a straight face. Count Cremo's daughter, pale with embarrassment, introduced herself and declared she was willing to sacrifice for the family's prosperity. Her tone made it clear that she was uncomfortable. Lloyd, sensing her reluctance, grew visibly uneasy. Javier suppressed his laughter with mana control, though the effort nearly overwhelmed him. Eventually, Javier asked the Count to consider his daughter's feelings. Trading her happiness for fame seemed unjust. Count Cremo hesitated before apologizing to her. Moved by his words, the young woman embraced her father. Gratitude filled the room, and those present applauded the reconciliation. Count Cremo then expressed thanks to the Frontera family for helping him reconnect with his daughter. After the event, Lloyd sat slumped on the couch in quiet frustration. He questioned whether avoiding marriage had truly led to a happy outcome. Nearby, Javier remained silent, his expression twisted with effort as he fought to contain his laughter. The struggle was no less difficult than any battle he had faced. In the end, all political marriage proposals were declined. At the royal court, a servant informed the queen that Lloyd had rejected every offer. She appeared unsurprised. In her opinion, any noblewoman would have refused him anyway, since he resembled a potato in both personality and presence. The queen burst into laughter and requested that potatoes be prepared for dinner. Between giggles, she turned to the royal messenger and asked if someone would be sent to Esfahan to investigate the domino monsters. After a pause, she ordered the messenger to dispatch Lloyd. Shortly after, Lloyd came across a goat's head with a strange symbol at the site of the incident. Sir Byron informed him that it might be connected to the larger mystery. Lloyd examined the goat head and noticed a pattern. It resembled a symbol once displayed on a royal flag associated with the Empress. Though unsure, he sensed a link between this and the shifting timeline. The future had diverged from the version he once knew. Lloyd suspected the involvement of Cannavaro, a dark sorcerer who had previously triggered the Namaran disaster and led many to their deaths. Determined to investigate further, Lloyd instructed Sir Byron to resume construction and manage local issues during his absence. He was headed to Namaran to uncover the truth behind the chaos. Chapter 81. Roughly 10 kilometers north of Fronteras district stood a liquid waste dumping site. Lloyd ordered the podong to lift the lid covering the structure. He then instructed Salad to begin his task. Responding to the command, Solidas used his power to gather the human waste, forming it into a dragon-shaped coil before incinerating it with a blast of fire. Lloyd praised the effort, claiming that soon the world would know of the dragon who selflessly used his abilities for human sanitation. Solidas, however, became furious and pleaded for silence on the matter. Despite his frustration, the feat marked a breakthrough. The district had successfully constructed the first collective sewage disposal system in the lower part of Asia. This achievement laid the foundation for public health in the region. In recognition, Solidas received a new title that granted him immunity to the infectious diseases spreading in the area. As Lloyd and Javier walked through the estate, Javier asked when they would depart for Namaran. Before Lloyd could respond, their attention shifted to the large number of carts parked in front of his mansion. A heavy feeling settled in Lloyd's chest. Soon after, the Earl explained the situation. The daughters of several nobles, whose marriage proposals had recently been rejected, had all arrived. Their parents believed that meeting Lloyd in person might change his mind. Though frustrated, Lloyd ensured the guests were treated respectfully and provided with accommodation. The Earl seemed pleased, even presenting a symbolic card to celebrate the moment. Lloyd suspected that the Earl's true motivation was his desire to see grandchildren. Across the continent, rumors had begun to circulate about why his eldest son remained unmarried. Lloyd sat quietly in his room, reflecting on the situation. He realized that the women were not interested in him personally. Rather, it was their parents who saw opportunity. This belief gained weight when the first guest entered. Mistaking Javier for the host, she offered her hand in marriage. Upon discovering Lloyd's identity, she quickly fled the room. A second lady arrived, only to repeat the same mistake and leave in embarrassment. When the third lady entered, Lloyd froze. He recognized her as Count Namaran's eldest daughter from the novel, Lady Sileria. She had been Javier's mistress and had sacrificed herself to protect Namaran's people. Her compliments were awkward, which made Lloyd think she had him confused with Javier. However, she insisted that the compliments were Lloyd. Thinking that Lloyd doesn't see her as a potential spouse, she stood to leave. As she stood to leave, Lloyd stopped her. He asked if there had been an unusual movement of people or any other signs of trouble in Namaran. She confirmed that many refugees had arrived, having lost their homes to monster attacks. Lloyd's mind raced. He realized this situation would trigger the deployment of a barrier that would absorb the influx of refugees. This development aligned with Cannavaro's original plan. If left unchecked, thousands of Namaran citizens would be sacrificed, and the death that followed would be catastrophic. Lloyd understood the stakes. Though some refugees had already reached Namaran, there was still time. He resolved to act swiftly, determined to protect the entire region from destruction. Chapter 82. Lloyd and Javier prepared for their journey to Namaran. Before departure, Javier arrived carrying a full basket of letters and asked Lloyd if he had received any of them. Lloyd confirmed but showed no interest in reading them. When Javier offered him one, Lloyd declined and instructed him not to hand it over. Disappointed, Javier sat on the ground as Lloyd walked off. While others wrote messages to Namaran, Lloyd approached the princess to ask if there was any trouble in the region. He warned her that failing to secure the kingdom's borders with anchors would cause serious problems. The princess thanked him for his insight and acknowledged that his timing was impeccable. Upon their arrival in the kingdom, the princess introduced a man named Cannavaro to Lloyd. She explained that he was responsible for bringing the refugees and had been assisting them ever since. Lloyd noticed a strange symbol on Cannavaro's shirt and instantly recognized it. A sense of urgency took hold. He was now determined to defend the county against the threat. At the Count's estate, they were welcomed with courtesy, although the Count mistakenly assumed Javier was Lloyd due to his more regal appearance. The princess quickly corrected him, pointing out that Lloyd was the one beside Javier. Frustrated, she scolded her father and defended Lloyd. Javier, although flustered, could not resist teasing Lloyd afterward. When the princess explained the reason for their visit to the king, Lloyd considered pretending to be Javier, but the idea was dismissed. Later that night, Lloyd confided in Javier about the demonic pattern he had seen on Cannavaro's shoulder. He instructed him to collect evidence that could expose Cannavaro and save the county. Javier seemed unusually cheerful, prompting Lloyd to question him. Javier made a sarcastic comment about how difficult life must be for someone as unattractive as Lloyd, which led to a brief fight between them. The next day, while exploring the county, Lloyd was shocked to find shirts bearing the same strange pattern being sold openly in the marketplace. When he asked Javier if anything suspicious had been uncovered, Javier explained that he suspected Cannavaro. He had noticed a powerful magical lock protecting Cannavaro's residence. Although he considered destroying it, the risk of being discovered forced him to back down. Lloyd reflected on the situation. He realized that the city might soon be trapped by a powerful barrier, though the novel had never mentioned such a development. He considered training Javier to become a Grand Master, someone capable of eliminating the barrier and ending the looming disaster instantly. However, the time constraints made this plan impossible. Javier reassured him. He promised to conduct research and uncover clues related to Cannavaro's castle. All he asked in return was a little trust. Chapter 83. To construct the anchor system in the Namaran Hills, Lloyd sent a messenger pigeon to Master Cortigas, hoping to accelerate the work. While heading to inspect the details at the construction site, he overheard chatter about a stunning woman at the distribution center. The men praised her beauty and figure, yet something felt off. There had been no mention of any such woman previously, which sparked suspicion in Lloyd's mind. Curious, he decided to investigate personally. Upon arrival, he found a long line of eager onlookers gathered to catch a glimpse of this mysterious beauty. Forcing his way through the crowd, he was stunned to discover that the woman everyone admired was actually Javier in disguise. Dressed in a wig with long flowing hair, Javier maintained his cover, though clearly uncomfortable with the vulgar remarks surrounding him. From a distance, Javier noticed Lloyd's reaction. Lloyd, attempting to mask his amusement, used gestures to mockingly express support for Javier's supposed preferences. Although Javier tried to explain he was on a covert mission, Lloyd remained skeptical. Nonetheless, he reminded Javier to focus on the task before walking away. Meanwhile, Javier's efforts paid off when he overheard Cannavaro speaking in a cryptic manner with an unknown individual. The conversation confirmed that something sinister was underway. At the construction site, Lloyd activated his scouting skill and discovered a skull buried underground. The presence of one led him to scan the entire area, uncovering even more skeletal remains. He began digging them up one by one, alarmed by what he was finding. During this time, Cannavaro was meeting with cult members, preparing to initiate the plan they had secretly devised. As Lloyd examined the skulls, it became clear that the Count had unwittingly become entangled in a dangerous situation. Using his absorption skill, Lloyd drained the mana from the remains. When he lifted one of the skulls, a crystal fell out. He scanned it and was astonished by its value, which exceeded Sir Byron's annual salary. Energized by the discovery, Lloyd rushed to collect crystals from the other skulls. Once gathered, he stuffed them into a bag that proved much heavier than anticipated. The fortune inside could easily fund 30 knights like Byron, far beyond what he originally imagined. With the bag secured, Lloyd prepared to leave the area. Before departing, he knelt respectfully before the skulls. Speaking to them in quiet reverence, he expressed gratitude for the wealth they had unknowingly provided. He then lifted the remains and promised to give them a proper resting place, knowing that their unspoken sacrifice had unexpectedly contributed to the protection of the county. Chapter 84. Late at night, Javier tried to explain how he had ended up wearing the disguise. Lloyd interrupted him mid-sentence, stating that everyone had their own preferences. Although Javier attempted to clarify, Lloyd insisted there was no need. The silence that followed prompted Lloyd to ask how Javier had discovered his supposed new interests. Javier, now irritated, raised his voice in protest while Lloyd continued to mock him with amusement. Frustrated, Javier shifted the topic and revealed that another door existed beneath the mansion, one that led to a hidden dungeon. Lloyd seized the opportunity to continue teasing him, which only deepened Javier's annoyance. Meanwhile, Cannavaro received troubling news. All the skulls buried beneath the hills had vanished. Panic spread among his followers, who feared that their plans were falling apart. However, Cannavaro, maintaining a calm demeanor, assured them that their plan remained on track. With a quiet smirk, he declared that the night of hell would still arrive as intended. The following morning, Javier, still in disguise, spilled a bucket of water. The owner, noticing some men staring, instructed him to head inside and dry off. Taking the chance, Javier made his way into Cannavaro's mansion. He quickly changed out of the wet clothing, concealed his presence, and crept toward a hidden door he had identified earlier. Concealing himself, he watched as Cannavaro arrived and unlocked the passage using a magical incantation. Elsewhere, Lloyd sat with a pile of crystals he had recovered, fully energized by the thought of earning more easy money. He was unaware of Javier's current infiltration. Inside the mansion, Cannavaro entered the secret hallway just after Javier had passed through. As Cannavaro disappeared deeper into the corridor, Javier continued forward until he encountered a mutated orc. Reacting quickly, Javier dodged the initial attack and countered with a focused mana strike. To his dismay, the blow had little effect. The orc retaliated with another strike. Although Javier managed to block it, the force pushed him backward. Before he could recover, several more undead orcs emerged from the shadows, confirming his worst fears. With no time to retreat, he unsheathed his daggers and prepared for a confrontation, fully aware that the situation had escalated beyond expectations. Chapter 85. Javier spotted a bald man spying on him through a doorway. As soon as their eyes met, the man slammed the door shut. Without hesitation, Javier battled the orcs, cutting through them with precision. After defeating the monsters, he kicked down the door and sent the bald man flying across the room. The man landed hard on the floor, begging for mercy after Javier had broken his leg during the impact. Javier questioned him about Cannavaro, but the man claimed to know nothing. He introduced himself as a hired undertaker, stating that Cannavaro had simply instructed him to manage the bodies in the medical room. When pressed about the corpses, the man explained that the refugees had all succumbed to disease. Hearing this, Javier crushed the other leg and prepared to report the situation to Lloyd. Upon reaching the master's room, Javier found it empty. Instead of waiting, he decided to act. His priority shifted to stopping Cannavaro, so he rushed toward the terminal to uncover the truth. Arriving at the location, Javier unsheathed his Aura sword and braced for confrontation, only to discover that the space had already been abandoned. This silence confirmed his fears. The plan was already in motion. Simultaneously, purple clouds began spreading over Namaran. Javier felt an immense pressure engulf him, draining his mana at an alarming rate. He ran outside and realized that a massive barrier had been activated. Every person caught within its influence was rapidly losing their mana. Enraged by the attack, Javier immediately set off to locate Lloyd. At the Count's manor, guards and residents lay collapsed, their mana depleted. Amidst the chaos, the princess appeared, wearing a mysterious necklace that rendered her immune to the barrier's effects. At the same time, a dark wizard stood in the courtyard, energized and grinning with wicked satisfaction, confident that victory was close. Before he could act further, Lloyd stepped into the scene and confronted the sorcerer. Dozens of robed figures around them were casting spells that fueled the spreading darkness. Lloyd's voice echoed with authority as he demanded answers. The wizard attempted to dismiss him, unaware that Lloyd had other plans. Rather than retreat, Lloyd charged forward and swung his shovel, striking the magician's face. The impact twisted the shovel, surprising Lloyd. The wizard, still grinning, revealed that a protective spell had absorbed most of the force. Refusing to back down, Lloyd infused the weapon with mana and struck again. This time, the blow landed with greater effect, leaving visible damage, though not enough to end the fight. Chapter 86. Lloyd noticed the magician was still groaning in pain, prompting him to regain his composure. Although the situation had drifted far from the original plan, he remained focused. He attempted to absorb the mana from the brooch worn by the magician, hoping to weaken him further. However, another defensive spell blocked his effort. The magician smirked faintly, a look that irritated Lloyd deeply. Seeking confirmation, Lloyd asked whether movement would disrupt the barrier. The magician's smile vanished instantly, confirming Lloyd's suspicion. Elsewhere, within the barrier surrounding Namaran's city hall, Cannavaro moved freely among the collapsed citizens. Exhausted people reached out for help, but he ignored their pleas. One desperate man grabbed his leg, begging for mercy. Cannavaro looked down coldly and kicked him in the face, calling him worthless. Without slowing down, he approached the statue of the fallen angel to begin the final stage of his ritual. Slitting his thumb, he smeared his blood across the stone, initiating the summoning of the Hell Knight. Meanwhile, Lloyd had been digging steadily beside the downed magician. Despite the silence, his plan was nearly complete. In a sudden moment, the ground beneath the magician gave way, leaving only a narrow platform where he stood frozen in confusion. He failed to grasp the nature of the trap. Lloyd, now beside him, activated his sinister mode and leaned close. Drawing in a deep breath, he released a gust of air directly into the magician's ear. The bizarre tactic unsettled the man, and as he stumbled, the last bit of ground collapsed beneath him. Falling into the pit, the magician's crystal reacted violently, pulsing with light before its glow faded entirely. Unconsciousness followed swiftly. Lloyd descended, retrieved the crystal, and inspected it. The faint hum of mana confirmed that the magical seal had been tied to the magician's motion. Looking out toward the city, Lloyd saw the barrier flicker, then lower slightly along one side. Relief filled him. His theory had worked. Cannavaro turned and spotted the breach. His eyes widened in disbelief as he saw Lloyd standing triumphantly over the defeated magician, holding the dimmed crystal. Yet he pressed on, refusing to give up. Sitting before the statue, he resumed the summoning chant to bring forth the Hell Knight. His ritual was suddenly interrupted by the appearance of the princess. She marched toward him, her voice filled with rage as she demanded an explanation. Cannavaro stared in confusion. Somehow, she moved freely within a barrier that should have drained her mana. His eyes fell on the crystal pendant around her neck, identical to the one Lloyd had claimed. In desperation, Cannavaro launched a mana blast at her. The attack struck, but instead of damage, the energy dispersed harmlessly. She had absorbed it. Shock covered his face. Without hesitation, the princess summoned her remaining mana and forged a massive spear. Channeling the fire punishment technique, she unleashed it toward him in a roaring blaze of orange flames. The attack raced forward, leaving no time for defense. Cannavaro reeled from the impact, battered and scorched. He could not comprehend how someone so young had mastered magic of imperial-level strength. Severely injured, he slumped forward, his body broken. Still, he clung to the ritual. Bloodied and barely conscious, he raised his voice in a final plea, calling upon the Hell Knight. The statue behind him began to crack, spilling magical light from within. The princess hesitated, stunned by what was unfolding. Cannavaro, wild-eyed and desperate, lunged at her with a dagger. Before he could land the blow, Javier descended from above. With one clean swing, Javier's blade severed Cannavaro's arm. Chapter 87. Cannavaro trembled with fear, his expression consumed by terror. His severed arm lay to the side, and although Javier prepared to strike again, Cannavaro desperately tried to defend himself with a magic shield. However, the spell backfired, twisting his arm unnaturally. Without warning, the ground trembled and light surged from the cracked statue of the fallen angel. Javier froze as a bolt of red lightning tore through the purple sky, pierced the palace roof, and struck the statue directly. The impact shattered the stone figure, scattering fragments across the palace. As debris hurtled toward the panicked crowd, the princess swiftly raised an earthly shield. A wall of magic appeared just in time to intercept the falling rubble. Civilians huddled behind it, shielding their loved ones with their arms. The momentary chaos settled as the dust began to clear. Javier stood his ground, sword ready, facing Cannavaro. Despite his weakened state, Cannavaro declared victory, claiming that death awaited them all. As the smoke lifted, a monstrous metal arm burst through the floor. It carried a red magic sword, and the sheer weight of its arrival cracked the ground beneath it. Javier and Cannavaro stared at the emerging figure in disbelief. Sparks of rage lit the eyes of the towering metal knight. Cannavaro, confused, searched for the Hell Knight's full form and noticed the demon had no legs. He quickly realized that the barrier had been destroyed prematurely, interrupting the summoning ritual. This lack of preparation left the prince incomplete. Javier continued watching, uncertain whether he could stand against such a powerful being. The Hell Knight turned to Cannavaro and demanded to know his request. Cannavaro pointed at Javier, ordering the demon to eliminate him. The Metal Knight charged forward, swinging his massive blade with violent force. Javier managed to block the attack, though the impact sent tremors through his body. The pressure overwhelmed him. Suddenly, the Hell Knight teleported behind Javier, preparing to finish him off. Before the blade could strike, Princess Yaka intervened. She launched a wind dagger that forced the demon to adjust his aim. Thanks to her distraction, Javier narrowly avoided the fatal blow. Enraged by the interference, the prince redirected his fury toward the princess. Javier reacted quickly, unleashing an aura blast that surged with precision. His strike decapitated the Hell Knight. The metal body recoiled and then crumbled into ash. Javier stood poised, waiting for another threat, but the battlefield had fallen silent. Cannavaro refused to accept what he had witnessed. From his perspective, it was impossible. Javier pointed his sword at him and offered brief thanks to the princess. Around them, civilians slowly regained their strength, helping one another toward safety. Javier informed Cannavaro that they would continue the discussion inside the palace, where judgment would follow. Cannavaro remained tense, although a sinister smile began to form. The sudden change in expression puzzled Javier. Cannavaro murmured that Javier knew nothing about the creature they had just faced. Turning around, Javier was horrified to see the Hell Knight reforming from the ashes. The battle was not over. Cannavaro explained that mortal attacks alone could not destroy the Hell Knight, since he was immortal. The Dark Knight stood tall again and addressed Javier directly, acknowledging the unexpected strength he had displayed. He offered an apology for underestimating him and introduced himself as Zenus, first commander of the Legion serving the Lord of Hell. With grim finality, he declared that their next clash would be the last. Javier responded calmly, stating his name and vowing to send Zenus back to where he belonged. Zenus lunged at him, reigniting the battle. Javier struggled under the renewed assault and was quickly pushed to the edge, cornered once more by the relentless power of the Hell Knight. Chapter 88. Javier evaded another heavy strike, maintaining his focus as the Hell Knight reappeared behind him. Reacting swiftly, he blocked an attack that momentarily staggered the Dark Knight. Although he continued dodging the relentless onslaught, his efforts forced the Hell Knight to teleport once more. The opponent's unpredictable movement strained Javier's senses, yet he stood his ground and waited for the knight to resurface. Moments later, the Hell Knight launched another attack. Javier soon noticed that the enemy's swings followed a repetitive pattern, sweeping from side to side. Worn down and breathless, Javier realized he could not endure much longer without regaining strength. Although he managed to deflect another strike, the monstrous knight stayed on him without pause. Preparing to retaliate, Javier noted the flaw in his adversary's movement. The demon lacked legs and floated through the air, which limited his angles of attack. Recognizing this, Javier struck the ground with a forceful blow, shattering the tiles beneath him. This maneuver was meant to disrupt the knight's line of sight and ready himself for an ambush from any direction. Suddenly, the infernal sword emerged from the floor beneath him. Javier tried to counter with an aura-infused strike, but the Hell Knight seized his leg and slammed him to the ground. While falling, Javier attempted to fortify his body with mana, though his opponent's aura blocked the flow entirely. The impact fractured the palace tiles, eliciting a cry of pain from Javier. The knight lifted him again and smashed him down once more. The repeated assaults left Javier battered and bloodied. Still, the knight expressed a twisted gratitude for the resistance. He prepared to finish the fight, raising his sword for the final blow. However, Lloyd intervened, shouting across the hall. He warned the demon that once the summoner perished, the connection to hell would break, and the knight would be banished. The words startled the Hell Knight. Lloyd's expression, dark and commanding, unsettled him. As Lloyd began counting down, the demon lunged forward, ignoring the threat. Lloyd dodged just in time, although Cannavaro, caught in the fray, suffered a grave wound. The knight scoffed, stating that survival alone would suffice to complete his mission. Lloyd stood stunned as his attempt to manipulate the situation crumbled. Nearby, Javier struggled to his feet, intending to land a blow from behind. Yet the knight sensed it and forced him to retreat. Exhausted, Javier collapsed once again, too drained to stand. Meanwhile, Lloyd shouted at the knight, demanding he face him instead. He urged Javier to remain still, but his servant disregarded the command. Frustration mounting, Lloyd gathered mana and launched a blast at the demon. Unfortunately, the attack was swatted away with ease. The knight returned the energy with even greater force. As the Hell Knight advanced toward Javier again, Lloyd leapt onto his back. His sudden move caught the demon off guard, allowing him to grab hold. The knight mocked him for making direct contact, claiming that Hell's mana had already infected Lloyd's heart and would eventually kill him. Lloyd replied that death was indeed unpleasant, yet he had purified dark mana before. His words unsettled the demon, especially when Lloyd began to laugh. The Hell Knight's aura was meant to corrupt, yet Lloyd's resistance only grew stronger. Even so, Lloyd admitted that their powers were unequal. He was not yet a match for the knight. Still, his determination and unshaken spirit had made him a threat. The Hell Knight could no longer ignore him. With a focused glare, Lloyd moved to contain the demon. However, the Hell Knight had not finished yet. His own plan was unfolding, and the battle had only just begun. Chapter 89. Lloyd narrowly avoided a devastating attack when the Hell Knight pierced his own body in a reckless attempt to shake him off. Seizing the moment, Lloyd mocked him, provoking a reaction. The knight, visibly irritated, launched another strike to finish him off. However, Javier had already regained his footing. Without hesitation, he charged forward and landed a heavy blow to the knight's stomach before the demon could react. Although Javier tried to land a second hit, the Hell Knight began teleporting rapidly, dodging every attempt with ease. The Hell Knight grew increasingly frustrated, not just from the attacks, but also because Lloyd still clung stubbornly to his back, refusing to let go even as he teleported across the space. Lloyd understood that Javier had improved his speed, although it was still not enough to match the Hell Knight's agility. Realizing the odds were against them, he started to believe they would lose. Just then, a messenger appeared unexpectedly and suggested activating the messenger contract. The sudden advice confused him further. The system now allowed direct suggestions to individuals, adding another layer to the chaos. Javier found it increasingly difficult to keep up with the relentless teleportation. Meanwhile, Lloyd, still holding on tight, suddenly began to sing. The sound was unbearable, making the Hell Knight feel as though his brain was being scratched with iron nails. Assuming it was an ancient magical chant, the knight tried desperately to dislodge Lloyd. Ignoring the chaos, Lloyd continued his off-key melody. Javier prepared for another attack but winced at the unbearable noise. Lloyd noticed Javier's discomfort and finally remembered why he had been forbidden to sing. As a child, his teacher once hurled an organ at him mid-performance. On another occasion, a church pastor had drenched him in holy water, claiming he was possessed. That very voice, long considered a curse, was now a weapon. The terrifying sound forced the Hell Knight to the ground. Unable to bear the assault, he collapsed, giving Javier the opening he needed. Javier channeled his mana to block the sound and sight, then struck decisively. With the threat momentarily subdued, Lloyd celebrated, assuming the battle was over. Javier, however, remained cautious. He warned Lloyd to pay attention, pointing out a dark figure nearby. As Lloyd moved closer, the figure revealed himself and insisted that the fight was not finished. Despite the warning, Lloyd calmly stated that the man would not survive. Chapter 90. Lloyd began moving toward the fallen Hell Knight, though Javier attempted to stop him. Instead of listening, Lloyd made a bold wager. If the Hell Knight survived, Lloyd would acknowledge him as his master for an entire year. If he failed, then Javier would be forced to return to the county disguised as Mrs. Javier. With the stakes set, Lloyd raised his shovel and struck with all the mana he could summon. The knight collapsed, drained of strength. As Lloyd began absorbing the dark mana left behind, the Hell Knight warned him that such power was too much for a human body to handle. Despite the danger, Lloyd pressed on. The intensity caused him to cough up blood, his body nearing its limit, but he refused to stop. Javier and the princess, seeing the strain, began channeling their own mana into him to keep him alive. In the shadows, the princess cast a healing spell to stabilize him. With the dark energy purified within his body, Lloyd stood tall and announced the completion of the exorcism. His body gave out soon after, falling to the ground. The princess grew concerned, although Javier reassured her that Lloyd often ended up like this and would recover shortly. Meanwhile, the messenger appeared and informed Lloyd that he had successfully defeated the main commander of the Hell Legion. This victory had drawn the attention of the King of Hell, who had now placed a target on Lloyd. Outside the battlefield, Cannavaro was arrested and sent to prison. His remaining sentence would be determined by the Queen. Back at the estate, Lloyd faced a new dilemma. The construction project had stalled because the barrier had drained the workers' strength. Tension built as he struggled to find an alternative. Then he remembered the message he received upon awakening. He had absorbed part of the Hell Knight's power. His ability to dominate evil spirits had grown significantly. Excited, Lloyd realized that if he could control those spirits, they could become laborers for the county. It would be cost-effective and efficient. While he celebrated the breakthrough, the messenger notified him of another skill he had gained: terrible singing. Lloyd rejected the title and insisted on something more intimidating, like the power of hell. He struck a dramatic pose in front of the mirror, satisfied with the idea. Suddenly, a knock came at the door. When Lloyd opened it, a group of headless magical skeletons stood before him. They began an unsettling transformation that disgusted him. Despite their grotesque forms, they held up a poster to communicate. These beings revealed that they were the souls of people murdered by Cannavaro. After wandering the city, they had sensed Lloyd's power and reformed around it. They thanked Lloyd for calming their rage and purifying their souls. To his surprise, they also discovered that he had buried their skulls and prayed for them. With no memories or goals, they confessed that they would be rejected if left to roam freely. All the skeletons bowed before him and pleaded for a chance to serve him and repay their debts. Lloyd asked how much they expected in wages. One skeleton answered that they required neither food nor money. They only needed a place to reside, a 1 cubic meter coffin. This offer thrilled Lloyd, who immediately declared them the Frontera County Skeleton Squad. For him, it was the perfect realization of his dream: unpaid, tireless labor. As Lloyd celebrated his success, Javier woke from the noise. He glanced at the skeletal figures scattered around but, overwhelmed, chose to ignore them. Instead, he closed his eyes and went back to sleep, unwilling to deal with yet another bizarre turn in their already chaotic lives. Chapter 91. The next morning, the Frontera Skeleton Squad worked tirelessly, completing tasks without rest or pay. Lloyd watched with immense satisfaction, pleased that everything was progressing smoothly at no expense. When Count Namarin arrived and saw the undead laboring under Lloyd's command, he fainted on the spot. After regaining consciousness, the Count listened as Lloyd proudly declared himself a spellcasting genius who had summoned the creatures using his brilliant eye. The Count, though confused, was left astonished. Winter soon arrived, yet construction never stopped. The skeletons continued their duties without complaint. Meanwhile, Javier quietly examined his hand, recalling how the princess had helped him escape the consequences of his cursed mana. Moments later, the princess appeared without warning. Javier initially assumed she had come to request a report, but instead, she asked him to teach her how to use the very hand once considered cursed. In the original novel, the princess had died under tragic circumstances, and no one had ever assisted Javier. Most believed his mana brought misfortune. Anyone who supported him was thought to be doomed, just like the princess and others who had gotten close. However, that fate had now changed. Javier felt truly happy for the first time, and seeing this transformation filled Lloyd with pride. After a few more days, the project reached completion. As promised, Count Namarin paid Lloyd 10 times the agreed construction fee. Grateful, Lloyd thanked the Count, receiving praise from all for his efforts and courage. Before Lloyd could depart, the Count made a surprising offer, asking if Lloyd would marry his daughter and become heir to the Namarin estate. Lloyd politely refused, stating that he was already heir to the Frontera estate. He assured the Count that Lady Sileria was a worthy successor and that the Namarin lineage remained in capable hands. As Lloyd prepared to leave, he turned to Javier and asked if he intended to stay behind. Javier responded with unwavering loyalty, declaring himself a knight of Frontera Manor for life. Upon returning to Frontera Manor, the Count and Countess greeted them warmly. Lloyd attempted to explain the presence of the undead workforce, but the Count's attention was drawn elsewhere. Javier, due to a lost bet, had arrived dressed as Miss Javier. Rather than reacting with judgment, the Count embraced Javier and assured him that nothing had changed. Their love and acceptance remained the same. While Javier stood overwhelmed, Lloyd watched the moment unfold with quiet amusement. With construction completed and payment secured, he finally had the funds to indulge in his long-desired lazy lifestyle. However, his peace was short-lived. A royal messenger suddenly appeared, declaring that Lloyd was being summoned to Isfahan for a special mission. Without warning, the royal guards took him away. Despite his protests, Lloyd was forcefully sent off, caught in yet another unexpected adventure. Chapter 92. Lloyd sobbed uncontrollably as the royal envoy escorted him away, while Javier stood by his side, trying to offer comfort. The Count leading them, Count Ventura, turned to Lloyd and questioned why he appeared so devastated, pointing out that being chosen for such an honorable mission should have brought him joy. In response, Lloyd claimed his tears were simply a result of overwhelming happiness, yet the flow of tears only grew stronger, irritating the knight even further. A few days earlier, Ventura had spoken to the Queen about her choice. He asked why someone like Lloyd had been selected for a diplomatic mission. The queen explained that Lloyd was not only capable of handling the assignment in Isfahan, but also the very person who had triumphed in the night of hell. Despite this, she admitted he would probably complain loudly and cry often, since his true desire was to enjoy a peaceful life in a quiet village. Still, she assured the knight that Lloyd would eventually obtain what he truly wanted. Eventually, they arrived in the kingdom of Isfahan. At the royal court, soldiers announced their arrival, and the sultan ordered that the guests be treated with full honors. He expressed outrage upon hearing that the guards had not welcomed them properly. Despite this, Ventura requested an immediate audience with the sultan, only to be denied. The sultan was reportedly far too busy and informed them that they would need to wait over 6 months for a meeting. This news infuriated Ventura. Soon after, a guard carelessly dropped an item known as padishar that could have granted them everything for free within the kingdom. Feeling humiliated, Ventura vowed to take revenge and instructed the royal messenger to write to the king back home. Later that night, Ventura searches for Lloyd, who they haven't seen for quite some time. Meanwhile, in the streets of Isfahan, a poor boy tried to sell torches but failed to make a single sale. Just when he was ready to give up, a stranger approached and asked if he needed a place to sleep. The boy looked up to see Lloyd standing confidently in front of the most luxurious hotel in the capital. Lloyd claimed it was his hotel, although he had nothing to pay for the room. He handed the boy a strange contract, promising that if he signed it, the entire hotel would belong to him. Terrified, the boy asked who he was. Lloyd, maintaining a stern expression, pointed toward a nearby cemetery and introduced himself as the one who held the padishar of the almighty Samarhan. Soon after, Lloyd found himself inside an opulent restaurant, declaring that he would feed everyone in the surrounding neighborhood. From there, he moved to a silk shop, demanding the finest silk the merchant had to offer. He pointed to the same strange token, known as the padishar, convincing the shopkeeper to hand everything over. Lloyd continued to use this token in the port, where he requested all available ships, claiming he intended to purchase them outright. Once the ships were under his control, he sent them straight to Frontera Estate. News of Lloyd's purchases spread rapidly. Merchants from across the region flocked to him, eager to sell their goods. Lloyd, under the Sultan's authority, bought everything offered. He continued this spree until a royal soldier appeared and placed him under arrest. Soon after, Lloyd and Javier stood before the Sultan in the royal court. The Sultan glared at Lloyd, demanding to know whether he had truly exhausted the kingdom's annual budget. Lloyd calmly introduced himself, prompting the Sultan to recognize him at once. This was the same man who had disrupted the monstrous domino. Now, he had depleted the royal treasury simply to gain an audience. The Sultan's frustration turned into open fury as he realized the scale of Lloyd's antics. Chapter 93. Sultan Samarhan understood the urgency of preventing the approaching war. Once conflict erupted, Frontera Estate would become the first line of resistance. Even if the entire might of his kingdom was directed toward destroying it, there remained no guarantee of victory. Considering this, he briefly contemplated eliminating Frontera immediately. However, he hesitated, aware that Javier alone could reduce the capital to rubble if provoked. Lloyd, fully aware of this, met the Sultan's gaze with a confident smile, leaving Samarhan with no option but to enter negotiations. Despite his rising frustration, the Sultan held back. He loathed Lloyd's audacity and felt the threat in his presence. Glancing at the restrained visitors before him, Samarhan sighed heavily, then instructed his soldiers to release them. This marked Lloyd's first triumph in the court of Isfahan. Once tensions had eased, the Sultan questioned whether Lloyd had taken pleasure in using the pador for personal benefit. Lloyd responded by raising his hands and kneeling, showering the Sultan with praise for his generosity in allowing access to the padishar. Though visibly angered, Samarhan found himself momentarily embarrassed, detecting a strange sincerity in Lloyd's flattery. Lloyd insisted he was genuinely thankful for the opportunity, comparing the Sultan's favor to receiving a company card from a CEO, his ideal scenario. Curious and skeptical, the Sultan then asked whether Lloyd feared being suspected by the Magantano, given the sensitivity of his mission. Lloyd's response revealed a bold indifference. He had no concern over how his acceptance of a hostile nation's generosity might appear. The sum granted by the Sultan, in his eyes, could not rival what the Queen of Magantano had provided him. Agitated by this attitude, Samarhan pressed further, asking whether Lloyd would betray the Queen if offered enough gold. Without hesitation, Lloyd admitted that he might, shamelessly embracing the idea. However, he then added that the allure of wealth could just as easily lead him to betray the Sultan. His honesty stunned the room. Initially, the Sultan stared down the kneeling man with a cold expression, weighing his words. A few moments passed before he erupted in laughter that echoed through the hall. Amused by Lloyd's bluntness and bold demeanor, he declared himself willing to hear him out. Lloyd, recognizing the shift, exchanged a glance with Javier and quietly counted this as his second victory. Later in the meeting, Lloyd asked the Sultan if he truly desired war. Samarhan replied that he did. In response, Lloyd proposed a way to eliminate the overseas rebel forces, whose strength had grown due to the prolonged drought. He offered a solution that could end the drought itself. In return, he requested permission to open a discussion with the Magentano representative. The Sultan, clearly intrigued, demanded further explanation. Lloyd presented a formal contract that outlined his plan. The Sultan reviewed it and realized the clever terms, confirming Lloyd's third victory. Lloyd laughed to himself and shared the story with Javier, proud of how he had managed to secure such a deal. Javier was stunned. It was the first time someone had managed to trick the Sultan into paying such a large sum. However, Lloyd argued that it was far more economical than waging a full-scale war. Besides, the territories under Isfahan's control had been suffering from drought for too long, and Samarhan had done little to help them. Later that evening, the Sultan met with his daughter, Scheherazade. He informed her that Lloyd would soon be departing for Kandahar province and instructed her to accompany him. More importantly, she was to make him her husband by any means necessary. By morning, Scheherazade approached Lloyd and requested to join him on his journey. She claimed she had been appointed as his escort. Lloyd, surprised by the request, pointed out that he already had a capable knight in Javier. Nonetheless, she insisted on coming along. Lloyd soon recalled that she was indeed the princess of Isfahan, although it puzzled him why she would serve as his personal bodyguard. While he was still processing the situation, she suddenly struck a dramatic and stylish pose that caught him completely off guard. He found her behavior strange and uncharacteristic, until he realized that her father was behind everything. Chapter 94. Lloyd devised a plan to resolve the ongoing drought by constructing a qanat, a traditional Persian-style underground waterway. He had discovered a freshwater source located in the mountains, approximately 10 kilometers from the city, and intended to channel it toward the region. Once he and his team arrived at the capital city of Kandahar, the long journey had worn him down, so he finally decided to rest. However, his rest was short-lived, as the princess continued to intrude. She kept striking stylish poses, hovering near him without explanation. When Lloyd woke and questioned her behavior, she explained that she was simply looking after him. He then recalled details from the original novel. She was the youngest of the 4 desert princesses, a gifted warrior who had reached the level of sword mastery at a young age. Despite her status, she had always avoided public appearances, which explained why many failed to recognize her. Lloyd chose to act as if he had no idea who she was, hoping to halt her persistent behavior. He suggested she rest elsewhere, but she refused, stating that she had been ordered to serve as his escort and would remain by his side at all times. Although he reminded her that he already had a personal knight escort who surpassed her in skill, she refused to back down. In an effort to discourage her, Lloyd began boasting about Javier's strength, attempting to belittle her. This backfired, as Scheherazade grew furious. She struck him in the face, much to Javier's visible disapproval. Even Javier seemed uncomfortable with Lloyd's antics. As Lloyd called for help, Javier refused to help but rather had taken some amusement from the incident. Offended and humiliated, the princess cursed Lloyd before storming out of the room. Lloyd, now bruised but satisfied, declared the mission a success. He scolded Javier for hesitating to intervene, though Javier calmly explained that he thought Lloyd had been enjoying himself during the exchange. The following day, Lloyd and Javier prepared for the construction phase of the project. Just as they began, the princess appeared again, insisting on joining them. Lloyd responded bluntly, saying she would only be a hindrance. She argued, but he dismissed her again, mocking her for failing to reach sword master level. Enraged, Scheherazade moved to strike him once more. To stop her, Lloyd began reciting the same lullaby that always put Javier to sleep. Unexpectedly, the lullaby worked on her as well. She collapsed into a deep sleep, giving them the opportunity to slip out of the palace unnoticed. As they passed through the town, the villagers eyed them suspiciously. Lloyd understood that without their support, the construction project would face serious resistance. Determined to shift their perception, he gathered everyone for a town meeting. He immediately gave instructions. Javier and Podong were assigned to construct a fountain at the center of the town, while Gugoming and Bengal accompanied him 1 kilometer west toward the glaciers. Upon arrival, Hamming eagerly drank from the fresh water source they found. Once they returned to the village, Podong had already completed the fountain. With coordination, Gugoming carried the gathered water back, and Hamming poured it into the newly built well. The sight of flowing water brought joy to the villagers, who rushed forward with relief and excitement. Lloyd stepped forward, asking if they were satisfied with what they saw. Then, in typical fashion, he reminded them that they were free to express their gratitude to him, as he had been the one who made it all possible. Chapter 95. The villagers remained wary of Lloyd, treating him as an outsider despite his efforts. When he appeared again near the well, they responded by throwing stones. Lloyd skillfully avoided the attacks, continuing to flaunt his presence without retreat. As he made his way through the village, he noticed several residents still refusing to drink from the newly restored well. Their stubbornness did not discourage him. Lloyd had once again replenished the water supply, and Lloyd emerged soon after, attempting to win their approval. However, their suspicion persisted, prompting them to resume throwing stones. Despite the hostility, Lloyd remained unfazed. Later that night, one of the families who had previously rejected the water eventually began to drink it. Just as they relaxed, Lloyd suddenly appeared and began promoting himself, startling them. From there, he moved from house to house, targeting everyone who had used the water, repeating his self-praise at every doorstep. By the following day, a shift became evident. Many villagers seemed captivated by Lloyd, as if under a spell. They followed him with admiration, swayed by his persistence. Javier found the sight unsettling. Lloyd, unfazed by the criticism, claimed it was the result of continuous imprinting, an effect designed to subtly build trust over time. He considered it proof that the people now saw him as a hero. Trying to lighten the mood, Lloyd shared a joke with Javier, who failed to grasp the humor. The lack of reaction left Lloyd disheartened, though he quickly reminded himself that there was no time for disappointment. He had finally earned the villagers' trust. Later, Lloyd called for a gathering and instructed everyone to form a line. He was seeking laborers to help construct the underground waterway. One villager questioned whether food would be provided. In response, Lloyd reassured him, revealing that he had already arranged massive purchases through the Padishar in the royal capital of Samarin. These expenditures would soon surpass even the royal treasury's reserves. With the workforce assembled, Lloyd and Javier turned their attention to another critical task. They attempted to locate the underground tunnels previously used by rebels to escape government oppression. Lloyd believed these pre-existing routes could be converted into water channels, offering a practical alternative to digging the full 35 kilometers. Unfortunately, they found no usable paths that day and returned to the hotel. Lloyd had another plan forming in his mind. At the hotel, tension flared. Scheherazade and Javier engaged in a heated argument. She wanted to enter Lloyd's room out of concern, believing he should not be left alone due to growing unrest across the region. Several factions were preparing to rise, and she felt it was dangerous for Lloyd to be unguarded. Javier refused her entry, citing Lloyd's wishes for solitude. Frustrated, Scheherazade drew her sword and demanded passage. Javier stood firm. She launched a flurry of attacks, yet every strike was blocked with ease. He warned her against using excessive mana, pointing out that her body was still unfit to handle such power. He attempted to guide her on proper mana control, but she remained too angry to listen. Elsewhere, deep in the kingdom of Esfahan, the rebels captured Lloyd and began interrogating him. They demanded to know his plans for their nation. Instead of answering, Lloyd burst into laughter, bewildering them. As they grew suspicious, they removed the veil covering his face. The moment they did, confusion swept across the room. Every rebel stared in disbelief. Lloyd, maintaining his cheerful demeanor, told them they were the real hostages, not him. Chapter 96. Before revealing his true objective, he left them with a challenge, to first figure out how he had even reached their stronghold. Lloyd sat tied before the rebel leader Termez, requesting to be unbound due to the pain in his wrists. His request was denied, and the leader warned him not to attempt escape. Any such act would result in immediate execution, given that Lloyd was currently held by the elite forces that had risen against Samarhan. Still, Lloyd remained unusually calm, even cheerful. His demeanor unsettled Termez, who questioned why he seemed so composed, almost as though he had expected to be captured. Lloyd's smile remained. He already knew, from the novel he had read, that Termez would soon die, a death that would ignite the Great Rebellion. This knowledge gave him confidence. After a moment of consideration, Termes ordered his men to untie him. His decision stemmed from gratitude. Lloyd had once saved his daughter from the brink of death by building a well that quenched the thirst of many during a severe drought. Despite removing the ropes, Termes warned Lloyd not to try anything reckless. His men remained on edge, ready to kill at the first sign of danger. Lloyd, still pretending to be drugged, suddenly made a strange expression that alarmed the rebels. Some prepared to attack, sensing a trap. However, Lloyd struck a confident pose and began recounting his past achievements. He told them how he rescued the Frontera estate from financial ruin after a crippling debt. He described his battle with the domino monsters that had threatened the estate. Then he spoke of saving the port of Cremo from destruction at the claws of a giant lobster. His vivid tales captivated the rebels. Soon, they relaxed, fully absorbed in the stories, even snacking on popcorn as they listened. Termes, recognizing the distraction, stood up and yelled at Lloyd to stop. The others, however, were thoroughly entertained and urged Termes to sit down and enjoy the tale. Morning arrived with Lloyd preparing to leave. Termes, now curious, asked about their destination. Lloyd revealed that they were heading to meet the Queen. He assured Termes that the meeting would secure protection from the Emperor. In exchange, Lloyd asked for access to the rebel tunnels, intending to repurpose them. This way, the rebels could find asylum, and the tunnels would serve a new function. In the royal capital, the Queen was questioning the dark wizard Cannavaro. During the interrogation, Cannavaro revealed that a man named Targa had orchestrated recent events. Although he was supposed to be dead due to a forbidden spell, Targa had somehow survived. The Queen was then informed by a royal messenger that Lloyd had arrived and was waiting to see her. The news surprised her, as Lloyd was expected to still be in Esfahan. At the royal court, Lloyd presented his terms. He offered safe passage and protection for the rebels and their families in exchange for the use of the tunnels. The Queen accepted, agreeing to sign a formal letter granting them asylum. Lloyd expressed gratitude. Meanwhile, Termes remained puzzled by how easily Lloyd had persuaded the Queen. The Queen, however, appeared pleased with Lloyd's loyalty. She gave him a chilling smile and declared that all who could still work would be put to use until every last piece of the conflict had been reduced to ashes, ensuring lasting peace. Her words disturbed Lloyd. The Queen then shared details from Cannavaro's interrogation and informed him that his involvement in the matter would soon be necessary. Lloyd felt overwhelmed by the situation, struggling to hide his despair. Yet he nodded, knowing he had no choice. As he stood in silence, the Queen turned to him with a question. She asked whether he considered himself selfish and cheap. Lloyd was caught off guard. Before he could respond, the Queen approached him and stared into his eyes. At that moment, Lloyd understood something crucial. The greatest obstacle to the lazy and carefree life he craved was now standing right in front of him. It was the Queen. Chapter 97. In Esfahan, Javier and Scheherazade had exhausted themselves after endless sparring. Both collapsed and fell asleep from sheer fatigue. After some time, Scheherazade woke up and resumed the fight with renewed energy. Javier blocked her attacks effortlessly. His expression remained calm, even bored, as if the duel no longer held any challenge for him. Scheherazade unexpectedly summoned an aura sword, catching Javier slightly off guard. She launched a fierce series of attacks, but he still managed to defend himself. Recognizing the shift in intensity, Javier activated his own aura sword and began responding seriously. However, he quickly noticed that her aura sword was unstable and would not last much longer. As the clash escalated, Scheherazade swung again. Just then, the door burst open and Lloyd walked in. Javier was forced to dodge the attack at the last second. The impact of the sword aura's pressure stripped Lloyd of his clothes, leaving him standing confused and dazed. Javier turned toward him in anger, blaming him for the mistimed interruption. Scheherazade, realizing Lloyd had returned, began asking questions. However, Lloyd avoided replying. Time was short, and rather than waste it on explanations, he sang a lullaby. Despite her resistance, Scheherazade collapsed and fell asleep. With her out of the way, Lloyd shifted focus to the next construction phase. He asked Javier if he was ready, but found him asleep as well. Undeterred, Lloyd began preparing for the project alone. The plan started with navigating the maze like underground tunnels. These paths twisted and turned beneath the surface, and mapping them took time. The next step was identifying where to dig or seal for the water to flow in a controlled direction. During the day, they blocked unnecessary routes. At night, Javier handled precise controlled explosions to form the correct water path. In the third phase, Lloyd summoned the skeletal workers to the core of the Frida kingdom. They were essential for the large-scale labor that lay ahead. At the site, Lloyd addressed the group and explained the stakes. A massive body of water waited just beyond the wall. Digging further without care could result in a devastating flood due to the extreme pressure. He recounted how people in ancient times built such waterways, risking their lives for the good of others. The old would often give their final breath to complete the water routes, allowing future generations to thrive. According to Lloyd, no sacrifice carried more meaning. He raised his hand and pointed at a man named Tords, declaring that he had been chosen to carry out this noble task. Tords froze in shock. He had hoped to support the project, not die for it. Lloyd's serious gaze left no room for negotiation. Tords, overwhelmed, tried to run. Lloyd chased him, praising him loudly for his soon-to-be legendary sacrifice. Tords called out, asking if perhaps the ghost skeletons could take his place. Lloyd rejected the idea with frustration. The undead deserved rest, not repeated death. Tords panicked further and asked if Javier could handle the task. Lloyd denied that as well, stating that Javier only had one set of clothes and could not afford to ruin them with water. From afar, King Helcaros of the underworld watched the drama unfold. Amused, he found Lloyd's antics entertaining and eagerly awaited the results of this chaotic plan. Eventually, after much shouting and persuasion, the leader of the skeleton laborers took charge of the actual digging. Lloyd sighed in disappointment, wishing that Tords had done it instead. Regardless, the job proceeded. The moment the final blow broke through the reservoir wall, a tremendous gush of water exploded outward, racing through the constructed channel. The wave surged toward nearby civilization, reaching people who had long awaited clean water. Celebrations erupted instantly. Cheers echoed as water poured into the city. Among the crowd, a young girl holding a bowl of fresh water approached Lloyd. She offered him the bowl with a bright smile. Lloyd accepted the offering and expressed his gratitude. As he lifted the bowl, the girl hesitated and looked at him with curiosity. She asked why he was not wearing a shirt. Lloyd replied with a straight face. He said buying clothes was a waste of money. Chapter 98. After the central waterway in Kandora was completed, the channels were extended to reach surrounding villages and hamlets. With this, the grand development journey neared its conclusion. A royal messenger approached Lloyd to inform him that he had unlocked a new title, granting him complete resistance to dehydration in desert regions. However, Lloyd felt no excitement. Since his work was now complete, he believed the benefit had come too late and would be of no use during his idle days ahead. At the same moment, Termes approached. Lloyd asked if he was preparing for a long journey. In response, Termes bowed deeply and thanked him for saving his entire group. He and his comrades pledged lifelong allegiance to the Frontera family. The messenger added that Lloyd's reputation had grown significantly, and with it, he received a new allotment of RP. Lloyd pulled an odd face, declaring how thrilled he was with the RP increase, although his tone said otherwise. Not long after, Termes and his men departed for the Frontera estate, escorted by the skeleton squad. For a brief moment, everything appeared to have ended smoothly. However, a summons soon arrived from the royal court in Asfahan. Both Lloyd and Javier were called before Sultan Samarhan. The Sultan offered Lloyd a position within the kingdom, hoping to secure his loyalty. Lloyd responded with vague excuses, avoiding the question entirely. Samarhan, already aware that Lloyd had discovered Scheherazad's true identity as his daughter, confronted him directly. He asked if Lloyd would take her hand in marriage. Lloyd declined, reasoning that Scheherazad's opinion mattered far more than his own. The Sultan understood. He knew she detested Lloyd and would never agree to such a proposal. Despite the rejection, he expressed gratitude for Lloyd's help during the uprising. As promised, he allowed him to meet with the Magantano envoy. Lloyd offered his thanks and exited the court. Yet Samarhan had no intention of letting Lloyd leave so easily. A roundtable conference was soon convened in the palace. The knight representing Magantano appeared tense as the Sultan began by apologizing for the damage caused to their kingdom. In a gesture of goodwill, he offered to pay double the cost for the harm inflicted. Ventura, sensing an ulterior motive, remained cautious. As he prepared to deliver the message to his queen, the Sultan interrupted and made his true request known. In exchange for the reparations, he wanted Magantano to surrender Lloyd Frontera. Later that day, Ventura met with Lloyd and disclosed everything. His tone grew somber, clearly distressed by what he had agreed to. Lloyd's face twisted into a strange expression that only deepened the knight's panic. Before Ventura could stammer out an apology, Lloyd stopped him and praised his decision. His next expression was even more baffling. Back in the royal court, the Sultan brainstormed possible ways to tie Lloyd down. His thoughts were disrupted when a royal messenger burst into the room with troubling news. Lloyd was seen rampaging in the desert, attacking giant sandworms near the outskirts. The hunting grounds were far too small for such creatures, yet Lloyd had managed to engage one directly. Using a shovel, he struck the creature repeatedly. When that failed, he called for Podong to help. The oversized hamster attempted to finish the job, but it still was not enough. Finally, Lloyd turned to Javier. Without hesitation, Javier summoned his Aura sword and unleashed a powerful strike. Even that did not defeat the sandworm. Lloyd, now completely unhinged, poured all his remaining firepower into one final attack. The sandworm collapsed under the barrage. Watching from a distance, Sultan Samarhan witnessed the chaos unfold. As the dust settled, Lloyd noticed him and beamed with satisfaction. After the incident, the Sultan reflected on everything that had happened. He realized the entire situation had spiraled beyond his control. Keeping Lloyd within the kingdom risked turning the entire nation into a battlefield. Despite this, he could not break the contract, and he understood too late that he had been outmaneuvered from the beginning. Unexpectedly, a royal knight appeared and announced that Lloyd had taken the padishar and vanished from the palace. The Sultan, although shocked, accepted the outcome quietly. However, another servant rushed in with shocking news. Scheherazade had fled, leaving behind a letter. In it, she declared her decision to follow Lloyd, claiming she had much to learn from him. The Sultan was overwhelmed. The speed and scale of everything left him in shock. He slammed his head repeatedly on the table, overcome with despair. The servants rushed to console him, but his sorrow only deepened. In the end, Sultan Samarhan wept bitterly, cursing Lloyd as a scoundrel who had stolen far more than just the country's pride. Chapter 99. On a sunny morning at the Frontera estate, Baron Arcos and the Baroness woke to the sound of Storma's cries instead of a rooster. Though unusual, the peaceful morning brought them joy. Their calm was quickly interrupted when a maid rushed in, delivering a letter from young Julian. Upon opening it, Arcos read that Julian had become the second best student in his class and planned to return home before heading to the capital for official duties. Julian also mentioned how much he missed them and his brother, expressing admiration for Lloyd. Tears welled in the eyes of the Baron and Baroness, who viewed Julian as no less precious a son than Lloyd. Just then, a Bayern burst into the room, announcing that Lloyd's belongings had arrived from Esfahan. Stepping outside, the couple was met with a mountain of chests. While Arcos signed the delivery, his wife enthusiastically explored the contents, thrilled by the exquisite jewelry. Suggesting they could sell the items at high prices to aristocrats, she smiled. Arcos, though initially hesitant, soon agreed. Their hearts were full as they strolled through the city. As they walked, townsfolk greeted them with gratitude and well wishes. Arcos appreciated the good nature of their people. Moments later, he noticed a group of orc laborers carrying heavy loads. Nearby, a group of humans looked displeased. One man brushed shoulders with an orc, escalating into a silent standoff. The Baroness grew anxious while Arcos watched in awkward silence. The man tried to push the orc, who did not budge. Their foreheads pressed together in a tense moment before the orc attempted a heavy swing. The man dodged, flipping the orc to the ground. Yet the orc stood again, undeterred. Their silent duel shifted into a display of pride. The man and his colleagues performed coordinated movements, eventually balancing on their heads. Not to be outdone, the orcs began dancing with synchronized steps. Despite the odd spectacle, Arcos and his wife continued walking, quietly amused and relieved. Yet the surreal nature of the estate deepened as magical skeletons strode confidently to work, greeting their masters. Arcos smiled, knowing that peace prevailed in his lands. Further along, they passed the burning of wastes and refugees kneeling before a statue of Lloyd. The scene grew more bizarre with every step. Still, Arcos believed his son had created something remarkable. Suddenly, people began shouting that Lloyd had returned. Ahead, Lloyd stood atop a wagon, draped in a cloak and half naked, towering over the coachman. Arcos thought him stranger than ever. Lloyd stepped down and embraced his parents. Despite his odd behavior, Arcos felt joy. He would have been even happier if Lloyd had stopped calling him, "my lord," and started calling him father. As skeletons hauled the chests and doors, Arcos, holding back tears, asked his son why he was nearly naked. Lloyd brushed it off, stating they had plenty of clothes at home. Meanwhile, in the kingdom of Magentano, Count Ventura reported to the queen. He explained that the negotiations had been successful and they had obtained the Sultan's fingerprint. The queen, wearing a skeptical expression, admitted surprise at his diplomatic success. Ventura awkwardly agreed and hesitated when she asked if Lloyd had forced him to say so. When she inquired about what they truly needed for peace, Ventura replied that a strong monarch and diplomacy were essential. However, the queen preferred hiring intelligent individuals while they still could. Ventura silently apologized to Lloyd, thinking him a doomed man. Despite the progress, the queen reminded him that Isfahan remained an old enemy. Future relations would have to be built on trust, not optimism. Back near the Frontera estate, Scheherazade reached the outskirts. Determined, she believed she would succeed this time. Nearby, Arcos was trimming the bushes and humming, unaware of the guest approaching. His peace shattered when the princess addressed him. Arcos turned in surprise and asked who she was. She introduced herself as the daughter of Sultan Samarhan from eastern Isfahan. Arcos grew visibly anxious at her status and asked what she wanted. Scheherazade explained confidently that she had come to see Lloyd Frontera. Arcos, puzzled, asked why. She paused, momentarily unsure, then confessed that she could only sleep when he was near. Arcos, confused at first, soon understood her meaning and was utterly shocked. In his mind, it was the most unbelievable thing he had ever heard. Chapter 100. Lloyd lay on the ground with his eyes closed, lost in a heavy slumber. When he opened one eye, disorientation struck him. He found himself seated on jagged rocks within a dark cave, near the edge of a steep cliff. As he examined the strange surroundings, a sudden beam of yellow light illuminated his face. Startled, he turned toward the source and saw a massive fireball floating above the cliff. The fire swelled, filling the entire cave until a silhouette emerged from the flames. A towering figure formed entirely of fire. The fiery figure looked down at Lloyd as a deep voice echoed through the blaze, first addressing him as Lloyd, then oddly calling him Kim Suho. Sweat trickled down Lloyd's forehead. The surreal encounter blurred the line between dream and reality. Though tempted to dismiss it as a hallucination, the clarity of the moment unsettled him. Mustering his voice, Lloyd asked who the figure was. A response came from within, an introduction as the Lord of Hellfire and King of Hell. Soon, a man in black clothing stepped from the fire. This figure, named Hellcaros, radiated a menacing presence. Despite the fearsome aura, Lloyd remained composed. He speculated that the king's appearance might be linked to a message or test. Hellcaros laughed, questioning whether Lloyd truly lacked fear. With a slight smile behind the flames, the king asked if Lloyd still believed it to be a dream. Lloyd calmly replied that whether it was real or not, he didn't feel threatened, especially since the king had bothered to speak civilly. The Lord of Hellfire moved closer, stating that he liked Lloyd and suggesting he come live with him. Lloyd interpreted the offer as flattery and responded that his dream was far simpler: to live in a small, wealthy town. Hellcaros, stunned by the modest ambition, mocked him. He claimed such mediocrity twisted the night skies of hell and inspired songs more terrifying than screams. Lloyd grew confused at the king's scornful tone and wondered why he was being ridiculed. Hellcaros insisted that Lloyd had the potential to strike terror into the hearts of his citizens. Yet Lloyd could not understand the king's constant insults. He worried that anyone overhearing the conversation would assume he was a cruel warlord or legendary swordsman. The king's voice grew more serious as he asked what Lloyd truly desired. Without warning, thick wooden rods shot from the ground, wrapping around Lloyd's limbs. The vines crept from head to toe as Hellcaros extended a fiery hand, offering once more to use Lloyd's talents for his own gain. Lloyd struggled against the magical grip, but escape was impossible. The messenger nearby pleaded with the king to stop frightening him. Hellcaros paused, then sat in a dark throne with a smoldering glare. He asked if Lloyd and his kind were not a noisy lot. The messenger warned that Lloyd's potential was not to be underestimated. Amused, Hellcaros adjusted his glasses and decided to play by the rules. With that, the fiery form and king vanished into the shadows, and the vines receded. Lloyd, drenched in sweat, woke abruptly in his bed. He took a moment to gather his bearings, slowly realizing it had all been a vivid dream. Yet something about it felt too tangible to ignore. He noticed he was almost naked and began to question if the entire encounter had been more than an illusion. Before he could reflect further, a knock came at the door. Javier entered, surprised to see his master in such a state. Lloyd dismissed the sweat, claiming it was from the heat. Javier informed him of a visitor from afar. Rather than asking who it was, Lloyd smirked knowingly and declared that it must be Princess Scheherazade. He believed she had returned for the lullaby, unable to resist its power. Shortly after, Lloyd and Javier sat across from the princess. She explained that her only reason for visiting was to request a magical recording of his lullaby. Lloyd, slightly disappointed, asked if she expected him to do it for free. When she offered payment, he continued to act disinterested, insisting he didn't need money. Frustrated, the princess grew angry, not understanding what Lloyd truly wanted. He then produced a stack of documents and placed them on the table. He agreed to record the lullaby if she signed a contract. Javier, uneasy, realized Lloyd had prepared the papers long in advance. The princess read the contract in disbelief. It demanded 5 years of service at the Frontera estate before she could receive the lullaby. Outraged, she protested, but Lloyd stated she could refuse since he had no need for it either. Lloyd claimed she could become a sword master if she slept and trained properly. Javier was stunned at the depth of his master's plan. It became clear that Lloyd was simply securing free labor under the guise of generosity. Though the messenger called him unpredictable, Lloyd insisted he was improving lives. He then covered his ears to avoid further judgment. The princess, furious, realized the scheme and punched Lloyd before storming out in anger. Outside, the sun broke through the clouds as she walked alone through the forest. Her frustration lingered, yet a small part of her considered the offer. She imagined becoming a sword master, earning her father's recognition. The possibility lingered in her mind until she realized she was lost. Gripping her bag, she searched for a way out. Eventually, she came upon a tree and glanced back. A red-haired man sat calmly on a fallen trunk. Julian's hair shimmered under the sunlight. The princess paused, staring at him with curiosity.